Hello, my friends, and welcome. I'm so glad you decided to join me tonight. Before we begin, I want you to take a moment to settle in. Dim the lights, find your most comfortable chair, and leave the busyness of the world behind. While you're getting settled, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. Your engagement truly helps, and the more you interact, the more these chilling tales will find their way back to your feed. Tonight, we're stepping into the shadows to share a few stories that are as true as they are unsettling. So, take a deep breath, get cozy, and let's explore the dark together.
Narrative distance, 2 years. The drive up the coast of Maine is not a journey one takes in a hurry, especially not in late October. I remember the way the light changed as I crossed the state line. It was no longer the bright, optimistic gold of a New England autumn. It became a thin, watery silver that seemed to drain the color from the pine trees. My old sedan hummed beneath me, a steady vibration that I felt in my teeth. I was tired. I was so very tired that the white lines on the asphalt began to look like long, pale fingers stretching toward the horizon. I had been driving for 6 hours when I finally reached the outskirts of the Acadia region. The air through the cracked window was different here. It was heavy and cold, carrying the sharp, iron scent of the North Atlantic. It did not just smell like salt. It smelled like deep water and old stone. I pulled over at a small roadside stand to buy a coffee, my boots crunching on the gravel. The coffee was bitter and scorched my tongue, but I welcomed the pain. It reminded me that I was still awake. It reminded me that I was still here. The man behind the counter did not look at me when he took my crumpled $5 bill. He was focused on a small wooden carving of a whale, his knife whittling away tiny slivers of cedar. The shop smelled of sawdust and dried fish. I checked my phone, noticing the battery was at 42%. I wondered if I should have brought a physical map. The signal was already beginning to flicker like a dying candle. "Going out to the point?" the man asked, his voice like grinding stones. "Just to the rental," I replied, forcing a small smile that felt heavy on my face. "The water is high tonight," he said, finally looking up. His eyes were the color of the fog. "The tide is coming in with a grudge." I did not know what to say to that, so I just nodded and walked back to my car. I told myself it was just local color, a bit of salt-crusted drama for the tourists. But as I pulled back onto the road, the silence in the car felt different. It was no longer the silence of solitude. It felt like the silence of an empty room where someone has just stopped speaking. The road to the cottage narrowed until the trees were leaning over the pavement, their bare branches interlacing like skeletal hands. I passed a small cemetery where the headstones were tilted at impossible angles, half sunken into the mossy earth. I noticed a single blue ribbon tied to a fence post. It fluttered violently in the wind, a bright, frantic spark against the gray. I wondered for a moment if it was a marker, but then I dismissed the thought. It was likely just trash, or perhaps a child's lost toy. My GPS gave one final distorted instruction before the screen went black. I was on a gravel path now, the tires kicking up stones that clattered against the undercarriage like hail. The ocean was visible through the trees, a dark, churning mass that seemed to be rising to meet the sky. I felt the sudden, sharp pang of regret for coming here alone. My grief was a heavy thing, a stone I had carried for a year, and I had hoped the sea would help me wash it away. The cottage finally appeared through the mist. It was a weathered shingle-style house perched on the very edge of the granite cliffs. The wood was silvered by decades of salt spray, and the windows looked like dark, unblinking eyes. A single yellow light burned over the porch, casting a long, shaking shadow across the grass. It looked warm. It looked like a sanctuary. I parked the car and stepped out into the wind. It was so strong it took my breath away for a second, forcing me to lean into it. I could hear the waves now, a massive, thunderous sound that shook the ground beneath my feet. It was rhythmic and hypnotic. I found myself breathing in time with the tide. I reached into my pocket for the key, my fingers numb and clumsy with the cold. The porch steps creaked under my weight, a high, lonely sound that was swallowed by the roar of the ocean. I looked back at the sea one last time before entering. The fog was so thick now that I could no longer see the road. I was alone on the point, surrounded by the gray and the salt. I turned the key and stepped inside, the air suddenly still and smelling of cedar and old books. It was exactly what I needed. It was a place to disappear. I closed the door and locked it, the click of the bolt sounding final and certain. I leaned my head against the wood, listening to the wind howl against the shingles. I was safe. I was inside, but as I stood there in the dark, I noticed a small wet footprint on the floorboards near the rug. It was just one, a dark smudge of seawater that had not yet dried. I stared at it, my heart giving a slow, heavy thud in my chest. I told myself I must have tracked it in, even though I had not yet stepped off the porch mat. I walked into the kitchen to find a glass of water, my footsteps echoing in the empty house. The house was beautiful, filled with sturdy furniture and the quiet history of 100 summers. I decided to ignore the footprint. I was tired, and the mind plays tricks when the body is spent. I would unpack in the morning. The sound of the ocean followed me as I moved through the rooms. There was a constant low-frequency hum that seemed to vibrate in my marrow. I found the bedroom on the second floor, the bed covered in a thick hand-stitched quilt. I sat on the edge of the mattress, feeling the exhaustion finally begin to pull at my limbs. I looked out the window at the darkness. There was no moon, only the white foam of the waves breaking against the rocks below. It was a beautiful, terrifying sight. I wondered if the man at the stand was right about the tide. I lay down, the quilt heavy and warm against me. I closed my eyes, letting the sound of the water carry me toward sleep. The world was small now, limited to the four walls of this room and the rhythmic pulse of the Atlantic. I was almost under when I heard it. It was not a loud noise. It was a soft, wet slither, like a damp cloth being dragged across a wooden floor. It came from the hallway. It was slow and unhurried. I stayed very still, my eyes snapped wide open in the dark. The sound stopped right outside my door. I will tell you about what I found when I finally worked up the courage to open that door tomorrow. The sound outside the door did not repeat, yet the silence that followed felt far more intrusive than the noise itself. I remained paralyzed under the heavy weight of the handmade quilt, my ears straining so hard that I could hear the microscopic friction of my own eyelashes against the pillowcase. The air in the bedroom had grown noticeably sharper, carrying a metallic edge that reminded me of copper coins resting on a wet tongue. I forced my breathing to remain shallow and rhythmic, desperately trying to convince whatever stood in the hallway that I was lost in the depths of a dreamless sleep. My mind drifted involuntarily to the mundane task of renewing my car insurance, a trivial chore that I fixated on to keep the rising panic from clawing at my throat. It was a small, familiar thought that acted as a thin shield against the irrational fear currently vibrating through the floorboards. I eventually slid my legs out from beneath the blankets, the cold floorboards stinging the soles of my feet like a sudden slap. I reached for the heavy wool sweater I had draped over the chair, the scratchy texture of the fabric providing a momentary anchor of physical reality. The hallway was a narrow throat of shadows, illuminated only by the faint, ghostly glow of the ocean spray reflecting through the downstairs windows. I gripped the cold brass handle of the bedroom door, my palms sweating despite the freezing temperature of the metal. Every muscle in my forearm tensed as I slowly rotated the knob, the mechanism clicking with the deafening force of a gunshot in the absolute stillness of the house. I opened the door only a few inches, peering into the gloom of the corridor where the darkness seemed to possess a physical weight. The hallway was entirely empty, stretching toward the staircase like an abandoned tunnel carved from cedar and salt. My eyes searched the floor for any sign of the wet footprints I had seen earlier, but the wood appeared dry and undisturbed under the silver moonlight. I walked toward the stairs, my movements slow and deliberate, as if I were wading through waist-high water. The house groaned around me, the wood expanding and contracting in response to the relentless pressure of the coastal wind. I found myself counting the number of steps as I descended. 19 individual planks of oak that each sang a different note of protest under my weight. I needed to see the front door again to confirm that the bolt was still thrown and that the world outside remained separated from the world within. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I stood motionless in the center of the living room for several minutes. The large bay window offered a distorted view of the Atlantic, where the waves were now white-capped and violent under the starless sky. I noticed a small wooden rocking chair in the corner was moving almost imperceptibly, a rhythmic sway that could have been caused by a draft or the vibration of the surf. I moved toward the kitchen to check the back entrance, my hand trailing along the cold stone of the fireplace for stability. The kitchen smelled of old tea leaves and the faint, sweet scent of rotting apples from a bowl on the counter. I reached out to touch the back door handle, but I stopped when I noticed a thin layer of fine gray sand scattered across the linoleum. It was not a random spill, but rather a deliberate line of silt that traced the entire perimeter of the kitchen doorframe. I knelt down to examine the granules, the texture between my fingers feeling unnaturally cold and slick like ground glass. A low, guttural groan vibrated through the pipes beneath the floor, followed by the distant, rhythmic thud of something heavy hitting the underside of the house. It was a sound of immense mass, as if the very foundation were being inspected by something dwelling in the wet dark of the crawl space. I stood up and retreated toward the center of the room, my heart hammering against my ribs with a frantic, uneven tempo. I found myself wondering if the blue ribbon I had seen on the fence was still there, or if the tide had already claimed it. The gray silt remained undisturbed as I reached for a heavy ceramic mug from the cupboard, the weight of the object offering a small, grounding anchor for my trembling fingers. I filled it with tap water and drank deeply, the cold liquid shocking my throat and forcing my focus back to the physical world. I found myself wondering if I had remembered to cancel my newspaper delivery back in the city, an irrelevant detail that I clung to like a lifeline. The kitchen was far too quiet. I could hear the refrigerator compressor kick on with a low, mechanical hum that felt unnaturally loud. I moved toward the living room, my eyes drawn back to the line of sand by the door. It was composed of millions of tiny, crushed shells and dark volcanic glass that seemed to shimmer in the low light. I knelt once more, the denim of my jeans stretching tightly over my knees as I leaned in to examine the barrier. It was perfectly uniform in thickness, as if it had been poured by a steady, practiced hand. I did not touch it this time. My skin crawled with the sensation of being washed from the dark corners where the ceiling met the walls. I walked over to the bay window and pressed my forehead against the cold glass, my breath fogging the surface in a small, fading circle. The tide was reaching its peak, the white foam of the Atlantic lashing out at the base of the cliffs like a wounded animal. I could see the silhouette of a single gnarled pine tree standing alone on the precipice, its branches twisted into agonizing shapes by the salt air. A small, rhythmic flash of light caught my eye far out at sea, perhaps a buoy or a distant ship navigating the treacherous shoals. It was a lonely, flickering thing. I felt a sudden, profound kinship with that solitary light. The house shifted again, a long and weary groan that started in the rafters and bled down into the floorboards beneath my feet. I turned away from the window, my gaze falling upon a small framed photograph on the mantel that I had not noticed before. It depicted a group of fishermen standing on a weathered pier, their faces obscured by the grain of the old film and the shadow of their caps. One of them held a length of blue ribbon in his hand, the exact shade of the one I had seen on the cemetery fence. My heart skipped a beat, a dull thud of recognition that made my vision blur for a fraction of a second. I reached out to touch the frame, but a sharp, wet slap against the front door made me recoil. It was the sound of a heavy, saturated weight hitting the wood with immense force. I stood frozen, my muscles locking into a rigid cage of panic as I stared at the heavy oak door. Water began to seep under the threshold, a dark and salt-scented ribbon that snaked across the floor toward the rug. It carried with it the pungent odor of deep-sea decay and old, forgotten things. I backed away, my heels clicking sharply against the hardwood as I retreated toward the stairs. The water continued to flow, silent and relentless. I climbed the first 3 steps and stopped, my hand gripping the banister so hard the wood began to bite into my palm. I watched as the puddle expanded, reflecting the dim yellow light from the porch like a black mirror. It reached the edge of the kitchen linoleum and stopped exactly at the line of gray sand. The water did not cross the barrier. It pooled against the silt, shivering as if it were trying to push through an invisible wall. I felt a strange, cold pressure in my ears. The dark brine continued to pulse against the line of gray sand, its surface vibrating with a frantic energy that felt entirely at odds with the stillness of the kitchen. I retreated further up the staircase, my shoulder blades pressing into the cold plaster of the wall as I watched the water struggle to advance. It was thick and viscous, possessing a deep charcoal hue that seemed to absorb what little light remained in the foyer. I found myself thinking about the overdue oil change for my car, wondering if the mechanic would notice the salt corrosion on the undercarriage after the strip. This mundane concern acted as a temporary anchor, keeping my mind from drifting into the screaming void of the impossible. I pulled the sleeves of my wool sweater over my knuckles, seeking the familiar, scratchy warmth of the fabric against my cooling skin. The scent of the house was changing, the smell of dry cedar being replaced by a heavy, suffocating odor of ancient mud and fermented kelp. The water began to recede as quickly as it had arrived, pulling back toward the front door with a wet, sucking sound that echoed through the hollow spaces of the house. I watched from the landing, my heart performing a slow and uneven rhythm that I could feel in the tips of my fingers. The dark stain on the floorboards remained, a long and jagged mark that resembled a map of a coastline I did not recognize. It was then that I noticed the sound of the wind had died down, leaving a silence so absolute it felt like a physical weight upon my eardrums. I could no longer hear the waves crashing against the granite cliffs outside. The world beyond the walls of the cottage had simply vanished into a vacuum of soundless fog. I descended the stairs with cautious, deliberate movements, my bare feet avoiding the damp patches that still shimmered on the wood. I reached the front door and looked through the small circular porthole window, but I saw only a wall of white vapor pressed tightly against the glass. It was as if the house were no longer on a cliffside, but floating in a void of pure, unblemished mist. I checked the lock again, my fingers trembling as they confirmed the bolt was still firmly in place. I then turned my attention back to the kitchen, where the line of gray sand remained perfectly intact despite the pressure of the water. A single small piece of sea glass now rested on top of the silt. It was a frosted shade of cobalt blue, its edges smoothed into perfect curves by decades of relentless tumbling in the surf. I picked up the glass, the surface feeling unnaturally warm to the touch, as if it had been resting in the sun only moments before. I held it up to the dim light, watching as a faint internal glow pulsed within the center of the stone. My reflection in the glass was distorted, my features elongated and strange, like a face seen through a heavy downpour. I placed the glass in my pocket, the weight of it feeling much heavier than its size should allow. The house gave a sudden, sharp crack, a sound like a heavy branch snapping under the weight of winter ice. It came from the cellar directly beneath my feet. A low, melodic humming began to rise through the floorboards, a sound that carried the cadence of a lullaby sung in a language I could not understand. It was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure, a song that felt like it was being pulled directly from my own memories of loss. I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to open the cellar door and follow the sound into the dark. My hand reached for the iron ring of the trapdoor, my mind fogged by a grief that felt heavier than the sea itself. I stopped when I saw a single blue ribbon tied to the handle. The blue ribbon was tied in a precise nautical knot around the rusted iron ring of the cellar door. I stared at the frayed edges of the fabric, the color so vibrant against the dark wood that it seemed to pulse with a life of its own. My mind drifted involuntarily to the state of my pantry at home, wondering if I'd remembered to seal the bag of flour before I left. This small domestic concern acted as a temporary barrier against the impossibility of the ribbon appearing inside a locked house. I stepped back from the trap door, the soles of my feet sticking slightly to the floorboards, as if the wood were beginning to weep. The humming from below grew more distinct, a low and vibrating melody that resonated in the hollow space of my chest. It felt like a physical pressure against my ribs. I moved toward the small dining table, my hands trembling as I reached for a thick, knitted coaster to rest my empty mug upon. The soft, woolly texture of the coaster provided a brief moment of tactile comfort, a tiny sanctuary of warmth in the cooling room. I sank into the wooden chair, the joints of the furniture groaning in sympathy with the wind that had suddenly returned to batter the siding. The silence of the fog had been replaced by a chaotic symphony of rattling shingles and the distant, rhythmic boom of the tide. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to regulate the frantic pace of my heart. The song from the cellar seemed to sync with my pulse. The air in the kitchen grew dense with the smell of wet wool and old stagnant seawater. I opened my eyes and saw that the line of gray sand had been disturbed, as if something invisible had dragged a heavy weight across the threshold. The cobalt sea glass in my pocket felt increasingly heavy, a cold stone that seemed to be pulling me toward the floor. I reached into my pocket and retrieved the glass, placing it on the table under the dim yellow light of the overhead bulb. The internal glow was gone, replaced by a dark, swirling center that looked like a miniature storm trapped in crystal. It was beautiful. I looked back at the cellar door and realized the blue ribbon was no longer tied to the handle. It was now lying flat on the floor, pointing like a compass needle toward the far corner of the kitchen. I stood up, my chair scraping harshly against the wood, and followed the direction of the silk. In the corner, behind a stack of old magazines, I found a small, leather-bound journal with the name Anup embossed on the cover in fading gold. The leather was damp to the touch. It felt like skin. I picked up the journal, the leather yielding beneath my thumbs with a suppleness that felt disturbingly like living tissue. I found myself wondering if I had remembered to unplug the toaster before leaving my apartment, a trivial concern that I clutched to my chest like a shield against the growing cold. The kitchen light flickered once, casting a long, jagged shadow over the table across the floorboards. I moved to the small velvet armchair by the fireplace, wrapping a thick cashmere throw around my shoulders for a momentary sanctuary of warmth. The fabric was soft and smelled faintly of lavender and old cedar. It was a gentle reprieve. I opened the book to the first page, where the ink had bled into the paper like a series of dark, spreading bruises. The handwriting was cramped and frantic, as if the author were trying to outrun a closing door. I read the name Anup again, the gold leaf catching the dim light and shimmering with a sickly, metallic luster. My heart performed a slow, heavy thud in the base of my throat. I turned the page. The entries described a sequence of tides that never went out, a sea that stayed high for 3 days and 3 nights. Anup wrote of the blue ribbons, describing them as anchors for the wandering mind. He claimed that the water did not want our bodies, but rather the weight of our heaviest memories. I felt a sudden sharp pain in my temples, a rhythmic pulsing that matched the beat of the waves outside. The house seemed to tilt slightly to the left. I turned several more pages, the paper feeling thin and brittle like dried leaves between my fingers. I stopped at a passage dated precisely 1 year ago, the handwriting here becoming a series of jagged vertical lines. He mentioned a visitor who arrived without a boat, a guest who smelled of the deep trenches and carried a cobalt stone. My hand went instinctively to the sea glass in my pocket, the surface now vibrating with a low subharmonic hum. I felt a cold droplet of water fall onto the back of my neck. I looked up at the ceiling, expecting to see a leak in the roof or a damp patch on the plaster. The white surface was dry and pristine, yet I could feel a heavy, invisible moisture pressing down from above. I turned back to the journal, my eyes landing on a final solitary sentence written in a different, much smoother hand. It said that the guest was already in the house. I closed the book. The final sentence of the journal remained burned into my vision, even as I pressed the leather cover shut and placed the book on the small mahogany side table. I reached for a nearby bowl of smooth, river-washed stones, letting the cool and solid weight of the granite ground my wandering mind. The tactile simplicity of the rocks was a mercy. I found myself wondering if I had remembered to pay the quarterly water bill from my apartment, a dull and repetitive thought that I used to block out the rhythmic thumping coming from the walls. This mundane worry felt like a sturdy anchor in a rising tide of the impossible. I sat perfectly still, my breathing a shallow and deliberate whisper in the expanding gloom of the living room. The ceiling above me groaned under a weight that seemed to shift with a slow and fluid grace. It was not the sound of footsteps, but rather the sound of something massive and saturated being dragged across the floorboards of the upper story. A thin crystalline liquid began to bead along the seams of the wooden planks overhead, glistening like pearls of frozen sweat. The smell of the room shifted once more, moving from the scent of old cedar to the overwhelming aroma of crushed mint and ancient glacial ice. It was a coldness that did not just chill the skin, but seemed to settle deep within the marrow of my bones. I pulled the cashmere throw tighter, the softness of the wool offering a fleeting sanctuary against the encroaching damp. I looked toward the hallway and saw that the blue ribbon was moving again, sliding across the floor as if caught in a draft that I could not feel. It moved with a serpentine motion, weaving between the legs of the furniture until it reached the base of the stairs. I felt a sudden and irrational urge to check the pocket of my coat hanging by the door, wondering if my spare set of keys was still where I had left them. This flash of domestic normalcy was a fragile shield against the sight of the ribbon beginning to ascend the first step on its own. It climbed with a rhythmic, pulsing motion that mirrored the slow beating of a heart. My vision narrowed until the only thing in the world was that thin strip of vibrant silk. The house gave a violent shudder, the sound of glass shattering in the kitchen echoing through the stillness like a sudden burst of static. I did not move to investigate the noise, my body locked in a state of hypervigilance that felt like a physical cage. The humming from the cellar had migrated, now resonating from the very air around my head, as if the house itself were singing the low and mournful dirge. I could feel the vibrations in my teeth and the bridge of my nose. The cobalt sea glass on the table began to spin, its dark center now a frantic whirlpool of shadow and light. It was a beautiful and terrible dance. I stood up, the movement slow and mechanical, as if I were being operated by invisible wires. I walked toward the staircase, my bare feet silent on the cold wood that now felt as slick as the surface of a wet stone. I reached the first step and looked up, the darkness of the second floor appearing as a solid wall of velvet shadow. A single pale hand reached out from the gloom to grip the banister, the skin appearing translucent and etched with the faint blue lines of frozen veins. It was a small hand, the size of a child's, and it held the other end of the blue ribbon with a delicate and terrifying certainty. I felt a wave of profound sorrow wash over me, a grief so ancient it felt as if it belonged to the earth itself. The pale hand remained fixed upon the dark wood of the banister, its presence as silent and immovable as a sculpture carved from salt. I stood on the first step, my knees trembling with a rhythmic vibration that I could not suppress. I found myself wondering if I had remembered to close the tap on my laptop for the electric bill, a tiny and sharp anxiety that I used to anchor my mind against the tide of the impossible. This small, digital core was a tether to a world of logic and light. I forced myself to breathe through my nose, the air entering my lungs with a thin and whistling sound. The kitchen light behind me flickered and died, leaving only the weak and watery moonlight to illuminate the foyer. It was a cold and hollow radiance. I shifted my weight, and the staircase gave a long and mournful creak that seemed to vibrate through the pale hand itself. The translucent skin did not flinch, yet I noticed that the blue lines of the veins were pulsing in perfect synchronization with the distant thrum of the Atlantic. I reached out for the small brass lamp on the hallway table, the cold and solid weight of the base providing a momentary sanctuary for my sweating palm. The cool metal was a reminder of a physical reality that was rapidly dissolving around me. I did not turn the lamp on, fearing that a sudden burst of light would shatter the fragile equilibrium of the room. I simply held it. The figure in the shadows above slowly began to lean forward, revealing a face that was a soft and blurred reflection of my own features. It was as if I were looking at myself through a thick sheet of moving water. The eyes were not eyes at all, but two smooth and polished spheres of cobalt glass that caught the moonlight with a dull and internal glow. A single drop of seawater fell from the figure's chin, hitting the wooden step between us with a heavy and resonant thud. The scent of the house had transformed into the smell of deep-sea trenches and the metallic tang of a coming storm. It was an ancient and suffocating atmosphere. The blue ribbon began to tighten between us, a vibrant line of silk that now hummed with a low and subharmonic frequency. I felt a sudden and overwhelming urge to check the locks on my windows back in the city, wondering if the winter wind would rattle the glass in my absence. This thought was a fragile barrier, a piece of mundane static intended to drown out the lullaby that was once again rising from the floorboards. The song was louder now, a wordless melody that tasted like salt and wood smoke in the back of my throat. I could feel the music in my marrow. The figure gestured toward the open door of the master bedroom, the movement fluid and devoid of any skeletal friction. The hand with the blue ribbon beckoned me upward, a silent command that carried the weight of 1,000 years of tides. I felt the grief I had been carrying for a year begin to liquefy, moving from a heavy stone in my chest to a warm and rising flood in my throat. It was a sorrow that demanded to be shared. I took another step, my barefoot landing in the small puddle of seawater on the oak plank. The water was not cold, but possessed the startling warmth of a living body. The figure continued to retreat into the master bedroom, the blue ribbon trailing behind it like a vein of liquid lapis. I ascended the final steps of the staircase, my movements fluid and heavy as if the atmosphere of the house had transformed into a pressurized deep-sea trench. I found myself wondering if I had remembered to renew my registration for the local library, a small and dusty thought that I used to anchor my consciousness against the rising tide of the uncanny. This mundane concern was a fragile splinter of wood in a vast and churning ocean. I reached the landing and paused, the air here tasting of cold copper and the strange electric sweetness of a coming blizzard. The darkness of the hallway seemed to vibrate with a low and rhythmic thud that matched the distant collision of the tide against the cliffs. It was a massive subterranean heartbeat. I entered the bedroom and found the figure standing by the far window, the moonlight carving a sharp and silver silhouette against the shadows. The pale hand reached out to touch the glass, and where the fingertips met the surface, small frost flowers began to bloom in intricate crystalline patterns. I moved toward the bedside table, the soft and familiar scent of my lavender sleep spray providing a momentary sanctuary of comfort for my frayed nerves. The fragrance was a gentle reminder of a world where sleep was a simple and uncomplicated mercy. I sat on the edge of the mattress, the springs groaning with a sound that felt like a weary sigh. The cobalt sea glass in my pocket was now so heavy that it seemed to be sinking through the fabric of my trousers. I retrieved the stone and held it in my open palm. The figure turned slowly, and the spheres of cobalt glass that served as its eyes began to soften and dissolve into a familiar warm amber. The translucent skin thickened and gained color, the features shifting until I was looking at a version of myself that had not known a single day of grief. It was a face unlined by the year of mourning I had endured, a reflection of a life that had never been touched by the cold hands of the Atlantic. I felt a sudden and sharp pang of anxiety about the state of the vegetable crisper in my refrigerator at home, wondering if the spinach had already begun to wilt. This trivial worry was a desperate attempt to ignore the hand that was now reaching out to take the cobalt stone from my palm. The blue ribbon lay coiled between us on the rug like a sleeping snake. The melody from the floorboards had reached a crescendo, a humming vibration that I could now feel in the enamel of my teeth and the very center of my skull. It was no longer a lullaby, but a profound and resonant invitation to let go of the stone I had been carrying for 12 long months. The figure took the sea glass from my hand, and the moment our skin touched, I felt a rush of warmth that was like stepping into a sun-drenched room after a long winter. The internal storm within the glass finally stilled, leaving the stone clear and bright like a drop of frozen summer sky. The heavy pressure in my chest began to dissipate, the liquid sorrow in my throat receding like the tide leaving a quiet shore. I felt light. The figure moved toward the window and pressed the cobalt glass against the pane, the stone passing through the solid surface as if the glass were nothing more than smoke. I watched as the blue light sank into the dark and churning waters of the Atlantic, a single and brilliant spark that was swallowed by the deep. The blue ribbon on the floor began to fade, the vibrant color bleeding away until it was nothing more than a thin and harmless strip of gray shadow. I laid back against the pillows, my body feeling as if it were made of feathers and light. The sound of the ocean was now a gentle and rhythmic pulse that promised a sleep without dreams or shadows. I closed my eyes and felt the house grow still around me. The golden light of a clear autumn morning began to filter through the bedroom curtains, painting long and steady bars of honey-colored warmth across the handmade quilt. I remained motionless for many minutes, simply feeling the soft and familiar weight of the cotton against my skin as the house settled into a profound and restorative silence. This moment of physical comfort was a gentle benediction, a quiet assurance that the long night had finally reached its natural conclusion. I found myself wondering if I had remembered to renew my annual subscription to the gardening magazine I enjoyed, a peaceful and mundane thought that I used to anchor my spirit in the waking world. It was a simple joy to consider the upcoming spring planting. The air in the room was crisp and smelled of sun-warmed pine needles and the faint, queen scent of cedar. I sat up slowly, my joints feeling loose and light as if the heavy salt of the previous year had been completely washed away. I looked toward the mahogany side table and saw that the journal was gone, leaving only a faint and drying circle of water where the leather cover had once rested. The small bowl of river-washed stones remained, their smooth surfaces gleaming in the morning light like a collection of silent and sturdy witnesses. I reached out to touch a piece of pink quartz, the stone feeling cool and solid and entirely of this world. The house no longer groaned with the weight of the sea. It felt like a home again. I walked downstairs to the kitchen, my bare feet enjoying the smooth and dry texture of the oak floorboards. The line of gray sand had vanished, leaving the threshold clean and unburdened by the debris of the deep. I found myself thinking about the route I would take back to the city, wondering if the small bakery in the next town over still sold those sourdough loaves I liked. This small and pleasant anticipation was a sign that the future was no longer a fog-covered cliff, but a road that I was ready to travel. I filled a kettle with fresh water, the metallic clatter of the lid sounding bright and cheerful in the quiet morning. The front door stood slightly ajar, allowing a cool and salt-scented breeze to wander through the foyer. I stepped out onto the porch and saw that the fog had retreated far beyond the horizon, leaving the Atlantic a vast and sparkling expanse of sapphire blue. The gnarled pine tree on the cliffside stood tall against the wind, its branches no longer appearing like skeletal hands, but like strong and resilient arms. I looked toward the cemetery fence in the distance and saw that the blue ribbon was gone. The world was open and wide. I leaned against the porch railing, the sun feeling warm on the back of my neck as I watched a single seagull glide effortlessly above the surf. The heavy stone of grief that had defined my life for 12 months had been returned to the tide, and in its place I felt a quiet and steady peace. The house behind me felt empty, and the way a vessel is empty after it has been poured out clean, light, and ready to be filled with something new. I breathed in the sharp Maine air and smiled at the horizon. I was finally ready to go home. The bell at low tide. I have tried to explain more than once to more than one person why I chose a cottage on the Maine coast in November. My daughter thought I was punishing myself. My sister, who is more direct and has always been, said it out loud at Thanksgiving the year before, that there are easier ways to be sad, and that I did not have to drive 3 hours north in the dark to do it properly. My therapist, whose face I have studied for 2 years the way you study a map of a country you are trying to leave, said only that she hoped the quiet would be useful, and that I should call if it was not. I told them all something partially true. I told them I needed the silence. What I did not tell them was that the silence I needed was a specific kind, not the silence of my apartment in Portland, which was full of the wrong shapes, his coat still on the hook by the door, the second coffee cup I kept washing and putting back without thinking, the particular quality of light on Thursday mornings that had always been his morning to make breakfast. That silence was an archive. Every room was a room he had been in, and being in them was like reading the same sentence over and over, understanding each word individually and none of them together. I needed a silence that did not know his name. I found the cottage in October, through a rental site I had been scrolling late at night the way some people scroll real estate listings for houses they will never buy. Not with intention, but with the sedative quality of looking at places that are not where you are. The listing was spare, a one-bedroom winterized cottage on a spit of land 2 miles outside Rockport. Available November through March, water view, no pets, no smoking, heat included. The photographs showed a gray clapboard building with white trim, a small porch facing the water, a dock that extended 15 feet into a cove, before ending in nothing. In the main room, a wood stove. On the mantel, a ceramic lighthouse that someone had placed there and no one had thought to move. I booked it before I had decided to. The drive up from Portland took me through the kind of November landscape that the coast does in a way inland Maine does not. The trees losing their last color, the sky pressing down flat and white, the smell of salt, arriving well before the water itself became visible. I had the windows cracked despite the cold, because the smell was something I had not been able to explain to anyone, but needed the way some people need medication. It was not a comforting smell. It was a wide smell. It reminded me that the world was larger than my apartment, larger than my grief, larger than the particular small architecture of a life built around one person who was no longer in it. I stopped at a general store in a town called Owl's Head, which is a real town and not a metaphor, though it felt like one that afternoon. The woman at the counter had the specific composure of a person who has lived her entire life within 20 miles of where she was standing and has made peace with every part of that. She gave me directions to the Cottage road without me asking. The rental agency must have called ahead and told me the heat had been running since Monday, and the place would be warm. She said it without warmth herself, which was not rudeness, but simply the economy of a person who did not waste words in November. She put a paper bag on the counter beside my coffee. Inside it were 2 homemade blueberry muffins wrapped in wax paper. She did not mention them or wait for my thanks. I drove the last 2 miles on a road that narrowed steadily, the pavement giving way to packed gravel, the gravel giving way to packed earth, the trees pressing closer on both sides until they opened all at once onto the spit, and I saw the cottage and the cove and the water behind it, and the light, which was not the golden light of travel photographs, but the specific hard gray light of a Maine November afternoon that makes everything look like it has been there for a very long time and expects nothing from you. I sat in the car for a while, longer than I needed to. The wood stove was already lit when I unlocked the door. The rental agency had done that too, or someone had, and the warmth hit me in the face, the way warmth does when you have been cold for a long time and have stopped noticing. I stood in the doorway breathing it in. The room smelled of burning birch and something underneath that, something older and salt-traced and not unpleasant. The smell of a building that has spent many winters with the water close by and has absorbed it the way wood absorbs everything eventually. I put my bag down and did not unpack it. I stood at the window that faced the cove and watched the water. It was flat and very dark in the November light, the color of old pewter, the surface disturbed only by the small, persistent ruffling of a wind that came from the northeast and knew what it was doing. The dock extended from the small rocky beach below the cottage, and at the end of it, someone had tied a short length of rope to a cleat, and the rope moved in the wind with a sound I could not hear yet, but could see. A small rhythmic knock against the wood, somewhere out in the channel. I could hear the bell buoy. It was a sound I had heard before on other coasts, in other weather, but never like this. Never in a silence this complete, with the trees pressed back and the summer people gone and the whole spit of land reduced to just the cottage and the water, and that single repeating note, low and unhurried, like something counting time. I thought, briefly and without knowing why, that I should check whether I had turned my stove off at the apartment. I almost certainly had. I always did, but the thought arrived and I let it sit there, which was better than the thoughts that had been sitting there before it. I put the muffins on the counter and decided to eat them in the morning. I did not sleep well that first night, but I had not expected to. The bellboy was present in the dark in a way that it had not been present in the afternoon. Not louder, exactly, but more specific, as if in the absence of daylight it had the room to itself. I lay in a narrow cottage bed with the wool blanket pulled up to my chin, and listened to it and tried to decide if it was the kind of sound that would become invisible with familiarity, the way city sounds eventually become part of the architecture of sleep, or whether it was the kind of sound that stayed distinct no matter how long you lived beside it. By the 3rd hour, I had not decided, but I was still listening, and my own thoughts had gone quiet, and that was what I had come for. Outside, the cove held its cold pewter surface, and somewhere in the channel the bell rang on, patient and unchanged. And I did not yet know what I was listening for. The second morning arrived the way November mornings on the Maine coast arrive when there is no one to perform wakefulness for, slowly, reluctantly, the light coming, not as brightness, but as a gradual reduction of dark, the window above the bed shifting from black to a deep charcoal gray that eventually became the flat white of full cloud cover sometime around 7. I had slept in the end. Not well and not long, but the particular sleep of a body that has driven 3 hours and spent 4 hours lying still and finally surrendered to the math of exhaustion. I woke with the wool blanket twisted around my legs and the wood stove reduced to a low, quiet pulse of heat, still present, but no longer filling the room, and the bellboy in the channel going on exactly as it had been when I closed my eyes, as though no time had passed at all between those two moments. I lay still for a while, taking inventory. The ceiling was pine board, yellowed with age and smoke, with a water stain in the shape of nothing in particular above the window. The walls were the same pine, hung with the kind of framed prints that furnish rental cottages in this part of Maine. A watercolor of a lighthouse, a pencil sketch of a lobster boat that was competent but not interesting, a tide chart from 2 years prior still framed as if it were decoration. The floor was wide plank with the grain raised by years of humidity, and a crete in a specific place just inside the bedroom door, which I had already learned the night before and had spent some portion of the dark hours mapping in my mind, the way you map a new space before you trust it. I got up and started the coffee. The kitchen was small and functional in the way that rental kitchens are. Everything present, nothing chosen. A drip machine with a filter basket that had been cleaned, but not recently. A row of mugs on hooks, each from a different decade of the cottage's life. Mismatched the way things become mismatched when a place passes through many hands, and no one ever quite starts over. I filled the reservoir and stood at the window over the sink while the machine worked, watching the cove. The tide was out. I had not seen it at low tide yet, and the change it made to the landscape was more significant than I had expected. The cove's rocky floor was exposed almost completely. Dark gray rock and tide pools and the specific olive brown of exposed kelp, which glistened in the flat morning light with an intensity that seemed almost inappropriate, too vivid for November, too alive. The dock, which had floated at chest height the night before, now sat fully grounded, tilted a few degrees to port on the exposed mudflat. The rope that I had watched moving in the wind was now slack, looped in a loose coil on the dock boards. The water that remained was gathered at the throat of the cove where it met the channel, and it moved there with a different character than it had at high tide. Narrower, concentrated, pulling rather than pressing, as though the channel were drawing something back from the land rather than offering it. I thought of 3 things in rapid and unconnected sequence. Whether the coffee was ready yet, whether my car had enough gas to get to Rockport if I needed provisions, and whether Daniel had ever seen a Maine cove at low tide, because I did not think he had, and I realized I was already doing the thing I had been warned about, the thing my therapist called inventory, which was the habit of cataloging experiences by whether he had shared them, as though the world were divided into the things that had been real because he witnessed them, and the things that were slightly less real because he had not. The coffee was ready. I wrapped my hands around a mug and took it to the small table by the front window, the one that faced the water directly, and I sat down with the deliberate intention of simply sitting, which had been impossible for a very long time. The cottage's exterior included a narrow porch along the waterside, with 2 wooden chairs that had been left out to spite the season. Someone had draped a folded wool blanket over the arm of the nearer one, a dark red blanket, thick and heavy, the kind of domestic gesture that felt both accidental and carefully considered. I had not noticed it the night before in the dark. I noticed it now, and it surprised me that someone had thought to leave it, that the cottage contained that small human intention toward comfort. I went out and sat in that chair with my coffee and the blanket across my legs, and I let the cold come at me from all sides. The air off the channel, the specific damn cold of the exposed tidal flat, the cold of the wooden chair through my jeans, and I let the warmth of the mug and the blanket hold their ground against it. And for approximately 12 minutes I did not think about anything at all. Then I noticed the skiff. It was a small fiberglass skiff, white with a wide green stripe along the hull, tied to a rusted mooring ring set into a flat rock at the far edge of the cove, just below where the tree line resumed. I had not seen it at high tide. It would have been floating in the water itself, not visible from the porch angle. But, now grounded on the exposed flat, it was clearly there, and clearly occupied at some point in the recent past. There were 2 orange life vests in the bow, a plastic tackle box, and what looked like a length of chain coiled in the stern. It was not remarkable. It was a working skiff, tied to a working mooring, and I was on a working coast. What was remarkable was the small detail I noticed after I had been looking at it for a minute or two. The length of nylon rope that ran from the bow cleat to the mooring ring. It had been tied with a particular knot, a double hitch that I recognized not because I knew much about boats or knots, but because Daniel had tied that specific knot on everything, habitually, the way people carry small physical languages in their hands without knowing they do. And he had tied it on the bow line of the rented kayak on the last trip we had taken together to a lake in New Hampshire, 2 weeks before the storm. I was aware that I was doing something my therapist would have named. I was aware that a double hitch was not a rare knot, and that half the fishing families on this coast probably tied it by instinct and had for generations, and that there was no relationship between a skiff mooring in a November cove and a kayak on a New Hampshire lake, and a man who had gone into the water off the coast of Portland on a clear September afternoon in a wind that came up faster than the forecast had suggested. I was aware of all of that. I looked at the knot for a long moment anyway. Then I went inside and refilled my coffee and spent 20 minutes trying to remember whether I had brought enough of the particular brand of dish soap I preferred, which was not important in any sense, but occupied the front of my mind with a reliable thoroughness that was, I had come to understand, one of my more functional coping mechanisms. In the afternoon, I walked the edge of the spit. The path was not maintained, but was clearly used. A worn track through the beach grass and low scrub that followed the water's edge northward around the spit's tip and back along the channel side. A loop of perhaps 1.5 miles that I completed in just over 40 minutes in the flat gray light. The wind was persistent, but not aggressive, and the smell of the exposed tidal flat was present throughout. That compound of brine and organic decay that I had always found not unpleasant, a smell that seemed to me to be about process rather than endings, about the specific ongoing work of a coast that never stopped sorting itself. At the tip of the spit, where the cove side met the channel directly, there was a cairn. It was not a navigational cairn. It was too small and too carefully built for that. A stack of flat gray stones, perhaps 2 feet high, placed with deliberate attention on a flat outcrop above the tide line. Several of the stones had things placed on them: a small clamshell, a piece of sea glass, the particular dark blue that sea glass only becomes after many years in the water, a length of frayed yellow rope coiled small. There was a faded photograph, laminated, weighted down by a stone. I did not look at the photograph closely. I stood near the cairn for a moment in the cold wind, and I felt, with a clarity that I would not have trusted a year earlier, that the cairn had been there for a long time, and that more than one person had added to it, and that it was not decorative. I walked back to the cottage. At the door, I stopped. The folded wool blanket was still on the porch chair where I had left it after my morning coffee. Beside the chair, placed on the decking with no explanation, was a paper bag. Inside the bag were 2 more blueberry muffins wrapped in wax paper, identical in size and wrapping to the ones from the general store in Owl's Head. I had not heard anyone on the porch. I had been gone 40 minutes. I stood on the porch with the bag in my hand and looked out at the cove, which had begun to fill again with the incoming tide. The water spreading back across the flat in thin, advancing sheets, and the bellboy out in the channel ringing its single measured note. And I thought, with the specific calm of a person who has not yet decided what they are afraid of, that I should ask someone in the morning about the cairn at the tip of the spit. I thought that, and I went inside, and I ate one of the muffins for dinner, because it was the most I could manage, and the wood stove held the room warm against the dark. The tide came in through the night while I slept, and by morning the cove was full again, and the skiff with its knotted rope had risen off the flat, and was floating just as though it had never touched ground at all. The cairn had been on my mind since the walk, not in the urgent, intrusive way that thoughts about Daniel occupied my mind. Arriving without invitation, sharp-edged and specific, cutting through whatever I was doing with the precision of something that knew exactly where to find me. The cairn occupied a different register. It sat in the background of my thinking the way a word you cannot quite remember sits at the edge of language. Present, patient, not demanding, but not releasing either. I had told myself I would ask in the morning. The morning came and went. I spent the early hours at the table by the front window with a legal pad I had brought with the vague intention of writing something, though I had not decided what. The pad remained blank. I was not a writer. I was a retired schoolteacher who had spent 31 years teaching 7th and 8th grade English in a brick building in South Portland, and the closest I had come to writing was the red ink I had put on other people's sentences for 3 decades, marking the places where meaning had almost happened and then slipped sideways. I was not sure what I thought I would produce on a legal pad in a rented cottage in November, and the blankness of the page did not distress me the way I had expected it might. It was simply empty. There was something restful in that. The tide was high again by mid-morning, the cove filled to its edges, the dock floating at its proper height, the skiff riding easily at its mooring with the rope between bow and ring taut and straight in the northeast wind. I watched the water and drank my coffee, and eventually put on my coat and walked the half-mile of gravel road to the only neighboring property on the spit. A white cape that sat back from the water, on the channel side, behind a low stone wall with a gate that stood open. I had seen a light in that house the night before. That was my justification, if I needed one. The woman who answered the door was older than me by perhaps 15 years, with the specific physical composure of someone who has been cold for enough winters that cold no longer registers as information. Her hair was white and cut close, and she wore a canvas work shirt over a wool sweater, and looked at me with eyes the particular gray-green of the channel water outside. Not unfriendly, but not warm either. The look of someone who had learned to wait before deciding. Her name was Ruth. She told me this without offering her hand, which was not rudeness, I thought, but simply the register of a person who did not perform greeting. I told her I was in the rental cottage down the road through November. She said she knew that. I told her I had a question about the cairn at the tip of the spit. Something shifted in her expression. Not alarm. Not quite. It was the shift of a person who has been asked a question they have been asked before and have decided, each time, how much of the answer to give. She opened the door wider and stepped back from it. The inside of Ruth's house was the inside of a life lived in one place for a very long time. Bookshelves that had expanded to cover every available wall, a kitchen table with the finish worn to bare wood at the 2 places where people always sat, a wood stove larger than mine and burning harder, fishing gear hung on wooden pegs beside the back door alongside a canvas coat, and a pair of rubber boots with the tops folded down. On the windowsill above the kitchen sink, a row of objects, a piece of driftwood worn smooth, a green glass float still in its original netting, a small framed photograph I did not examine, a clamshell with the inside facing up. She poured coffee without asking whether I wanted it, and set the mug on the table at the chair across from her usual place, and we both sat down. She asked me which part of the cairn I had looked at. I told her I had not looked closely. I told her I had seen the photograph, laminated and weighted, and had chosen not to read it. She nodded at this, once, with the specific approval of a person who is gratified when a stranger makes the right choice without being told it is the right choice. She wrapped both hands around her own mug. She said, "The cairn is old, older than anyone on this part of the coast can say with certainty when it began, though her grandmother had known it as a child and her grandmother had been born in 1912, which placed its origins somewhere in the previous century at the very least. It had been added to, over the years, by different people at different times, and the objects left on it were not random. They were objects that belonged to people the water had taken." I kept my hands flat on the table. She watched me do this. She said, "In this part of Knox County, among the families who had been here long enough, there was a thing that was known but not widely spoken, not because people were ashamed of it, but because it was the kind of knowledge that did not translate cleanly into the language of people who had not lived beside this particular water. The knowledge was this: the sea returned what it took. Not always, not to order, but with a frequency that the old families had come to regard not as miracle or coincidence, but as the sea's own arithmetic, its own way of balancing." She paused and looked at her coffee. She said the return was not always what you expected. It was not always the body, or the boat, or even an object. Sometimes it was something else entirely, something that carried the quality of the person without being the person. She said this without drama and without apology, in the tone of someone reading aloud from a document they had read many times. I asked her what she meant by quality. She thought about this for a moment with genuine care, the way a precise person thinks before using a word they want to use correctly. She said, "A habit, a gesture, a preference, something the person carried in them that the water learned and gave back in a different vessel." The wood stove ticked. Outside, the wind pressed against the cape's windows with a flat, persistent patience. I told her my husband had drowned. I told her it had been 3 years. I told her the body had not been recovered, which was the fact I had been carrying for 3 years inside the simpler sentence, that he was gone, because the longer sentence was too heavy to carry in ordinary conversation and too specific to set down anywhere that was not the right place. Ruth did not say she was sorry. She did not arrange her expression into the shape of condolence that people put on like a garment when they hear this kind of news. She looked at me steadily and said, "I know." She paused, and then said with a precision that landed somewhere between comfort and warning, "That is why the cottage found you." I almost let that go. I asked her what she meant. She said the cottage had been rented over the years to a specific kind of person, not always deliberately. The rental listing did not say so. The agency did not screen for it. But, with a consistency she had observed across many years of watching the Spitz comings and goings, the cottage in November drew people who had lost something to water and had not recovered it. Not just objects, not just people. The unrecovered thing was the common thread, the thing the sea still held. I thought of the bag on the porch, the muffins, identical to the ones from the general store, left without a sound while I walked the Spitz perimeter. I asked if she had left them. She had. I asked why. She said, because when someone arrives at that cottage in November and walks to the cairn on the second day, they are not here for the quiet. The coffee was very good, darker roasted than I would have chosen for myself, with a sharpness at the back that was not unpleasant. I held a mug and did not speak for a moment. I was thinking, with the involuntary focus of a mind doing its real work beneath the surface of the apparent thought, about whether I had locked my car when I pulled up to Ruth's gate. I was almost certain I had not. It did not matter. There was nothing in the car worth taking, and there was no one on this spit who would take it. But the thought was there, doing its small, reliable, utterly pointless job of occupying the foreground so the background could do what it needed to do. The background was assembling something I did not yet have language for. I asked Ruth about the photograph at the cairn. Who it was. She looked at me for a moment. She said, her son, lost in the channel in 2007. during a November storm, and a boat he knew too well to be careful in. She had added the photograph herself the winter after. She had laminated it herself at the library in Rockport on a Tuesday afternoon, because that was the kind of thing you did when the only act left available to you was a practical one. I recognized the architecture of that sentence. I told her I understood exactly what she meant. She nodded. She stood and refilled both our mugs without asking, and we sat in the warmth of the stove while outside the channel moved past the windows, with its cold and enormous and entirely indifferent patience, and neither of us spoke for a while, and the silence was not uncomfortable but was instead the specific silence of two people who have arrived at the same place from different directions and are taking a moment to confirm the coordinates. Before I left, she told me one more thing. She said, "If something comes back to you while you were here," and she paused on the word something with a deliberateness that made clear she meant it literally, "do not dismiss it as grief working on your imagination." She had made that mistake herself. She had spent 2 years dismissing it. She would not make that recommendation to anyone who came to that cottage. I walked back to the rental in the early afternoon, the wind at my back off the channel, the smell of the exposed tidal flat already returning as the water began its daily withdrawal. The legal pad on the table was still blank when I got inside. The wood stove had dropped to coals. I fed it 2 pieces of birch from the box on the porch and waited for the flame to come back up. And I stood watching it through the stove's glass door for longer than I needed to, because there was something about the quality of the light in a wood stove's firebox that I had always found settling, a warmth that asked nothing of you except to stand close enough to receive it. Then I went to the window and looked out at the cove. The skiff was still at its mooring. The rope between bow and ring moved in the wind with its familiar rhythm. I had been looking at it for 30 seconds before I saw what was different. The knot at the bow cleat had been retied. It was not a double hitch anymore. It was a figure 8, practical and clean. The kind of knot a person with no particular preference retied without thinking. The double hitch was gone. The thing I had seen there that morning, the knot that had stopped my breath on the porch 2 days prior, had been replaced with something ordinary. I stood at the window for a long time. The bell buoy rang on in the channel, and the tide went out, and I could not have said whether what I felt was relief or something closer to the hollow, specific ache of a thing corrected before I had finished looking at it. That night, for the first time since arriving, I dreamed, not of Daniel and not of water, but of a door standing open in a house I did not recognize, and warm light coming through it from a room I could not quite see into. I did not go back to Ruth's house the next morning, not because the conversation had frightened me. It had not, or not in the way that produces avoidance. It had done something more specific and harder to name. It had made the cottage feel different. Not dangerous, not wrong, but deliberate, in the way that a room feels deliberate when you realize it was arranged with you specifically in mind, when you understand that the placement of the chair by the window and the wool blanket on the porch and the particular quality of the wood stove's warmth were not accidents of rental's accumulated furniture, but a preparation, a readiness, a waiting. I needed a day with that information before I could do anything useful with it. I spent the morning on small practical things. I drove into Rockport for groceries, taking the gravel road slowly in the flat gray light. The car's tires finding every rut with a thoroughness that felt like the road's own commentary on hurry. The town was quiet in a way that coastal Maine towns are quiet in November. Not empty exactly, but operating at a reduced frequency. The summer infrastructure shuttered or sheeted. The year-round population moving through their days with the unhurried efficiency of people who have made peace with weather. I bought bread and eggs and a block of sharp cheddar and a bag of coffee beans, darker roasted than I usually preferred, because Ruth's coffee had stayed with me in a way I did not want to analyze too carefully, and a paperback novel from the single spinning rack at the back of the general store, chosen without reading the back cover because the cover itself was blue and suggested water, and I was apparently not done making choices I would have to explain to my therapist later. On the way back through Owl's Head, I stopped at the store where I had bought coffee on the first day. The same woman was behind the counter. She looked at me with the same careful economy of expression and said without preamble that I had stayed then. I told her I had. She nodded at this as though I had confirmed something she had already decided. She put a small jar of local honey on the counter beside my coffee and told me the price of the coffee only. I drove back to the spit with the groceries in the trunk and the paperback on the passenger seat and the honey in the cup holder, and I thought about what it meant to be in a place that expected you, not in an unsettling sense. In the older sense, the sense of a place that had arranged itself around a specific need and was simply waiting for the need to arrive and sit down. Daniel had been good at that. It was the thing I had been least prepared to lose, not the large things, the marriage, the companionship, the physical fact of another person in a house, but the specific small way he had of arranging a situation around what you needed before you had named what you needed. The coffee already made at the temperature you preferred. The window opened the exact amount that produced airflow without draft. The particular question asked at the moment when you most needed to be asked it, and not before. I had thought in the early months that I missed him. I had come to understand, with the slow precision of grief working on a person over time, that what I missed was the specific experience of being known, not loved. Love was more available than people acknowledged, more distributed, less scarce. Being known was the rare thing. Being known was the sea had taken. I sat in the parked car outside the cottage for a few minutes after I turned the engine off. The cove was at mid-tide, the water level splitting the difference between the morning's fullness and the exposed flat. I had walked across in my mind so many times now. The skiff sat at its mooring, with the figure-8 knot at the bow cleat, ordinary and untroubling in the afternoon light. I had stopped looking at the knot with that particular held-breath attention. I had filed it where I filed the things I could not yet explain, not dismissed, not pursued, simply held in a mental compartment that I checked occasionally and left otherwise undisturbed. The way you leave a wound alone and let it tell you in its own time what it is going to do. I brought the groceries inside and put them away with the specific satisfaction of stocking a kitchen, even a temporary one. The eggs on the shelf, the cheese wrapped and placed, the coffee beans in the canister I had found in the back of a cabinet in my second morning and washed and pressed into service. The honey I left on the counter where I could see it. Its color was the amber of the last light before dark, dark gold and internally lit, and I found it pleasant to look at. I made a sandwich and sat at the table and opened the paperback and read the same page 4 times without retaining it, and eventually closed the book and looked out the window. The light was going. November light on the Maine coast left early, and left completely. Not the long ambiguous twilight of midsummer, but a definitive withdrawal. The sky darkening from white to ash to a deep blue gray that had nothing tentative about it. By 4 o'clock the cove was a dark shape against a darker shore, and the only illumination came from the cottage windows themselves, reflecting back from the water's surface in long, unsteady columns. I fed the wood stove and sat close to it. It was in that hour, that specific hour between the last of the light and the full arrival of dark, with the stove ticking and the bell buoy going about its patient business in the channel, that I began, slowly, and without quite deciding to think about the mechanism of what Ruth had described, not whether it was true. I had moved past that question more quickly than I would have predicted, which told me something about where I actually was beneath the surface of my stated reasons for being here. What I thought about instead was the how of it. The physics, if physics was even the right word for a process that operated by logic entirely its own. The sea returned what it took, not the thing itself, the quality of the thing. I turned this over carefully, the way you turn over a sentence that means more than it says. A quality was not a substance. You could not hold a quality or weigh it or put it in a box. The quality was relational. It existed in the space between a thing and the person experiencing it, which meant it could not survive the thing's absence in any literal sense, but might, under the right conditions, transfer, migrate, find a new vessel the way a voice finds a new room. I was aware this was not a rigorous line of thought. I was also aware, with the specific honesty of someone who has spent 3 years being very precise about what they know and do not know, that rigorous lines of thought had not been notably useful to me since September of 2020, and that the thing I was sitting in this cottage actually hoping for was not explicable by any framework I had previously used to organize my understanding of the world. The fire in the wood stove had reached the particular steady state of a good burn. Not the aggressive early heat of fresh wood catching, but the deep even warmth of coals doing their slow and reliable work. The glass doors showing a glow that was orange at the center and dark at the edges, and entirely, unreasonably comforting in a way that I thought had something to do with depth, with the sense of something burning consistently all the way through. Then I heard the knock. Not the rope against the dock cleat, not the house settling in the cold, which it did regularly, and which I had catalogued and identified and filed. This was a knock on wood 3 times evenly spaced from the direction of the porch. I sat still. The knock did not repeat. I got up and went to the door and opened it, and stood in the doorway with the warm air from the cottage pressing at my back, and the cold November dark pressing at my front, and the porch was empty. The 2 chairs, the red wool blanket folded on the nearer one, exactly as I had replaced it after my first morning's coffee. Nothing else. I looked out past the porch to the dock. The skiff was still at its mooring. But the rope between bow cleat and mooring ring, was no longer a figure 8. From the porch and the thin light from the cottage windows, I could see it clearly. The double hitch was back. I stood in the doorway for a long time, long enough that the cold became something I registered with my whole body rather than just my face, long enough that the bellboy in the channel completed what felt like a full measure of its patient count, long enough that I understood I was not going to explain this away with the tools I had available. I was not afraid. That was the thing I noted most carefully, turning it over in my mind with the attention it deserved. I was not afraid. What I felt was more accurately described as a vast and specific attention. The feeling of a person who has been waiting for something without knowing they were waiting, and who now understands that the wait was real, that the waiting had an object, and that the object was here, a winning side. I sat down by the stove. I thought about the cairn at the tip of the spit, and the laminated photograph, and the clamshell with its inside facing up. And I thought about Ruth's voice saying the sea returned what it took in a different vessel. And I thought about Daniel tying that knot on everything, habitually, without thinking. The small physical language of his hands that I had watched for 22 years without ever once thinking I should memorize it. Because there would come a morning when it would be the only vocabulary left. Outside, the tide was rising. I did not look back at the skiff again that night, but I knew without looking that the rope would hold its knot until morning. Patient as everything else on the spit that had decided, for reasons larger than mine, to wait, I woke before light with the particular clarity of a person who has not so much slept as descended into something and been returned from it. Not a dream, exactly. Not the open door and the warm room of 2 nights prior, which had arrived with the soft edges of genuine dreaming and dissolved on waking the way dreams dissolve, leaving only a residue of atmosphere. This was different. This was more like, and I reach for the word carefully because accuracy matters here and the easy words are wrong, more like a visitation of the senses, not visual. Nothing as legible as a face, or a room, or a gesture. Just a quality of presence, a specific atmospheric density in the bedroom that had not been there when I closed my eyes. and a smell that arrived with it and remained after everything else had dissolved. Cedar and cold water. Wool and something underneath that. Something mineral and salt-traced and entirely specific. Daniel had smelled like that after sailing, not after swimming, not after the ocean in a general sense, but after a day on the water and the particular combination of wind and cold spray and the wool he always insisted on wearing in any weather below 60 degrees, because he had grown up in Vermont and had opinions about synthetic fabrics that I had spent 22 years pretending to find unreasonable when in fact I had always found them quietly, completely correct. I lay still in the narrow cottage bed, and I breathed the smell in, and I did not move, and I did not speak, and I did not cry, which surprised me, because crying had been my body's first and most reliable response to anything that brought him close in 3 years, and the absence of it felt significant, felt like something had shifted in the underlying architecture of what I was carrying. After a while the smell faded. The bedroom was just a bedroom again. Pine board ceiling, water stain above the window, the cold pressing at the glass in the particular way November pressed, relentless and impersonal. I lay in the quiet and took slow inventory of what I felt, the way you take inventory of a body after a fall, checking each part methodically before trusting your way to it. What I found was not grief, or not only grief. Beneath the grief, which was present, as it was always present, steady and familiar as the bellboy's note, there was something else, something with a different texture, something that was closer to the feeling of a hand placed briefly and with great gentleness on the back of your neck by someone who knows exactly the right pressure and the right duration, and then withdrawn before you have time to turn around. I got up before the light came. I built the wood stove back from coals without turning on a lamp, working by the orange glow of the firebox the way I had learned to in the first week, feeding it kindling and then a split piece of birch and waiting for the draft to catch and the flame to find itself. There was something in this small competence that mattered to me in ways I had not expected when I arrived. The management of the fire, the reading of the draw, the specific knowledge of this particular stove's character, which ran hot on the left side and needed the damper brought back a quarter turn after the first 20 minutes, or the top of the firebox glowed a color that suggested ambition beyond its design. I had learned this stove. In 12 days, I had learned it the way you learn a small system you depend on. I made coffee and sat at the table and watched the dark give way. The cove came back in stages as the light built. First the dock, a gray shape against darker gray, then the mooring rock and the skiff riding at it, then the far tree line and the channel beyond it, and finally the full expanse of the water itself, flat and very still in the windless early morning, the surface holding the sky's pale reflection with the precision that made the world look doubled, made it look as though there were two of everything, and the one below the surface was perhaps the more real of the two. I was thinking about what Ruth had said, the quality of the thing, the habit, the gesture, the preference. I'd been thinking about it for days in the background register, the way you think about a mathematical problem you have set aside, not with the focused foreground attention that produces answers, but with the patient subterranean attention that produces understanding. And what I had arrived at, sitting at the table with my coffee in the early light, was this. The thing I had felt in the bedroom before dawn was not Daniel. It was not his presence in any sense that the language of grief and loss in the afterlife had prepared me for. It was not a ghost, in the sense that a ghost implied the persistence of a self, a continued personhood, a Daniel who was somewhere and had chosen to come here. It was the quality of him, the specific atmosphere of a person, distilled and returned. The smell of cedar and cold water and wool was not a message. It was a residue, something the sea had held and was giving back, not because the sea was generous or communicative, but because that was what the sea did with things it had carried long enough. It worked them down to their essence and returned the essence to the shore. I understood this with a clarity that I recognized, with some surprise, as the clearest thing I had understood in 3 years. He was not coming back. The body was not coming back. The man who knew how to open a window to the exact degree that produced airflow without draft was not coming back, and had not been here in the night. Would have been here was the concentrated quality of 22 years of being known by a specific person, returning to me in the only form the sea had to offer, which was essence without body, warmth without source, the smell of a person after a day on the water with the person himself removed, and only the truth of him remaining. I sat with this for a long time. Outside, the cove was fully light now, the sky having committed to a pale silver that was not beautiful in any conventional sense, but was honest, the sky a working coast deserved in November, the sky that said this is what it is, and has been, and will be, and you are welcome to it. I thought about the cairn. I thought about the people who had come to this spit before me, not abstractly, not as a category, but specifically one at a time, each arriving in their own November with their own unrecovered thing, their own particular shape of loss. I thought about Ruth walking to the tip of the spit in the winter of 2008, with a laminated photograph and a stone to weight it, performing the only practical act remaining. I thought about what it meant to add your grief to a structure that was already holding other grief, to place your loss beside the losses of people you would never meet, and allow the accumulated weight of all of it to become something larger than your own private ruin. There was a generosity in that. I had not thought of grief as a place where generosity was available. I was crying by then, which surprised me less than not. Crying had surprised me earlier, because this felt like the right tears in the right direction, not the collapsing inward kind, not the grief that pulled everything toward its own center, but something that moved outward, something that had found, after 3 years of looking for an exit, a door that opened the right way. I let it go on until it was finished. Then I washed my face at the kitchen sink with the cold water from the tap that was always colder than I expected, and I dried my face on the dish towel that hung from the oven handle. And I stood at the window over the sink and looked at the cove and the silver morning light. The skiff was at its mooring. The rope between bow and ring was taut and straight in the windless air, even from the kitchen window. Without the specific focus I had brought to it on other mornings, I could see the knot at the bow cleat clearly. The double hitch, still there, unchanged and patient. I pressed my hands flat on the kitchen counter, and I breathed, and I said his name out loud, once, into the empty cottage kitchen, because I had not said it out loud since the memorial service, because saying it out loud had been the thing I could not do. The word that collapsed inward every time I tried to form it, the word that was a door I had not been able to open. I said Daniel. The cottage held the word for a moment, and then let it go, the way a room holds a sound briefly before the walls give it back to silence. Outside nothing changed. The cove was the cove. The bellboy rang its single, steady note in the channel, the same note it had been ringing since before I arrived and would ring long after I left. The skiff moved in a breath of wind, just slightly, the rope going briefly slack and then taut again. The taut again was what I could not look away from. The reflex of it, the way it recovered, the way it found its own resistance without being directed toward it, simply because that was the nature of a rope under the right tension, that it returned to itself, that it held its line. I understood something then that I did not have a sentence for, and still do not have a sentence for. Not a clean one, not one I would trust to carry the full weight of what I understood. I understood it the way you understand things that live below language, in the body and the bone, in the specific place where 22 years of a life shared with another person becomes, with time and loss and 3 years of grief, and 12 days on a spit of land in November, Maine. Not an absence, but a shape, a permanent shape, cut into you, yours, no longer requiring the original instrument that made it. I was specific to him. I was the vessel the quality had returned to. It had not arrived in the bedroom as a visitation. It had arrived as a recognition, the sea returning to me what I had already been carrying, in a form I had not been able to receive until this particular morning in this particular kitchen, with my hands flat on a worn counter and his name, finally, out loud in the room. I stood at the window for a long time after that. The light was good. The cold was present and real, and I felt it clearly, which meant I was clearly present within it, which was more than I had been able to say with certainty for 3 years. I thought, in the particular involuntary way of a mind that copes through the mundane, that I should bring in more birch from the porch stack before the afternoon, because the forecast had mentioned a front moving through overnight, and I did not want to be managing a cold fire in the dark. The thought arrived, and I registered it, and I almost smiled. Almost. That afternoon I walked back to Ruth's house, not because I had planned to, but because the day had made a direction clear, and I had come far enough and waited long enough that I knew better than to argue with the direction when one was finally offered. Ruth was already at the door when I came through the gate, not waiting in the way of someone who had been watching for me. There was no performance of anticipation in her posture, no particular readiness in her expression. She was simply there, in the doorway, in the same canvas work shirt over the same wool sweater, with a dish towel over one shoulder, and the look of a person who had been doing something practical in the kitchen and had arrived at the door at the same moment I had arrived at the gate, by the ordinary coincidence of two people's timing rather than anything more deliberate than that. Except that I did not entirely believe it was coincidence, and I thought that Ruth did not entirely believe it either, and that we were both, in our different ways, comfortable with that ambiguity. She stepped back from the door. I went inside. The cape smelled of something cooking, a long-simmered something, onion and bay and the deep background note of a broth that had been on the stove for hours. The smell of a kitchen being used with patience and intention. It was the warmest smell I had encountered since arriving on the spit. The kind of warmth that was not just temperature but time. The condensed evidence of hours of slow attention applied to a single task. She brought 2 bowls to the table without asking. Fish chowder, thick and pale with oyster crackers from a paper sleeve that she set between us. She sat in her usual chair and picked up her spoon, and I understood that this was the meal she had planned, and that my arrival had not changed it, and that there was nothing in the sequence of events. The cooking, the timing, my walk down the road, that she regarded as remarkable. I sat down and ate, and the chowder was very good, and for several minutes neither of us said anything, because there was nothing yet that needed to be said. And Ruth was clearly a person who understood the difference between a silence that required filling and a silence that required leaving alone. Eventually, I told her about the night, the smell, the quality of presence that was not a presence. The name said out loud in the kitchen, finally, after 3 years of being unable to form it. Ruth listened without interrupting. She ate her chowder with the steady attention of someone who can do 2 things at once, and gives each its proper weight. When I had finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "The first return is never what you expect it to be." I asked her what she meant by first. She set her spoon down and folded her hands around her bowl and looked at me with the gray-green eyes that held, I had come to understand, a considerable amount of carefully organized knowledge about this particular stretch of coast, and what the coast did and had done for as long as anyone she knew had been watching it. She said, the sea did not return a thing all at once. It returned in stages. What I had experienced in the night was the earliest stage, the quality, the essence, the concentrated truth of a person stripped of everything circumstantial. She called it the first water. She used the phrase simply, without embellishment, as though it were a term of local usage rather than her own coinage, which suggested to me it was neither entirely one nor entirely the other, but had been used by the people she had learned this from, passed down in the practical language of people who lived beside something they had made their accommodation with. The first water was the lightest return. It arrived when the person receiving it was finally able to receive, not before, not because the sea withheld it, but because the vessel had to be ready, and readiness could not be manufactured or hurried. Some people waited months. She had waited 2 years before the first water came to her. I asked what came after it. She picked up her spoon again. She said, it depended on the person. It depended on what the sea was holding and what the person needed, and whether those two things aligned in the way that... She paused here and chose her word with visible care. The way that unfinished. Things aligned when they were given the right conditions to complete themselves. She had known people who received only the first water and found it sufficient. She had known others who needed more. I asked what more looked like. She said in her case it had been a conversation. She said this quietly and with the specific economy of a person who has distilled a large and difficult thing into its smallest accurate form and offers it that way, not to diminish it but to protect it. I did not push further on that. I asked instead about the Karensa, about what it meant, practically, in terms of the process she was describing, whether the objects placed on it were functional in some sense she would understand as functional, or whether they were purely commemorative. She said the distinction I was drawing was not one the old families would have recognized. The objects were placed because placing them was part of the completion. They were not offerings in any religious sense. She was clear about this, with the firmness of someone who had fielded that interpretation before and found it imprecise. They were more like the final period at the end of a sentence that had been going on too long. The act of placement was the act of saying, this happened, this was real. I am naming it and setting it here, and the coast will know. She said, the coast knows already, but you need to know that it knows. That is what the cairn is for. I thought about the laminated photograph, weighted with a stone against the November wind. I thought about the specificity of it. The library in Rockport, the Tuesday afternoon, the laminating machine that was probably in a back room beside the copy machine and the microfilm reader and the other practical equipment of a working library in a small coastal town. I thought about Ruth standing at that machine and feeding the photograph through and waiting for it to emerge, and the sound it must have made. A small domestic sound entirely insufficient to the weight of the task being performed. I asked her what I should bring to the cairn. She looked at me for a long moment. She said, something that was his and is now yours. Not an object of sentiment. She was precise about this. Not something chosen because it produced grief when held. Something that had crossed the line. Something that had been his and had in the time since become yours, had taken on a different function, was being carried forward rather than preserved. I turned this over carefully. She said, you will know it when you think of it. It will not feel like a sacrifice. It will feel like a completion. She refilled my bowl without asking, and we ate in the warmth of the wood stove's larger cousin, and outside the front windows the channel moved past in the late afternoon light with its cold and ancient patience, and the conversation continued but differently now, less instructional, more companionable. The way a conversation shifts when the necessary information has been exchanged, and what remains is simply two people in a warm room with good food and the dark coming on outside. She told me about the families who had fished this stretch of coast for 4 and 5 generations. She told me about the particular character of Knox County water, which was colder than the water further south and ran with a different current that the old-timers described as having intention. Not personality, not will, but intention, the way a river had intention simply by virtue of knowing where it was going. She talked about her son with the spare, dignified directness of a person who has made their peace, but not their distance, who carries the loss, not as a wound still fresh, but as a permanent feature of the interior landscape, as much a part of them as anything born rather than acquired. His name was Thomas. He had been 34 years old. He had known this water since childhood, and had made one mistake in it on one November night, and the water had not been interested in the distinction between experience and error. She said his name without flinching. I held mine inside my chest for a moment, and then I said it too. I said, "Daniel." Ruth nodded. She said, "There it is." It was the most precise response to a name I had ever heard. Before I left, she walked with me to the door and stood on her own small porch in the cold without a coat, looking out at the channel with the ease of someone for whom this temperature was not a consideration. She told me one more thing, said it with the careful deliberateness she brought to anything that was both practical and important. She said, "Go to the cairn tomorrow morning, early before the tide turns. Bring what you have decided to bring, and place it, and say what needs to be said, and then stand there for as long as the standing takes, and do not leave before it is finished, because you will know when it is finished, and leaving before that moment would be the one mistake available to you here." I asked how I would know. She looked at me with the gray-green eyes that knew this coast the way the coast knew itself. She said, "The same way you knew this morning that his name was finally ready to be spoken. You have been knowing things correctly since you arrived here. Trust the instrument." I walked back to the cottage in the early dark, with the wind picking up from the northeast. The front the forecast had mentioned beginning to make itself known in the increased pressure of the air and the specific smell that arrived before rain on a coast. A smell that was both metallic and organic, the smell of weather with intention. The wood stove was low when I got inside. I fed it carefully. Birch split fine for a quick catch, and then a larger piece for the long burn, and I sat on the floor in front of it with my back against the stone base, and my knees drawn up and a warmth coming at me directly. And I thought about what I owned that had been his and was now mine, that had crossed the line Ruth had described. It arrived without searching, the way she had said it would. I had worn his watch every day since the memorial service, not as a memorial gesture, but because I had needed to know the time one morning, and it had been the watch nearest to hand, and I had put it on and had not taken it off, had wound it every Sunday, had carried his habit of winding it. He had wound it every Sunday without fail, and so now I wound it every Sunday without fail. And it kept excellent time, and it sat on my left wrist, where my own watch had sat before it, and had been there so long I forgot sometimes that it had not always been there. It had been his. It was mine. It was being carried forward. I looked at it in the firelight for a long time. In the morning I would take it to the cairn at the tip of the spit, and whatever happened after that would be the thing that happened after. And I was, for the first time in 3 years, genuinely ready to find out what that was. I was awake before the alarm I had not set. The front had come through in the night, and the morning that waited on the other side of it was the kind of morning a November coast produced after weather had passed and cleared. The air rinsed and very cold, the sky a deep and committed blue that had nothing soft about it, the light coming in flat and precise off the water with an intensity that belonged more to January than November, a light that saw everything and softened nothing. I lay still for a moment and took the room in. The smell of cedar and cold water was not present this morning. The bedroom was just a bedroom, pine board and pale light, and the tick of the wood stove cooling in the outer room. I had let the fire go low deliberately the night before because I had wanted to wake early, and the cold was reliable in a way that warmth was not. My breath was just visible in the air above the bed. The watch on my left wrist caught the light from the window and held it. I got up. I did not make coffee first. I dressed in layers, the wool base, the flannel shirt, the heavy canvas jacket I had bought the previous October at a hardware store in South Portland for a reason I could not remember. But that now seemed, in the way that small past decisions sometimes revealed their purpose long after the fact, exactly correct for exactly this. I wound the watch. I did not think about winding it. My hands did it the way they had done it every Sunday for 3 years. The small crown turned between thumb and forefinger the precise number of times required, the movement completing itself before my conscious attention had fully arrived. I stood at the front window for a moment before going out. The cove was extraordinary in the post-front light. The water so still after the night's wind that its surface was essentially a mirror. The dock and the skiff and the mooring rock all doubled in the reflection with a fidelity that was almost troubling, as though the world had been copied and placed face to face with itself and was waiting to see which version would move first. The double hitch at the bow cleat was visible from the window, clear and distinct in the hard morning light, its loops precise and unhurried. I went out. The cold hit immediately and completely. Not the damp, penetrating cold of the previous days, but a dry, serious cold that had opinions, that pressed through the canvas jacket with a thoroughness that the jacket's designer had probably considered adequate, and that the Maine coast found merely a starting point. I pulled my collar up and crossed the porch and took the path to the beach below the dock, my boots on the frozen ground, making the particular sound of footsteps that the earth was not currently interested in absorbing. The path to the cairn followed the water line. I had walked it before, in the other direction, with the vague exploratory intention of a person finding their footing in a new place. Walking it now was different. The difference was not in the path, but in me, in the specific quality of attention I brought to it, which was not the cataloging attention of the unfamiliar, but something steadier, something that had come through 3 years of grief and 12 days on a spit of Maine coastline, and 1 night's worth of cedar and cold water in a dark bedroom, and arrived here with a clarity I recognized as the kind that did not come twice in the same form. The beach grass on either side of the track was rigid with frost, each blade silvered and still, the whole field of it catching the low light at an angle that made it look briefly, in passing, like something precious and intentional, like something placed rather than grown. I walked slowly, not from reluctance, from the same instinct that had always made me walk slowly toward things I needed to arrive at properly. The instinct that understood arrival as something that could be done well or poorly, that the quality of your presence at a threshold was determined by how you had crossed the ground before it. The bell buoy was audible in the channel, its note carrying in the post-front air with a new clarity, as though the weather had cleaned the atmosphere between its source and my ears, and what arrived now was the sound itself, unmediated, a single low tone that the morning held without comment. At the tip of the spit, the cairn waited. I had seen it before in the gray afternoon light of my first exploratory walk, but I had not stood before it with attention. Standing before it now, in the hard blue light of this specific morning, I understood it differently. It was not a large structure, 2 feet, perhaps a little more, of flat gray stones placed with a patience that was evident in the fitting, not mortared, not engineered. Simply placed by people who had stood in this spot in their own weather with their own need, and had chosen each stone for where it would sit and what it would hold. The objects were still there, frost-touched now, the clamshell with its inside facing up, the dark blue sea glass, the coil of yellow rope gone stiff in the cold, the laminated photograph, weighted by its stone. I looked at the photograph this time. A man in his mid-30s, squinting against the same kind of hard coastal light that was on everything this morning, standing at the stern of a boat with his hand on a line, and the expression of a person entirely at home in the place the photograph had found him. Thomas. I stood there for a moment with my hand not quite touching the photograph's stone, and I said his name once, quietly, because it seemed correct to name him before I named my own loss at the same place, because the cairn was not mine alone and the courtesy of acknowledgement was available to me and cost nothing. Then I took off the watch. I had not rehearsed this. I had not prepared a gesture or a phrase or a formal anything. What I did was what presented itself as the right thing in the moment of doing it, which was this. I held the watch in both hands and I looked at it for a long time in the morning light. It was a simple watch. A mechanical automatic, the case stainless, the face white with plain black numerals, a small second sub-dial at the 6th position. Not expensive. Not a family piece. He had bought it from a catalog for a reason he had explained to me once and that I had understood and forgotten, in the way you forget the reasons for things that simply become part of the furniture of a life. It kept excellent time. It would keep excellent time without my wrist to keep it on. I thought about what Ruth had said. Something that had crossed the line. Something being carried forward. The watch had been crossing forward on my wrist for 3 years. The crossing was done. What it was being carried forward toward was this cairn, this morning, this flat and uninflected light that saw everything without judgment. This moment of putting down what I had been carrying, not because I no longer wanted it, but because the carrying itself had completed its purpose, and what remained now was the setting down. I placed the watch on the top stone of the cairn. I set it carefully on its back, the face up, the way you place something you want found rather than hidden. The crystal caught the light and held a small reflection of the sky. The deep winter blue of the post-front morning contained in the watch face like a sample of something, like an evidence of a world that continued to be what it was regardless of what happened inside the lives being lived beneath it. I stepped back. I said, I carry you as far as I could carry you, and I am setting you here, and the coast will know. My voice in the cold air was the voice of a person surprised by their own steadiness. The bell buoy rang in the channel, once, and then again, its patient interval exactly what it had always been, the sound arriving across the still water with the same unhurried precision it had brought to every other morning I had spent on this spit, and I stood in it, and did not perform anything, did not collapse toward the grief, did not hold myself back from it, simply stood in the cold, clear air, and let the thing that needed to happen in my chest happen, which was not a breaking, but was more accurately described as a slow, thorough release, the feeling of a tension held so long it had become structural finally, carefully, in the right place, letting go. I do not know how long I stood there, long enough that the feeling completed itself, which was what Ruth had told me to wait for, and what I had trusted I would recognize, and what I did recognize, without question, when it arrived, not as an absence of feeling, but as a change in its quality, a shift from the held breath tautness of grief mid-process to something quieter, something that breathed more easily, something that had found its resting temperature after a long time running too hot or too cold, and never quite right. I looked at the watch on the cairn's top stone. I looked at the sky it was reflecting. I looked at the channel beyond the spit's tip, where the bell buoy went about its business in the deep blue air, and the water moved with its cold and indifferent and completely reliable intention, and the light was on everything equally, on the frost-silvered grass and the stone cairn and the stainless case of Daniel's watch and the dark channel water and the far shore and the sky above all of it, the same light, making no distinctions. I turned and walked back along the waterline path toward the cottage. I did not look back, not from avoidance, from the same instinct that had made me walk slowly toward the cairn, the understanding that certain arrivals and certain departures needed to be done fully, without the hesitation of a glance over the shoulder that would only divide the moment and diminish both halves. The frost on the beach grass caught the light as I passed. My left wrist was lighter than it had been in 3 years. The bell rang once more behind me, and I received it not as punctuation, but as continuance, not an ending, simply the sound of a coast doing what it had always done and would go on doing, long after this particular morning and this particular woman and this particular small act of completion had been absorbed into all the other mornings the sea had witnessed and held, and, in its own time, in its own form, returned. The cottage windows were lit gold with the early sun by the time I came up the path, and the wood stove needed feeding, and I was very cold and very hungry, and more present inside my own body than I had been in 3 years, which was, I understood now, exactly what grief's completion felt like from the inside. Not joy, not relief, not the lifting of a weight, but simply this, presence, full and unguarded, returned to itself at last. The watch stayed on the cairn, and the tide came in as the morning deepened, and the bell rang on, and the sky above the channel held its hard, clear, indifferent blue, and the world continued without commentary, as it always had, as it always would. And that was, I found, precisely enough. The tide was fully in by the time I got the wood stove running properly. I fed it with the deliberate attention of someone returning to a task that had not changed while they were gone. The kindling caught on the second match. The birch split took hold cleanly. The damper found its quarter-turn adjustment without my having to think about it. The stove's particular character is familiar now as any system I had ever managed in 31 years of classrooms and their complicated, specific, non-transferable demands. I stood close to it with my hands out and let the heat work its way back into my fingers, which had gone deeply cold on the walk back from the spit's tip, and were taking their time about returning. My left wrist felt different in a warmth. Not wrong, not diminished. Different in the way a healed place feels different from the surrounding tissue. Not absence, but a changed texture, a new evenness where there had been a long-standing irregularity. I pressed my right thumb to the inside of my left wrist without thinking, and held it there for a moment, over the place where the watch had sat, feeling my own pulse, steady and entirely indifferent to the morning's significance, doing what it did. I made eggs. This was not a symbolic act. I was genuinely, specifically hungry in a way I had not been with any conviction since arriving on the spit. The kind of hunger that was not polite appetite, but a frank and uncomplicated demand from a body that had been doing serious work and expected to be compensated for it. I scrambled 3 eggs with the sharp cheddar and ate them standing at the kitchen counter, because sitting down seemed like more ceremony than the moment required. And I ate all of it, and I made toast from the bread that was going slightly stale but was still entirely adequate for toast. And I ate that too with a quantity of the amber honey from the counter jar that I would not have predicted for myself. And that was, it turned out, exactly correct. Then I sat at the table and looked at the cove. The water was full and flat, and the dock floated at its proper height, and the skiff rode at its mooring, with the rope between bow and ring taut and the light morning wind that had come up after the front's passage. The small northwest wind that followed clearing weather on this coast, and was apparently a permanent feature of its personality. The double hitch at the bow cleat was visible from my chair. I looked at it with the steady, unloaded attention of a person looking at something they've made their peace with. Not ignoring it, not flinching from it, simply seeing it for what it was, which was a knot on a rope on a skiff in a cove on a November morning on the coast of Maine, and also, simultaneously, something that had served its purpose, and was now simply itself again. Both things were true. I was comfortable with both things being true. In the early afternoon I walked back to Ruth's house. She met me at the door again, with the same unhurried timing, and this time she looked at my left wrist first. A brief and deliberate glance, and that at my face, and whatever she found had both satisfied her in some way that she expressed only as the slight relaxation of a posture that I had not noticed was held until it wasn't. She stepped back. I went inside. The kitchen smelled of coffee and something baked. A dense, dark, quick bread cooling on a rack on the counter, the smell of molasses and something spiced underneath. She cut 2 slices without ceremony and put them on the table with butter and poured the coffee and sat down. And I understood once again that this was the kitchen of a person who fed people as a primary language of care, who expressed what she felt most accurately through the practical act of making something and placing it before you. The bread was very good, dark and substantial, the molasses giving it a depth that held the butter without losing itself. I told her what had happened at the cairn, not in detail. The detail was mine, and I found I was not ready to distribute it yet, not from reluctance, but from the instinct that certain things needed to be held close for a period before they were spoken into wider air, needed time to consolidate into the form they would eventually take in memory and language, and the ongoing story a person told themselves about their own life. I told her the broad shape of it, the standing, the watch, the steadiness of my own voice, the bellboy's note arriving across the still water at the moment the release completed itself. Ruth listened. She said, "Good," one word, delivered with a fullness that made all the words that might have surrounded it unnecessary. She said it the way a person said good when they meant it without qualification, when the word was carrying its full original weight rather than the diminished, reflexive weight it carried in ordinary social usage, and it landed that way, clean and sufficient and exactly right. She poured more coffee. She reached behind her to the windowsill above the sink, to the row of objects I had noticed on my first visit, the driftwood and the float in its netting, and the small framed photograph, and the upturned clamshell. And she took something from behind the clamshell that I had not seen before, a small object she had placed there at some point when I was not watching, or had always kept there behind the shell where it was present but not displayed. She set it on the table between us. It was a piece of sea glass, smooth and thoroughly frosted. The color not the common green or brown of old bottles, but a genuine deep cobalt blue, the same color as the piece on the cairn, or very close to it, the color that sea glass only achieved after years, sometimes decades in the water, the color that meant the glass had been given sufficient time to become something other than what it originally was. She said, "Thomas found this on the beach below the house the summer he was 12. He carried it in his pocket for years, the way children carried things, and then he left it on the windowsill when he grew out of the habit, and there it had stayed." She had moved it behind the clamshell after she placed her own piece on the cairn, not discarding it, simply keeping it in the peripheral vision of her daily life. The way you kept something that had completed one function and had not yet revealed its next one. She said she wanted me to take it. I looked at the sea glass on the table. I said, "I cannot take something of Thomas's from you." She said, "You are not taking it from me. I am sending it forward with you. There is a difference, and the difference matters. And I want you to understand that I know the difference and have thought about it carefully, and this is what I am choosing." I picked up the sea glass. It was cold from the windowsill and very smooth, and sat in the palm of my hand with the specific comfortable weight of something that had been handled enough to know a hand, to settle into one without resistance. The cobalt color was extraordinary in the afternoon light through Ruth's kitchen window. Not just blue, but luminous. A blue that seemed to come from inside the glass rather than from the light falling on it. A color that had been made by time and salt water and the slow, patient work of the sea on something that had started as one thing and had become, through that process, irreversibly another. I closed my hand around it. Ruth looked at this and was satisfied. She said, "It will tell you when to put it down. You will know the same way you knew this morning. You have proven yourself a reliable reader of that kind of knowing, and I would trust it if I were you." I said, "You have done this before," not as an accusation, as an observation, the kind of observation you offer to a person when you want to acknowledge that what you have been given was not improvised. She said, "I have been here a long time." She said it simply, without pride or weariness, the way a person stated a fact about themselves that was neither accomplishment nor burden, but simply true, the way the coast was simply there, the way the bellboy was simply doing what the bellboy did, the way time was simply what it was when you stopped arguing with it. We sat for another hour in the warmth of her kitchen, the afternoon light going its usual early way toward dark, and she told me things about the coast that were not about grief, and not about the sea's arithmetic, but simply about the life of the place. The families, the seasons, the particular personalities of the coves and channels that she had learned, the way you learned the personalities of people you had lived beside for a long time. She talked about the winter stars visible from the channel on a clear night, naming them with the casual authority of someone who had used them for navigation in a practical sense rather than a romantic one. She talked about the ice that formed along the shore in January, the specific sound it made when the tide moved under it. She talked about Thomas without grief's formal weight, and with grief's permanent quiet presence simultaneously, which I recognized as the form grief took when it had been lived with long enough to become part of the furniture, rather than the weather. I understood that this was what she was showing me, not as a lesson, as a demonstration. This is what it looks like, she was saying without saying it. This is the form it takes when you have done what you did this morning, and then continued to live beside the water, and let the water be what it was. When I stood to leave, she walked me to the door again, and stood on the porch again in the cold without the coat, and looked at the channel the way she always looked at it, with the eyes that knew it. She said, "You will go back to Portland, and your life will be different. Not because the grief will be gone. It will not be gone, but because you will have given it its proper shape, and a grief with its proper shape takes up the right amount of room, and you will find there is more room than you thought." I stepped off her porch and through the gate and walked the gravel road back to the cottage in the early dark, with the cobalt sea glass in my coat pocket and my left wrist bare and light, and the stars were beginning over the channel. And she had been right about those too. Clear and very close. The way winter stars on a Maine coast were close, as though the cleaned air after the front had brought the sky down to a more intimate distance, had narrowed the space between what was above and what was below and what remained, permanent and luminous, in between. The cottage was cold when I got inside. I fed the wood stove and listened to it find itself, and stood close until the room began to come back up to temperature. I put the sea glass on the mantel, beside the ceramic lighthouse that no one had thought to move. The two objects on the mantel and the wood stove's growing warmth looked neither random nor arranged. They looked like what they were. Things that had arrived in this place by separate routes and found themselves without planning in the same light. I thought about calling my daughter. I decided I would call her in the morning, when I had words for it, when the shape of what had happened had settled enough to be described without losing its essential accuracy in the translation. I thought about the legal pad on the table, still blank. I sat down and picked up the pen. I did not write that night, but I held the pen, and that was the first time in 3 years I had held one with anything resembling intention. And the blank page beneath it felt less like emptiness than it had ever felt before, felt instead like a beginning that was simply waiting for the right morning to become what it was going to be. 3 weeks after I left the cottage, I moved the second coffee cup. Not dramatically, not as a gesture I had prepared or a threshold I had identified in advance as significant. I was unloading the dishwasher on a Tuesday morning in my Portland apartment, and I took the cup from the rack with the same automatic motion I had performed for 3 years, and I held it for a moment, and then I put it in the back of the cabinet behind the others, gently, without ceremony, and I closed the cabinet door. I stood at the counter for a moment after. The kitchen was the same kitchen. The light on Tuesday mornings was the same light. The coat was still on the hook by the door because I was not ready for the coat, and I had made my peace with not being ready for the coat, and it hung there in the peripheral vision of my comings and goings the way Ruth's sea glass had sat behind the clamshell on her windowsill, present, acknowledged, waiting for its next function to make itself known. That was enough. That was I had come to understand exactly the right pace. My daughter called on a Sunday evening 3 days after I returned, and I told her more than I had planned to. Sitting on the floor of my living room with my back against the couch and the phone warm against my ear and the sea glass from Ruth's windowsill on the coffee table where I could see it, its cobalt blue catching the lamplight with the same interior luminosity it had shown in the Maine afternoon through Ruth's kitchen window. I told her about the spit and the cove and Ruth and the cairn and the watch. I did not attempt to explain the smell in the bedroom before dawn, or the knot on the skiff's rope, because those things existed in a register that required the listener to have been beside that particular water for some portion of those 12 days, and my daughter had not been, and so I offered instead the shape of what had happened rather than the full interior of it, which was the right decision and one I made without regret. She was quiet for a long time after I finished. Then she said, "You sound different." I asked her what different meant. She said, "Like yourself." "You sound like yourself." I held the phone and did not speak for a moment, because the accuracy of it required a moment, because being told you sound like yourself after 3 years of sounding like the version of yourself that grief had produced was a specific and significant piece of information that deserved to be received properly rather than deflected with something easier. I told her I was going to be all right. She said she knew. She said she had been waiting for me to know it too. We talked for another hour about ordinary things. Her job, a trip she was planning in the spring, a book she had read that she thought I would like and that she was going to mail to me, the particular minor domestic comedy of a neighbor's dog that had developed opinions about her garden that were both consistent and wrong. I laughed at the dog, genuinely, without the slightly delayed, slightly performed quality that my laughter had carried for 3 years, and I noticed the difference and held it quietly while the conversation continued, the way you held a small, unexpected warmth without drawing attention to it, without diminishing it by pointing. After I hung up, I sat for a while in the lamplight. The apartment felt different than it had when I left for the cottage, not because anything in it had changed. The coat was on its hook, the furniture in its familiar arrangement, the books on their shelves in the order they had occupied since Daniel and I had shelved them together in this apartment 20 years ago, arguing companionably about whether to organize by author or subject, and arriving at the compromise of subject within author that had always satisfied neither of us, and had therefore been perfect. None of that had changed. What had changed was the quality of my presence in it. I was in the apartment in a way I had not been in 3 years, fully in it, occupying it, without the sense that I was only borrowing space in a room whose real occupant was still expected. The grief was present. I want to be precise about that, because imprecision here would be a kind of dishonesty I was no longer interested in performing. The grief was present and permanent, and was going to remain present and permanent, because 22 years of a life shared with a specific person did not resolve into anything simpler than what it had been, and I had stopped wanting it to. What had changed was its quality. It was no longer the weather of the apartment. It was the landscape, always there, always real, but beneath the life being lived rather than instead of it. I started writing in the first week of December, not on a legal pad, which I had eventually abandoned on the cottage table as the wrong instrument for the wrong intention. I had not needed to write something during those 12 days. I had needed to be somewhere that did not require writing, and the blank pad had been the right kind of blank. I wrote in a notebook I bought at the art supply store on Congress Street, a medium-sized one with a gray cover and unlined pages, because I had always thought better without lines, had always found that lines implied a kind of pre-established order that was useful for some kinds of thinking and counterproductive for others. I wrote in the mornings at the table by the window that faced the street rather than the water, with coffee that was the darker roast I had started buying after Ruth's kitchen, which was better than what I had been buying before, and which I had no intention of going back from. I wrote for an hour, sometimes 2, with the specific focused attention of a person who had found the right instrument for the right task, not fluently, not without difficulty, but honestly, which was the only standard I was applying to it. I wrote about Daniel in the way I had not been able to write about him, or speak about him, or think about him continuously and without flinching for 3 years, as someone who had existed fully and specifically, and had been loved with the full specific attention that a particular person called forth from the particular person who knew them, and who was gone in the way that real things were gone, completely and without revision. I wrote about the cottage and the cove, and Ruth and the cairn. I wrote about the smell of cedar and cold water before dawn, and about what I had understood in the kitchen with my hands flat on the counter, and about standing at the cairn's tip in the hard blue post-front light and placing the watch on the cold stone and feeling my own steadiness with something approaching surprise. I wrote about the sea glass on the mantel beside the ceramic lighthouse, and about the drive back to Portland through the November landscape with a cobalt glass in my coat pocket and my wrist bare in a way that was not loss but completion. I wrote it all down carefully with the red ink attention of 31 years applied now to my own sentences rather than someone else's, marking the places where the meaning almost happened and then finding the adjustment that let it happen fully. My therapist noticed the change in the first session after I returned. She did not make a large thing of it, which was characteristic of her, and one of the reasons I'd stayed with her for 2 years, without making the progress that the previous 22 months had been unable to produce. She said, "Something has shifted." She said it as an observation, leaving room for me to characterize it, which was her method and a good one. I told her about the cottage and the watch and Ruth. I told her about the names said out loud in the kitchen. She listened with the quality of attention she brought to everything, which was not the performed attention of someone demonstrating that they were listening, but the actual attention of a person who was genuinely interested in what had happened and what it meant. She said, "You found a ritual that was large enough for what you needed to do." I thought about this. I said, "I found a place that had been holding rituals like that for a long time, and I was allowed to use it." She considered this distinction and said she thought it was an important one. I called my sister in the second week of December and told her I was all right. She said, in the direct way she had always had, "Finally." Then she said she had been waiting and was glad and asked when I was coming for Christmas. And I said I would come, and I meant it, which was the first time I had meant it about Christmas since 2020. The sea glass stayed on the coffee table through December. I handled it sometimes in the evenings, turning it in my fingers, feeling the thoroughly frosted surface, the smooth weight of something that had been worked on by the sea for long enough to become entirely itself. The cobalt blue was extraordinary in lamplight, different from what it was in daylight, warmer, as though the interior luminosity deepened in the dark rather than depending on external light to produce it. I thought about Thomas finding it on the beach below Ruth's house when he was 12 years old and putting it in his pocket and carrying it for years. The way children carried beautiful found things. The way the world offered beautiful found things specifically to people young enough not to question why. I thought about Ruth placing it behind the clamshell on her windowsill and leaving it there in the peripheral vision of her daily life, and then taking it from behind the shell and setting it on the table between us and saying, "I am sending it forward with you." I thought about what forward meant, how it was not away from but toward, how the movement implied a direction that was also a continuance, a carrying that was also a beginning. In the third week of December, I took Daniel's coat from the hook by the door. I did not put it away. I put it on. It was too large in the shoulders, which it had always been too large in the shoulders because he had been broader than me in the way that it always made me feel when I stood close to him in it, that the coat was part of the reason for standing close. It smelled of cedar, not the concentrated, unmistakable quality of the night in the cottage bedroom. Just the ordinary cedar of a coat that had hung in an apartment for 3 years above the cedar blocks I had placed in the closet the first winter and never thought to remove. I wore it to the store on the corner for milk and a newspaper, and wore it home again, and hung it back on the hook. And the hook held it the way it had always held it, and the apartment received it back without comment. My left wrist was bare. The legal pad I had brought to Maine sat on my desk, still blank, which felt correct. Some containers were not for filling, Some blankness was its own kind of answer, and I had stopped needing to know in advance what every empty thing was eventually going to hold. I finished the notebook on a morning in late December when the light through the apartment windows was the low, flat light of a Portland winter, and the coffee was hot and the apartment was warm, and I wrote the last sentence and put the pen down and sat with what I had written for a while, simply sitting with it the way you sat with anything that had taken time and attention to arrive at, giving it the stillness it had earned. I read the first page back. It began, "I have tried to explain more than once, to more than one person, why I chose a cottage on the Maine coast in November." That was the beginning. That was where it had started, and where the account of it started, and the two beginnings were the same beginning, which felt right and true and like the kind of accuracy that a person spent a long time working toward without knowing that was what they were working toward. The sea glass was on the coffee table. The cobalt blue caught the winter light. I thought about Ruth in her kitchen with the channel moving past the windows, the driftwood on the sill, and the float in its netting, and the small framed photograph in the clamshell with its inside facing up. All the objects of a life lived deliberately beside something larger than itself, tended with the daily practical attention of a person who had made her accommodation with loss, and with water, and with time. I thought about the cairn at the tip of the spit, holding its collected grief in the November cold, patient as the coast itself, offering its accumulated weight as a kind of company to whoever arrived there next with an unrecovered thing, and the readiness, finally, to set it down. I thought about Thomas's cobalt sea glass on my coffee table. It would tell me when to put it down. I would know. I closed the notebook and set it on the desk beside the blank legal pad, and I looked at both of them for a moment, the full one and the empty one, and I understood, with the quiet and permanent clarity of a thing finally finished, that both of them were exactly what they needed to be, and that I was, at last, the same. I went back in February, not to the cottage. The rental ran through March. But I had come back to Portland after the 12th day and had not extended it, had understood on the drive south that the spit had given me what it had to give, and that staying past the natural end of a thing was a habit I was working on releasing. I went back to the territory of it, which was what I had known I would do from the morning I drove away with the frost still on the beach grass, and the bellboy going about its business in the channel behind me. I went back to Rockport first. I drove up on a Saturday in the second week of February, leaving Portland before 7 in the flat dark of a winter morning. The highway empty in the way it was empty before the world had fully committed to the day. The headlights finding the road, and the road offering itself back in the steady, uncomplicated way of a route that had been driven enough to become familiar. The sky came up gray, and then pale, and then the particular hard blue of a cleared winter coast as I turned onto the peninsula roads, the salt smell arriving through the car's ventilation with the same wide, decentering quality it had always had, the smell that said the world was larger than wherever you had just been. I stopped at the general store in Owl's Head, the same woman behind the counter, the same economy of expression, the same careful composure of a person who had made her accommodation with her place and her weather, and the particular rhythm of a coast in February, which was the rhythm of a thing doing its essential work without an audience. She looked at me for a moment with the assessing attention of someone who recognized a face, without immediately placing the context. And then she placed it. She said, "You came back." I said, "I came back." She put coffee on the counter and did not put a bag beside it this time, which felt correct. The muffins had been for arrival, for a person who did not yet know what they were arriving into, and I was not that person anymore. Just the coffee, just the warmth of it in both hands, just the standing in the store for a few minutes in the February cold and allowing the familiarity of it to settle over me, like the particular comfort of a place that had received you once and was receiving you again without making a ceremony of either. I drove the 2 miles to the spit road and parked where the gravel began. I did not drive to the cottage. I walked from the road's edge, the way I had walked the perimeter in those early November days. But, in reverse direction, coming around the channel side first, the water visible through the leafless scrub in a way it had not been in November when the beach grass still held some of its height. February had reduced the landscape to its essential elements: the cold, the water, the sky, the specific gray-brown of the dormant vegetation, the rocks and their patient permanence. There was a beauty in that reduction. The coast in February did not perform. It simply was, entirely and without apology, the thing it had always been beneath the seasonal additions. The cairn was there. I saw it from 30 yards. The stack of flat gray stones at the spit's tip, exactly as it had been, frost-touched and unchanged, holding its accumulated weight in the February cold with the same patient permanence as the rocks it was built from. The objects on it were there: the clamshell, the yellow rope, the laminated photograph weighted by its stone. The dark blue sea glass, which I had thought was perhaps the same color as Ruth's piece, was still in its place. And I understood now, standing before it in the winter light with the channel moving past the spit's tip and the bell buoy going about its business in the near distance, that it was a different piece, that there were more pieces of that particular blue on this stretch of coast than I had assumed, that the sea had been making them for a long time and offering them in its own time to whoever was ready to find them. The watch was there. It was on the cairn's top stone where I had placed it, on its back with the face up the way I had set it. The white face and the plain black numerals, and the small seconds sub-dial at the 6th position. The crystal was fogged with condensation from the weeks of coastal cold and damp. The face no longer clearly legible, but the shape of it was entirely unchanged. The stainless case, the familiar profile, the crown at 3 o'clock that I had turned between thumb and forefinger every Sunday for 3 years. It had stopped, of course. A mechanical automatic ran on movement, and a watch placed on a stone cairn in November had no movement to draw from. I had known this when I placed it, and had placed it anyway, because the stopping was part of what I had been asking for. The permission to stop the particular kind of carrying that wound itself on the same day every week, and kept precise time and sat on my wrist and was not, had not been for a long time simply a watch. I stood before the cairn for a while in the February cold. I was not performing a ritual. The ritual had been performed in November in the right weather, with the right quality of attention and readiness, and what I was doing now was different. Was the thing you did after a ritual, which was to return to the place where it had occurred, and stand in the ordinary daylight of an ordinary season, and confirm that what had happened, that the world had continued, that the cairn was still there and the watch was still on it, and the coast was still doing what the coast did, and the bell buoy was still ringing its single measured note in the channel with the same patience it had brought to every other note it had rung since it was placed there, which was a patience so complete it had long since ceased to be patience, and had simply become nature. I took the cobalt sea glass from my coat pocket. Ruth had said it would tell me when to put it down and that I would know. She had been right about every other knowing she had attributed to me, with the confidence in my accuracy that I had found at the time, slightly more than I could verify and that had proven, in the months since, to be precisely correct. The sea glass had been on my coffee table through December, on my desk in January, in my coat pocket since the first week of February when I had picked it up one morning and put it there without deciding to. The way you completed the final movement of a thing without ceremony, because the ceremony was not in the completion, but in everything that had led to it. I held it in my palm in the February light. The cobalt blue was extraordinary even now, even in the flat gray light of a winter coast. That interior luminosity that did not depend on the quality of the light falling on it, but seemed to come from somewhere inside the glass itself, from the long, patient process of its making, from the years of salt water working on something that had started as one thing and had been returned as another. I thought about Thomas finding a piece like this on the beach below his mother's house when he was 12 years old and putting it in his pocket, because it was beautiful and he was 12 and the world still offered beautiful things specifically to be picked up and carried. I thought about Ruth behind the clamshell on the windowsill waiting. I thought about her hands setting it on the table between us and her voice saying, "I am sending it forward with you." I placed it on the cairn beside the watch, not on top of the watch, not replacing it, beside it, on the same stone, the two objects next to each other in the February light. The fogged watch crystal and the cobalt sea glass, both of them completed in their carrying, both of them here now, both of them part of what the cairn held and would go on holding for whoever came next with an unrecovered thing and the readiness, finally, to stand in this place and set it down. I stepped back. The bell buoy rang in the channel, once, and then again, the same note it had always been, patient and unchanged and entirely itself, doing what it did in the way it had always done it, with no knowledge of what it meant to the people who stood on this spit and heard it, and organized their grief around it, and found in its repetition some quality of continuance that was not comfort, exactly, but was something adjacent to comfort, something that said, the world is still running its patterns, still doing its faithful and indifferent work, and you are still in it, and that is sufficient, and it will go on being sufficient, and so will you. I turned away from the cairn and walked north along the channel side in a direction I had not walked before. Away from the cottage and the road and the car waiting at the gravel's edge. The path followed the water for perhaps a quarter-mile before it turned into the scrub and disappeared, and I walked as far as it went and then stood at the channel's edge on a flat outcrop of rock and looked out at the water. The channel was gray and very cold and moved with its own deep intention. The surface riffled by the February wind into the small deliberate patterns of a body of water doing its essential work. Far out, a lobster boat was making its way northward, its hull dark against the water, its wake spreading behind it in two even lines that held their shape for a long time before the channel absorbed them. I watched it until it rounded a headland and disappeared, and then I watched the place where it had disappeared for a while after, and the water went on moving in the way water moved, without reference to the boat that had been there, or the woman standing on the outcrop watching the place where it had been. I thought about the notebook on my desk in Portland. I thought about the last sentence I had written in it, and the legal pad beside it still blank, and what I had understood looking at both of them. That fullness and emptiness were not opposites, but were two versions of the same readiness. Two ways of being available to what came next. I thought about my daughter's voice saying, "You sound like yourself." I thought about my sister saying, "Finally." I thought about Ruth in her kitchen with the channel moving past the windows, tending her life beside the thing that had taken her son and given him back in the forms it had available, which were not the forms she had asked for, and were, in time, enough. I thought about Daniel. Not with the hell-breath caution of 3 years of careful management, not with the specific bracing quality of a person preparing to absorb impact. I thought about him the way you eventually thought about the people you had loved and lost, when the grief had found its proper shape and taken up the right amount of room. Fully, with the complete specific attention that a particular person called forth from the particular person who had known them, and with the steady, permanent, unguarded sorrow of someone who understood that this was simply what it meant to have loved someone real, and to have lost them really, and to be still here. His name was Daniel. He had been 51 years old. He had known how to open a window to the exact degree that produced airflow without draft. He had tied a double hitch on everything, habitually, without thinking, because his hands had their own language, and they spoke it whether or not he was paying attention. He had worn a simple watch with a white face and plain black numerals, and had wound it every Sunday without fail, and now the watch was on a cairn at the tip of a Maine spit in February. keeping no time, and that was where it belonged, and I have put it there. And the coast knew. The lobster boat was gone. The channel moved. The bell rang once in the distance, its single note crossing the cold water and arriving where I stood on the flat outcrop, with the same patience and the same sufficiency it had brought to every other morning I had stood anywhere near this coast and heard it, and I received it the way I had learned to receive it. Not as signal, not as message, not as anything the bell intended, because the bell intended nothing, because the bell was simply a bell, doing its work, marking the channel, counting its own time. I breathed the salt air in. I put my hands in my pockets, the right hand finding the empty space where the sea glass had been, the familiar weight of it absent now, and the absence clean. The pocket, simply a pocket. The coat, simply a coat. The woman wearing it, simply herself. Standing on a rock in February, on the coast of Maine, with the cold coming off the water and the sky above the channel. Its hard and honest blue, and the world going on, as it had always gone on, as it would always go on, patient and indifferent, and large enough to hold everything that had ever been placed in it, and still be the sea. The figure on the road. The mesa at night holds a silence so complete it becomes a sound of its own. A low, pressurized hush broken only by wind moving through dry chamisa, and the distant, mournful cry of a freight train somewhere below the horizon. The stars here do not twinkle. They burn, cold and permanent, in a sky so vast and dark that a single figure standing at the roadside is visible for half a mile before your headlights ever reach them. My sister called me on a Wednesday in late October, which was already strange because Diane and I had not spoken in close to 2 years. The call came just after 6 in the morning, New Mexico time, when the sky outside my motel window in Albuquerque was the color of a bruise going yellow at the edges. I was sitting on the edge of the bed in my socks, eating a gas station granola bar I had bought the night before, and had been too tired to finish. I remember the granola bar specifically, the way the wrapper crinkled in the silence, the faint sweetness of whatever artificial honey they had used, the way I kept setting it down on the nightstand and then picking it up again without meaning to. She told me our mother had died 4 days earlier. I did not say anything for what must have been a long time, because Diane eventually said my name, just my name, once. The way you say someone's name when you are checking to see whether a person is still on the line, or still in the world at all. I said I was here. I said I was still here. She told me the details in a voice that had gone flat and careful, the way a voice goes when the person using it has already done all the crying available to them and is now simply transferring information. Our mother had gone quietly, in her sleep, in the house in Tucson where she had lived alone for the past 11 years. The neighbor who brought her mail had found her. There had been no suffering as far as anyone could tell. There was a service already arranged for Saturday. I told Diane I would drive out. She told me I did not have to. I told her I was going to. What I did not tell her, what I have not told anyone until now, is that I had known something was wrong for 3 days before her call. I need to explain what I mean by that carefully because I am not a person who uses language like that. I am a 41-year-old highway safety consultant. I drive somewhere between 30 and 40,000 miles a year. I have spent the better part of the last decade measuring skid distances and analyzing incident data and writing reports that reduce human experience to friction coefficients and reaction times. I am not inclined toward mysticism. I am not the kind of person who trusts feelings over facts. But 3 days before Diane called, I had seen a man on the road. It was late in the evening on the Sunday before. I was driving east on Interstate 40, coming back into Albuquerque after a site visit out near Gallup. The drive back was one I had made maybe 40 times in the past year, familiar enough that I barely registered it. The kind of driving that your hands learn and your mind quietly abandons. The mesa stretched out flat and enormous on both sides of the highway. and the sky had gone that particular deep blue black that it gets in the high desert just after the last light is left, before the stars have fully committed. There was almost no traffic. There was almost nothing. He was standing at the side of the road, not at a rest stop, not near an exit ramp. He was simply standing in the gravel margin of the eastbound lane, roughly 2 miles east of the Meseta exit, at a place where there is no building, no structure, no reason at all for a person to be. My headlights found him at maybe 300 feet, which is a long way out there where the road is straight and flat, and there is nothing to interrupt your sightline. He was thin. He was wearing a dark jacket. He was carrying something in his right hand, a bag of some kind, small. The sort of overnight bag a person brings on a trip they expect to be brief. I passed him without slowing down. I remember the particular way my hands tightened on the wheel as I passed, the small involuntary correction my body made even though I was nowhere near the shoulder. I watched him in the rearview mirror for as long as he was visible, which was maybe 4 seconds. He did not move. He did not turn. He simply stood there watching nothing, or watching something I could not see. In a place where the road goes straight for miles in both directions and there is nowhere to go and no reason to have come, I told myself it was a stranded motorist. I told myself he had a car somewhere, off the road perhaps, down in the arroyo where the headlights would not reach. I told myself there were a dozen reasonable explanations, and that a person in my line of work ought to recognize one when it was standing right in front of him. I did not stop. I drove on into Albuquerque and ate a mediocre enchilada at the place near my motel that stays open late, and I sat at the counter and watched the cook wipe down the flat-top grill in the same slow rhythm for 20 minutes. And I thought about almost nothing. My room key was a plastic card with a magnetic strip. It had been demagnetized by my phone, which I had left it next to in my jacket pocket, and I had to go back to the front desk to get it replaced. These are the kinds of things I remember. The small mechanical frustrations of a normal evening. I slept badly. Not because of the man. I slept badly because I sleep badly most nights in motel rooms. Something about the particular quality of the silence in them. The way it has no texture, no sound of a neighbor's television coming through a wall, or the familiar creak of a house settling in the cold. Motel silence is a manufactured thing. It does not feel like rest. In the morning I drove west again, back toward Dallas, back toward the site I had been visiting. The drive out is particularly beautiful at that hour. The sun comes up on your left side, painting the mesa in shades of coral and burnt orange that do not photograph well and are somehow more vivid in memory than they were in person. I had a large coffee from the gas station on Central Avenue, the kind that comes in a styrofoam cup and stays hot for an implausibly long time. The heater in my truck was making a soft rattling sound that it had been making for 3 weeks and that I kept meaning to have looked at. I was 40 miles out of Albuquerque when I saw him again. He was standing in the same margin of road, not the same location. This was a different mile marker, further west, on the opposite side of the highway from where I had seen him the night before. But it was the same man. The same thin frame. The same dark jacket. The same small overnight bag held loose in one hand. It was a cold morning and his breath should have been visible in the air, and it was not. I drove past him at 70 miles an hour without slowing. I checked my mirror. He was there. Then he was not. I drove on. I noted the mile marker. I noted the time 7:22 in the morning. I thought about what it would mean, professionally, if a pedestrian were regularly traveling on foot in the median zone of a federal interstate in the high desert, and whether there was a report that should be filed with the district transportation office. I thought about whether I had seen him the night before with enough specificity to be certain he was the same person. I thought about the particular problem of eyewitness identification in the like conditions, which is a subject I know in some detail. I did not stop. I drove on to Dallas and spent 6 hours measuring sightline obstructions at an interchange construction site, and ate a green chili cheeseburger at a place near the main road that I'd been going to for 3 years, and I drove back east as the sun dropped behind the mesa, and the sky went cold and enormous and full of nothing. He was standing at the side of the road again. Different mile marker, different side, same posture, same bag. The headlights caught him for 3 seconds, and then he was behind me, and then he was gone. I went back to the motel. I set my keys on the dresser and stood in the middle of the room for a moment without turning on the light. The digital clock on the nightstand said 9:47. The air conditioner under the window ticked twice, then stopped. I thought about calling the state police non-emergency line to report a possible pedestrian hazard on Interstate 40. I thought about how that report would sound when I gave it. I did not make the call. I ate the other half of the granola bar from my bag and watched the local news without the sound on, and eventually fell asleep with the television still running, the light of it moving slow and blue across the ceiling of the room. 3 days later, Diane called, and I understood, when she told me, when her mother had died, that the first time I had seen the man on the road had been the same evening. Give or take the difference between New Mexico time and Tucson time, the thin hour between 7 and 8, when the light leaves the desert and leaves you with nothing but the road ahead of you and the weight of everything you have not yet said. There was something in the way the mesa held its silence that night that I had not named yet. A fullness in the darkness, as if the space beside the road were not empty at all, but waiting, the way a room waits after the person who lived in it has gone. The drive to Tucson took me through country I had not crossed in 11 years. I left Albuquerque just after 4 in the morning on the Thursday, before the city had fully committed to being awake, when the only lights on Central Avenue with the gas stations and the overnight diners, and the particular amber glow of a laundromat that never seemed to close, I had packed the night before without much thought. 3 days of clothes, my shaving bag, the black sport coat I kept folded in a garment bag in the back of the truck for occasions that required it. I had not owned a suit in some time. I thought the sport coat would be sufficient. I thought a lot of things that turned out to be insufficient in the days that followed. The highway south out of Albuquerque runs through the Rio Grande Bosque before it climbs, and at that hour the cottonwood trees along the river bottom are invisible except as a mass of darker darkness against the sky. The air through my cracked window carried the smell of the river, cold water and old mud, and the faint mineral trace of high desert earth that has been wet once and is not fully forgiven. Experience. I had a thermos of coffee that I had filled in my room with a small machine on the dresser, the kind that takes the paper pods, and the coffee was thin, but it was hot, and I held the thermos cap in one hand against the steering wheel while the truck found its speed. I did not turn on the radio. I am not sure I could have explained why at the time. I told myself the reception would be poor once I was past Socorro. I told myself I wanted the quiet, the truth. The thing I have understood only in the months since is that I was afraid of the specific kind of silence that falls between songs, the 2-second pause when the music stops and the world comes back in. I was not ready for the world to come back in. I was not ready for any of it. My mother's name was Carol. She had turned 73 in August. She had lived alone in the Tucson house since my father left, which was longer ago than I care to calculate, and she had made of that solitude something deliberate and self-sufficient, a vegetable garden in the back that she tended with a devotion bordering on the methodical, a shelf of library books in steady rotation, a standing Thursday dinner with 2 friends from her church whose names I could never reliably remember. She had not asked me to visit more often than I did. That was the particular texture of her love. It made no demands and left no invoices. It simply remained, like a lamp left on in a window, whether you came home or not. I had not been home in 4 years. The highway climbed out of the valley and into open scrubland. and the sky ahead of me began its first gray suggestion of morning. Not light yet, not even close, but a lightening of the black that told you somewhere, at an enormous distance, the sun was beginning its preparations. I passed through Socorro just as the first proper color came into the eastern sky, a thin line of orange above the mountains that looked less like dawn and more like something burning far away. I stopped for gas south of Truth or Consequences, which is a town with a name I have always found quietly unsettling in ways I could not justify to anyone. The station was a small, independent place, an older building with 2 pumps under a metal canopy and a handwritten sign in the window advertising breakfast burritos. A man in his 60s was already behind the counter when I pushed open the door, reading something on his phone with the particular focused stingness of a person who has been awake for a long time already. The coffee was better than my thermos. I bought a large one and stood at the counter for a moment letting it work. The man did not look up from his phone. I noticed a ceramic bowl on the counter near the register, the kind of thing you sometimes see in older places, hand-thrown, painted in the Pueblo style, deep blue and terracotta, sitting slightly apart from the keychain display and the lottery ticket dispenser, as if it had arrived from somewhere else and was not entirely sure of its company. There was nothing in it. It was simply there. I have no idea why I noticed it so particularly. I still think about it sometimes, that empty bowl, the way it held the light of the fluorescent overheads in its unglazed interior, with a kind of patience. I paid for the coffee. I drove on south. The New Mexico-Arizona border in this part of the state is not dramatic. There is no physical change in the landscape to announce it. The same pale grass, the same low creosote, the same enormous open sky. The only marker is a sign at the side of the road and a slight change in the road surface, a seam where one state's maintenance ends and another's begins. I crossed it just before 9 in the morning and felt nothing, and then felt something, and was not certain which of those was the honest response. Tucson arrived the way it always does from the north, slowly, and then all at once. The Santa Catalina Mountains sit above the city like a held breath, and the city itself sprawls out below them in a flat expanse of pale stucco and terracotta rooftops, and the silver glint of solar panels. The whole thing going on for longer than you expect before you find its edges. I had grown up in its northeastern quadrant, in a neighborhood of block walls and oleander hedges and streets named after the plants that grew along them. I had not found it suffocating when I lived there. I found it suffocating now, coming back, though I could not immediately separate the geography from the grief, and did not try. Diane met me in the driveway. She looked older than I remembered, which was fair, since I certainly looked older than she remembered. We are not estranged in any dramatic way. There was no argument, no rupture, no single event I could point to and name as the cause. We had simply allowed the distance between us to become a habit, and habits are harder to break than conflicts because they carry no specific charge to push against. She hugged me briefly. I held her back. We went inside. The house smelled the way it had always smelled, a combination of desert air and the particular waxy scent of the lemon tree she kept in a pot near the back door, and something older underneath both of those, a smell that belonged to the house itself, to its walls and its age and its accumulated years of being specifically my mother's home. I stopped just inside the front door and stood there for a moment, not moving, while Diane went ahead into the kitchen to start the coffee she'd already offered me before I had fully cleared the threshold. My mother's reading glasses were on the side table next to her chair. A library book lay open on the seat cushion, face down, spine bent back to hold the page. A yellow notepad on the table beside the glasses had 3 items written on it in her handwriting. Neat, slightly angular, the handwriting of a woman who had grown up being taught penmanship as a form of moral character. The first 2 items were ordinary enough. A reminder about the Thursday dinner, a note about the garden's watering schedule. The third item was simply a name. My name. Not Diane's name. Mine. Just my first name, written alone on the third line with nothing after it. No task, no reminder, no question mark. Just the name itself, sitting there in her handwriting as if she had been meaning to call me and had written it down so she would not forget. I did not pick up the notepad. I stood and looked at it from where I was, across the width of the small room, for longer than I can account for. Diane came back with the coffee and saw where I was looking and did not say anything, which was the kindest thing she could have done. We sat at the kitchen table and talked about the arrangements. The service was at a small chapel affiliated with the church she had attended. Not a large congregation, but one she had been part of for years, and the pastor had known her and could speak to her specifically, which mattered. The burial would be in the cemetery at the eastern edge of the city, in the section where the old Palo Verde trees grew close enough together to make a kind of shade in the afternoon. Diane had handled everything. She had done it with the same flat, practical efficiency she had used on the phone, and I understood then that she had been doing it alone for 4 days, while I had been driving back and forth on Interstate 40 measuring skid distances and eating green chili cheeseburgers. I did not know how to say what I felt about that. I still do not. After Diane went to bed that night, I stayed in the kitchen with the lamp on over the stove, which was the only light I wanted, and I looked at my mother's notepad on the side table through the open doorway. I did not go back and pick it up. I told myself I was respecting the arrangement of things. I told myself that I would deal with everything properly, methodically, in the right order. The back door was slightly open, letting in the night air off the desert. The dry coolness that Tucson does particularly well in late October, cold enough to feel like a hand pressed gently against your cheek, carrying the scent of creosote after rain, though there had been no rain. The lemon tree made a small sound in the draft from the door, its leaves moving against each other with a dry, papery whisper. I had not cried yet. I noticed that the way you notice a technical fact, the way you note a data point that does not match the model you were running. I had been awake for 20 hours. I had driven 300 miles. I was sitting in my dead mother's kitchen at 11:30 at night, looking at a notepad with my name on it in her handwriting, and I had not cried, and I could not determine whether this was a failure of feeling or simply what grief looks like when it is too large and too sudden to take the shape you expect it to. The lamp over the stove made a faint, barely perceptible hum. I thought, for no reason I could trace, about the man on the road. I had arrived at the place I had avoided for 11 years. And everything in it was exactly as it had been, and completely different, and the yellow notepad on the side table held its 3 lines in the lamplight, like a question that had run out of time to be answered. The service was on Saturday morning, and the sky over Tucson was the particular hard, flat blue that the desert produces in late October. Not soft, not forgiving, but clear in a way that felt almost aggressive, as if the weather had decided that this was not a day for ambiguity. There were more people than I expected. I do not know why that surprised me. My mother had lived in the city for over 30 years. She had been part of a community, had maintained friendships with a patience and consistency that I had always admired from a distance, without ever fully understanding how it was done. But I had been away so long that I had, without meaning to, shrunk her life in my imagination, reduced it to the house and the garden and the Thursday dinners, and seeing it suddenly restored to its actual dimensions, walking into that small chapel and finding every pew occupied was a correction I was not prepared for. Diane sat beside me in the front row. We did not speak during the service, not even in the small, sidelong way that people sometimes communicate during ceremonies. A touch on the arm, a shared look. We simply sat side by side, in the particular silence of 2 people who have arrived at the same place from entirely different directions. The pastor spoke well. He had known her, as Diane had promised, and it showed in the specificity of what he said. The garden, the library books, the precise and undemonstrative way she had of making people feel that their presence in her life was not accidental, but chosen. He did not try to make it mean more than it was. He did not reach for comfort that he could not honestly provide. I respected him for that. Afterward, in the cemetery, I stood at the edge of the lowered casket and looked at the pale sandy earth that had been turned to receive it, and I thought about the notepad. I thought about my name written on it, alone on the third line. I thought about the fact that she had written it down, that whatever she had been meaning to do, she had considered it important enough to write down so she would not forget. The palo verde trees made a dry, restless sound above us in the wind. I still had not cried. I was beginning to understand that I might not, at least not yet, not in the way that is expected and witnessed and complete. Grief, I was learning, does not always arrive as a flood. Sometimes it seeps in slowly from underneath, the way water finds a foundation, and by the time you notice it, you are already standing in it, and do not know how long you've been there. We went back to the house afterward. Diane had arranged food, the quiet, practical abundance that surrounds death in America, casseroles and foil-wrapped dishes left by neighbors and church members. The refrigerator suddenly crowded with other people's cooking. I ate something I could not afterward name and drank 2 cups of coffee and shook hands with a number of people whose faces I will not recover. A woman in her 70s with silver hair and careful eyes introduced herself as one of the Thursday dinner friends. Margaret, she said, and something in the way she said her own name told me she had been saying it to people all morning who did not know it, filling in the gaps in my mother's story for people who should have already known. She took my hand in both of hers and held it for a moment, without speaking. Then she said, "Your mother talked about you often." I did not know what to do with that. I said something, "Thank you," or "I am glad," or some equally insufficient formula, and she moved on, and I stood near the kitchen doorway holding an empty coffee cup and watching the room fill and empty and fill again, with people who had known my mother better than I had in the years that mattered most. I went outside in the late afternoon when the gathering had thinned enough that my absence would not register. The backyard was small and walled, the way Tucson backyards usually are, with the garden my mother had kept along the south-facing wall. Dormant now, the beds mulched over for winter, the cages for the tomatoes standing empty, everything put carefully to rest before it needed to be. A terracotta pot of rosemary sat near the back step, still green, still giving off its smell when the wind moved across it. A pair of work gloves lay on the step beside the pot, fingers curled upward, as if she had set them down for a moment and been about to come back for them. I sat down on the step and looked at the gloves for a long time. There was a ceramic wind chime on the corner of the porch overhang, hand-painted pieces in blue and rust and cream that knocked against each other in the late afternoon breeze with a hollow, gentle sound. I had never seen it before. It was not something I would have associated with my mother. She had not been given to decorative things. But there it was, clearly deliberate, clearly chosen. I did not know when she had put it up. I did not know a great many things about the last 4 years of her life, and each small, unfamiliar object I encountered in that house was a small, specific record of my absence. I pulled my phone out of my jacket pocket. The battery was at 11%. I had meant to charge it in the truck on the way from the chapel to the cemetery and had forgotten. I put it back in my pocket without using it, which was what I had been going to do anyway. On Sunday I stayed and helped Diane begin the work of the house. Not clearing it, not yet, but beginning to understand its dimensions. We opened drawers and looked at what was in them and closed them again. We found her address book, a physical one, cloth covered, the pages soft with use, and sat at the kitchen table and worked through it together, identifying the people who needed to be called. The work had a shape and a sequence, and I was grateful for that. When grief gives you something to do with your hands, you do it. It was Diane who found the shoebox on the top shelf of the bedroom closet. She brought it to the kitchen table without opening it, set it down between us, and we both looked at it for a moment. It was an ordinary cardboard shoebox, the kind that dress shoes come in, sealed at the edges with 2 strips of masking tape that had gone brown with age. My name was written on the top in the same handwriting as the notepad. Not just my first name this time, my full name. The way it appears on a document, or a letter intended to survive. Diane looked at me. I looked at the box. She said, "I think it was meant for you." I cut the tape with the kitchen knife and lifted the lid. Inside was a collection of things that took me several minutes to properly inventory. Not because there were many of them, but because each one required a moment before I could move to the next. There were photographs, perhaps 30 or 40, spanning what appeared to be the full range of my childhood and early adulthood. There were 2 letters in sealed envelopes with my name on them. There was a small object wrapped in a square of cotton cloth. I did not unwrap it then. There was, at the very bottom, a single index card in her handwriting, on which she had written a date, a name I did not recognize, and an address in the hill country northwest of Tucson, up near the small unincorporated community of Oracle. The date on the card was from 11 months earlier. The name was a woman's name, Ruth Vasquez, written in my mother's careful hand with the same unhurried deliberateness she brought to everything she committed to paper. Below the name and address, in smaller letters, as if added as an afterthought or a reminder to herself, she had written 4 words. "She will understand this." I read those 4 words several times. Diane was watching me from across the table. I looked up at her and she shook her head, which told me she had not seen this before, did not know what it meant, and was as unsettled by it as I was. I set the index card on the table beside the box. The wind chime on the back porch knocked its pieces together in the evening breeze, that hollow, patient sound, and the rosemary gave off its smell through the crack in the back door, and the work gloves were still on the step where she had left them, and I sat in my dead mother's kitchen, holding an index card with a stranger's name on it, and 4 words that felt, in a way I could not yet articulate, less like a note and more like an instruction. I slept in my mother's house that night for the first time in 4 years. I lay on the narrow guest bed in the room that had been a sewing room since before I left home, and stared at the ceiling and listened to the wind moving around the corners of the house with the slow, exploratory patience of something trying to find the way in. The sealed letters from the shoebox were on the nightstand beside me. I did not open them that night. I thought about the man on the road. I thought about the fact that I had seen him for the first time on the night my mother had, according to what Diane had been able to piece together, most likely died. I thought about the overnight bag in his hand, small, practical, the kind a person brings on a trip. They expect to be brief. 2 things that I had told myself were separate had begun, in the dark of that narrow room, to look less like 2 things and more like one. And I lay very still with that understanding, the way you lie still when you have heard a sound you cannot immediately explain, and you are waiting, in the silence that follows, to hear it again. I stayed in Tucson through Monday. Diane and I worked through the house in the way that needed to be done, methodically, room by room, making 3 categories of everything: keep, donate, and the 3rd category that has no clean name, the one that means this belonged to a person, and now that person is gone. And no object can hold what it stood for, but we cannot bring ourselves to let it go yet either. That 3rd category filled 2 cardboard boxes by midday, and we did not discuss its contents. We simply set it in the corner of the living room and moved on. The index card stayed in my jacket pocket. I had not made a decision about it exactly. I had simply not put it down. It was there when I reached into my pocket for my keys. There when I checked the time on my phone. There when I stood at the kitchen counter drinking my morning coffee with both hands wrapped around the mug and watched the early light come in flat and golden across the garden wall. She will understand this. 4 words in my mother's handwriting, addressed to no one and directly to me simultaneously, which is a thing only the dead can manage with any real precision. On Monday afternoon, I asked Diane what she knew about Oracle. She was standing at the kitchen counter sorting through a drawer of miscellaneous items. Batteries, rubber bands, the accumulated small hardware of a life, and she paused without looking up. She said it was a small community up in the Pinal Mountains, maybe 70 miles north of Tucson, an older place, the kind of town that the interstate had bypassed, and that had accordingly developed the particular self-contained quality of somewhere that stopped expecting visitors and quietly became itself. She said our mother had mentioned it once or twice in passing, in the way you mention a place you have been to without explaining why you went. She had not known our mother had been there 11 months ago. She said that without accusation, which was generous, because the implication was obvious. If she had not known, and I had not known, then our mother had gone there alone, without telling either of her children, for a reason she had chosen to keep private until she was no longer around to explain it herself. I drove north on Tuesday morning. The road out of Tucson into the high country is not a road many people use for pleasure. It climbs out of the Sonoran Desert through a series of long, exposed switchbacks, the vegetation changing around you as the elevation rises, the saguaro thinning and then disappearing, replaced by manzanita and scrub oak, and then, as you get higher, the first real ponderosa pines, tall and straight and smelling in the morning cold of something that is not quite vanilla and not quite turpentine, but occupies the space between them. The light changes with the altitude. By the time you reach the area around Oracle, the sky is deepened from the flat Tucson blue to something richer and more serious, a blue that means business. Oracle itself is not much to look at from the main road. A scatter of older homes, a small commercial strip that is contracted over the decades to its essential functions, a gas station and a hardware store, and a diner with a hand-painted sign, a water tower, a school that appears to serve a much larger population than the town currently contains. I drove through it slowly, looking for the street on the index card, and found it without difficulty. A dirt road running west off the main road, marked with a mailbox and a wooden post with a house number burned into it in the style of someone who had made it themselves. The house at the end of the road was small and old and well-maintained. Adobe construction, the walls a warm pale tan, with a covered porch running along the front, and a ramada at the side draped in the dry skeleton of what had been, in summer, a substantial grapevine. Wind chimes on the porch. Not the same as my mother's. These were made of metal and gave a lower, longer tone in the breeze, and along the front of the porch a row of clay pots holding rosemary and sage, and one larger plant I did not immediately recognize, its leaves broad and gray-green and giving off a smell that reached me even before I was out of the truck, a smell that was dry and herbal and faintly medicinal, and entirely specific to this place. A woman came to the door before I knocked. She was perhaps 70, or perhaps older. She had the quality of age that certain people carry, where it has gone past a particular threshold and stopped being legible as a number. Her hair was white, cut short and practical, and she was wearing a dark canvas jacket over a flannel shirt. The jacket dusted at the elbows with what appeared to be clay. She looked at me for a moment from the doorway without speaking, and the look was not unfriendly, but it was very steady, the look of someone who measures carefully before committing. Then she said, "You are Carol's son." It was not a question. I said yes. I told her my name. I told her my mother had died the previous Tuesday. She was quiet for a moment, not with surprise, or at least not entirely with surprise. With something else, something more like the confirmation of a thing already known and quietly dreaded. She said she was sorry. She said it simply and directly, without the scaffolding of elaboration that people sometimes build around condolences to make them feel more substantial. She said it the way a person says something they mean entirely. She told me her name was Ruth, which I already knew. She brought me inside. The interior of the house was warm and dense, with a particular accumulation of a long life lived in close attention to specific things. Books and floor-to-ceiling shelves along one full wall. Not decorative, not arranged for appearance, but a working library. The spines faded, and the pages soft with reading. A long work table against the opposite wall with clay tools laid out in careful order, and several pieces in various stages of completion, and the bow-fronted comb that explained the clay on her jacket elbows. Photographs on one wall, but not of family, landscapes mostly. The specific rocky hill country of this region in different seasons and different qualities of light. She set a copper kettle on the gas range and gestured to the table. I sat down. I put the index card on the table. She glanced at it without picking it up, and something crossed her face that I would describe, if I had to find a word for it, as sorrow. Not fresh sorrow, but the older, more settled kind that has already made its arrangements and learned to live alongside what caused it. She said, she came to me last December. She said she had been having something she could only describe as a visitation, not a ghost. She was very precise about that. Your mother was always precise. But a presence. In her house. In the garden. Not frightening, she said. Familiar. In a way she could not account for. I asked her what kind of presence. Ruth said, the kind that arrives before departure. She poured the water over the tea in 2 plain ceramic mugs. Hand-thrown, I could see that now. The same clay as the pieces on her work table. She set one in front of me, and sat across the table and held hers in both hands and looked at me with that same steady, measuring look from the doorway. She said my mother had grown up in a family that came originally from the hill country of northern New Mexico, a generation back from Taos Pueblo country, and had carried with it a particular understanding of what happens in the weeks and months before a person dies. Not a morbid understanding. A practical one, Ruth said. The way farmers understand weather. Not because they can stop it, but because they can prepare. I thought about the notepad, my name on the 3rd line. I thought about the wind chime on the back porch that I had never seen before, chosen and hung by a woman who was not given to decorative things. I thought about the shoebox on the top shelf, taped shut, waiting with the patience of something that expects to be found by the right person at the right time, Ruth said. She asked me whether the presence she was experiencing was something to be afraid of. I told her no. I told her it was something to be listened to. She asked me what it was likely to want. I told her that in my experience, and she paused here, turning her mug slowly between her hands. These presences do not want anything that the person they come to has not already wanted for a long time themselves. The house was very quiet around us. The wind moved outside against the walls, and the metal chimes on the porch rang once, and then stopped, and the smell of the tea rose between us in a thin, clean thread. I said, she wrote your name on a card. She wrote it down 11 months ago, and put it in a box with my name on the outside, and left it where it would be found. Ruth nodded. She said, she told me she was going to do that. She said she needed someone to be the bridge. She looked at me across the table with those careful, unhurried eyes. She said, I think you have been seeing something on the road. I did not answer immediately. The kiln in the corner made a faint ticking sound as the metal contracted in the cool of the morning. One of the clay pieces on the work table, a bowl, wide and shallow, its interior carved with a repeating geometric pattern, caught the light from the window and held it in its unglazed surface with a particular quality of stillness. I looked at it for a moment longer than I intended to. Then I said yes. She received that confirmation without surprise, without relief, with only the quiet attention of someone who has been waiting at a specific place on a specific road and has just heard, at last, the sound of an approaching vehicle. Still far off, still traveling, but no longer any question that it is coming. Ruth did not ask me to describe what I had seen. She simply waited, in the way of someone who understands that the person across the table will arrive at the necessary words in their own time, and that rushing them will only produce the wrong words, which are worse than silence. I wrapped both hands round the ceramic mug and looked at the tea inside it. Dark, slightly bitter, made from something dried and local that I had not asked the name of. And I thought about how to say it honestly, without saying more than I actually knew. I told her about the first night. The eastbound lane, the gravel margin, the figure standing in a place where no figure should be. I told her about the overnight bag. I told her about the way my hands had tightened on the wheel without my deciding to tighten them, the small involuntary truth of it that my body had known before my mind caught up. I told her about seeing him 3 times in 2 days, each time at a different mile marker, each time the same posture, the same stillness, the same small bag held loose in one hand. I told her about the breath that should have been visible in the cold morning air, and was not. Ruth listened to all of it without interrupting. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment, turning her mug slowly in her hands. And then she said, "What did he look like?" Not as a question, more as an invitation, the way a doctor asks you to describe a pain not because they doubt you feel it, but because the specific character of it tells them something the fact of it alone cannot. I said he was thin. I said he was wearing a dark jacket, the practical kind, the kind you wear for travel rather than for weather. I said he was carrying the bag the way a person carries something familiar, not gripping it, not effortful, just present in the hand, the way you carry a thing you have carried many times before. I said I did not see his face clearly. Not once across all 3 sightings. At highway speed, in the narrow window of the headlights, I had registered his outline, his posture, the general fact of him, but not his face. And I had thought at the time that this was simply a function of distance and speed, the normal limitation of a passing observation. I was no longer certain that was the correct explanation. Ruth set her mug down on the table. She said, "Your mother lost a son before you were born." I looked up at her. She said it again, not because I had not heard it, but because she was a person who understood that some information needs to be said twice before the person receiving it can begin to do anything with it. Your mother lost a son before you were born. He was her first child. He died at 4 days old in the summer of 1971 from a cardiac defect that was not detected until after his birth. She named him Thomas. She did not speak of him often, Ruth said. Not to her children, perhaps not to anyone in recent years, but she'd carried him with her continuously and without interruption for the entirety of her life, the way you carry something you have never once set down, which means you eventually stop feeling its weight as separate from your own. The room was absolutely still around me. I was aware in the particular heightened way that arrives in moments of significant information, of every small physical detail of where I was. The grain of the wooden table under my forearm, the faint smell of clay and dried herbs and wood smoke, the quality of the light coming through the window at the angle of a late autumn morning in the mountains. I noticed that one of the photographs in the opposite wall showed a section of road in the high desert, taken from an elevated position, the road running straight and pale through the dark scrub toward a horizon that the photograph did not reach. I do not know why I noticed it specifically. I noticed it. I thought about my own name, written alone on the 3rd line of a yellow notepad. I thought about a shoebox sealed with masking tape on the top shelf of a closet, addressed in full, as if to be certain there was no ambiguity about who it was for. I said, "She thought I would see him." Ruth said, "She thought you were the one who would need to." She looked at me with those steady, careful eyes across the width of the table. She said, The two of you have always been more similar than you knew, she told me that. Not in the ways that are easy to see, in the ways underneath. The quality of the loneliness, she said. The specific way you both hold distance from the people you love most, and then grieve the distance you created. She paused. She was not unkind about any of it. She simply said it the way things need to be said sometimes. Plainly, because plainness is the only container that holds this particular shape of truth without distorting it. I did not argue with any of it. I had spent 11 years returning to my mother's city once every year or two, for visits brief enough to feel like I had kept the relationship intact without actually doing the work of sustaining it. I had told myself this was the natural way of adult children and their parents. I had told myself she understood. I had told myself on the specific and shameful mornings when I had thought about it clearly that there was time, that the particular conversation I needed to have with her was a thing I was moving toward, slowly, and that slowly was acceptable because we both had time remaining. We had not had time remaining. That was the specific and honest center of it, the thing I had been circling for 5 days without landing on it directly. Not just the loss, the unlanded conversation, the specific words that had needed to be said between us and had not been, because I had confused having time with having done the thing that time was for. Ruth got up and went to the work table and came back with something small in her hand. She set it in front of me on the table. It was a piece of clay, fired finished, about the size of a large coin, but irregular in shape. The kind of irregularity that is deliberate rather than accidental. On one face it carried the same geometric pattern as the unfinished bowl in the corner, a repeating interlock design pressed into the clay before firing. On the other face, it was plain and smooth and slightly warm from sitting in the morning light on the work table. She said, "Your mother held that when she came here in December. She sat where you are sitting and she held it in her hands while she talked, the way people sometimes need something physical to hold when they are saying the things they have not been able to say. She left it here. I have been keeping it since then." I picked it up. It was smooth and warm and had a particular settled weight, heavier than its size suggested, the way well-fired clay always is. Ruth sat back down across from me. She said, "The figure on the road is not a threat. I want to be direct about that, because I think your professional mind needs to hear it stated plainly before it can move past it. It is not a warning, and it is not a summons. It is a presence that has been alongside your family for a very long time, specifically alongside your mother, and now, because she is gone and the thing she carried has been passed forward rather than resolved, it has become visible to you." I asked her why the road. She said, "Because that is where you are." She tilted her head slightly. She said, "You spend most of your life on the road, moving between places, measuring the distance between things. That is where you are most yourself and most alone simultaneously. The road is not incidental. It is the specific geography of your interior life." I thought about that for a long moment. I thought about 30,000 miles a year. I thought about the particular quality of early morning drives before the traffic builds, when the highway belongs entirely to you and the world outside the windshield has not yet committed to being anything in particular. I thought about the number of meals I had eaten alone at gas station counters and highway diners, and the particular comfort I had always taken in those anonymous in-between places. The relief of being somewhere that did not expect you to be anyone's specific. I thought about my mother's vegetable garden, tended alone for 30 years, and the work gloves on the back step, and the lamp left on in the window whether anyone came home or not. Ruth said, quietly, "She loved you completely. That is not in question, and I do not want you to sit here carrying it as a question. What she wanted, what I believe the presence on the road is connected to, is not an accounting. It is a completion. There is a difference." The ceramic piece was warm in my closed hand. Outside, the mountain wind moved through the ponderosa pines with a sound like distant water, a continuous low exhale that had been going on since before either of us was born and would continue long after, patient and indifferent, and somehow in this particular moment, entirely comforting, the world simply continuing as it does, regardless of what the small figures inside the warm houses are working out among themselves. I looked at the road photograph on the wall. I thought about Interstate 40, straight and pale and running west through the high desert toward a horizon the photograph does not reach. I thought about the man at the roadside with his small bag, waiting in the particular stillness of someone who has been waiting for a long time and has learned to be patient about it. And something in me that had been held at a careful distance for 11 years moved, without warning and without permission, toward the place it had always been trying to reach. I did not cry in Ruth Vasquez's house, at her kitchen table in the mountain morning, with the ceramic piece warm in my hand. But I came close. I came closer than I had come in 5 days of trying. She sat across from me, without filling the silence, the way a person sits with another person who is doing necessary and difficult interior work. And the mountain wind went on outside, and the light moved slowly across the table between us, and I understood for the first time that what I had been driving away from and what I had been driving toward had always been the same place. I stayed at Ruth's table for close to 3 hours. I know that because the light changed while I was there. The sharp, directional morning light that had come through the window at a low angle when I arrived had shifted by the time I became aware of it again, climbing the wall and softening and spreading into the flatter, more diffuse quality of midday, the kind of light that makes everything in a room look equally considered, equally worthy of attention. At some point she had refilled my mug without my noticing. At some point I had eaten 2 small pieces of bread that she had set on the table between us, dense and slightly sweet, made from something I did not ask about. The ceramic piece was on the table in front of me, and I had been picking it up and setting it down for the better part of an hour without realizing I was doing it. Ruth talked, and I listened, and occasionally I asked something, and she answered it with the same unhurried precision she brought to everything. The precision of someone who has spent a long time thinking carefully about the things she knows and is not interested in saying more than she can honestly support. She told me about the road, not Interstate 40 specifically. The road is a concept, the specific way it functions in the landscape of this part of the American Southwest, the way it has always functioned, long before the interstate system gave it a number and a surface. She said that in the understanding she had grown up with, her grandmother's understanding, and her grandmother's mother's before that, rooted in the hill country of northern New Mexico in ways that did not require documentation to be true. The road between places was never simply a physical thing. It was a threshold country, the space between here and there, between the known and the unknown, between the living and whatever comes after. She said the dead in this understanding do not vanish. They travel, not forever, not aimlessly. They travel the specific geography of their unfinished business, moving along the roads and through the landscapes that were meaningful to them in life, until the thing that is unresolved becomes resolved, and then they rest. She said the word rest carefully, not as a euphemism and not as a religious claim, but as the most accurate word available for the thing she was describing: a settling, a completion, a weight set down after a long carrying. I asked her how long this traveling lasted. She said, it depends entirely on the nature of what is unresolved. For some people it is brief, days, a week. For others it extends across years or across generations if the unresolved thing is passed forward rather than completed. She looked at me steadily. She said, your brother Thomas has been traveling for 54 years. The number landed with a particular weight. 54 years. I did my arithmetic without wanting to. My mother had been 19 when he died, in the summer of 1971, 4 days old. a cardiac defect undetected until it was too late. 54 years of the road between here and wherever he had been trying to reach, moving alongside a mother who had never spoken of him to her living children, who had carried the weight of him alone and in silence for more than half a century. I asked Ruth what he had been trying to reach. She was quiet for a moment. She turned her mug between her hands in that slow, deliberate way. Then she said, "I think that is a question you already know the answer to, and I think you have known it since the first night you saw him on the road. And I think the reason you are sitting in my kitchen right now is that you need someone to confirm what you already understand before you can act on it." I sat with that. Outside, a vehicle passed on the dirt road, the first sound of the external world in what felt like a very long time, and the metal chimes on the porch rang briefly in the disturbance of its passing, 3 clear notes that hung in the cold mountain air and then were gone. I said he was trying to reach her. Ruth said, "Yes." I said, "And she is gone now." Ruth said, "Yes." And then she said something that I have thought about every day in the 4 months since, something I have turned over and examined from every available angle, and have not found a way to reduce to something smaller or simpler than what it is. She said, when the person of presence has been traveling toward is no longer reachable by that road, the road changes. The direction changes. The presence does not stop traveling. It simply finds the next available connection, the nearest living point of the same love. I looked at the ceramic piece on the table. I thought about my mother's handwriting on the index card. She will understand this. Written 11 months ago, when my mother had come to this table and sat where I was sitting and held this same piece of clay in her own hands while she talked. 11 months ago she had known or understood or felt in the practical preparatory way that Ruth had described that this moment was coming, that the card would be found, and I would follow it here. And Ruth would say these words to me across this table. She had arranged it. In the quiet and deliberate way she arranged everything, the shoebox, the index card, the ceramic piece left in Ruth's keeping like a handed-off baton, all of it constructed in advance with the patient foresight of a woman who had been given, or had simply earned, a certain quality of forewarning. I thought about the work, gloves on the back step. I said, she knew she was dying. Ruth said, she knew something was completing. She said those words carefully, as if the distinction mattered, and I understood that it did. She got up from the table and went to the bookshelf, not the main wall of books, but a smaller shelf near the work table, narrower and older, the wood dark with age and use. She ran her finger along the spines without hurrying, found what she was looking for, and brought it back to the table. It was not a book. It was a journal, a physical one, cloth covered in dark green, the kind with a ribbon marker. She did not open it. She set it on the table between us and rested her hand on its cover for a moment. She said, "I have been keeping accounts for 30 years. People come to me, not many, and not always for reasons they can articulate when they arrive. And I write down what they tell me, and what I observe, and what I understand about the territory they are moving through." She paused. She said, "Your mother is in here. 4 sessions across last December and January. She told me things I do not think she had told anyone else. She looked at me. She said, I am not going to read it to you. But I want you to know it exists, and that what she told me was not frightened and not confused. She was clear. She was at peace with most of it. I asked what most of it meant. Ruth smiled for the first time since I had arrived. A small, precise smile, not warm exactly, but not cold. The smile of someone who respects a well-aimed question. She said she was not at peace with the distance from you. That is the only thing she named as unfinished, not the distance from Diane. She and Diane had found their equilibrium in the way that some parent-child relationships do, through proximity and the ordinary friction of regular contact. But you, she said, You, she carried as the open thing. The conversation that needed to happen and had not happened. She paused. She said your mother was not angry about it. I want to be clear about that. She was sad in the specific way you are sad about something you understand the reasons for, but wish had gone differently. I looked at my hands on the table. I thought about the phone in my jacket pocket, its battery presumably dead by now, a detail I noticed the way you notice an irrelevant thing when the relevant thing is too large to look at directly. Ruth said, the presence on the road will follow you. Not dangerously, not oppressively. It does not want to frighten you, and I do not believe it is capable of harm, but it will be there, at the edges of the places you travel, until the open thing between you and your mother is addressed in some form. Not resolved, I am not promising resolution, but addressed, maimed, spoken into the actual air rather than carried silently in the interior. I asked her how. She said that is the part I cannot prescribe. She said it straightforwardly, without apology. I can tell you the territory, and I can tell you the nature of what you are dealing with, and I can give you the things your mother left in my keeping for you. The how is yours. It has always been yours. That is precisely why it has not happened yet. She pushed the ceramic piece across the table toward me. Then she went back to the work table and opened a small drawer and came back with one more thing. A sealed envelope, my name on it in my mother's handwriting, which was not one of the 2 letters from the shoebox. A third letter, one my mother had left here, with Ruth in January 6 weeks after her first visit. Ruth said she asked me to give you this in person, not to mail it, not to leave it in the house, to give it to you here, at this table. After we had talked, she said it in front of me. I looked at my name in my mother's handwriting for a long moment. The careful angular letters, the specific unhurried quality of them, the quality of a person who believed that how you wrote something was inseparable from what you meant by it. The mountain wind came through the walls with its low, continuous exhale, and the pines moved above the house. And the light in the room had gone past midday now, and was beginning its slow afternoon lean toward gold, and I picked up the envelope and held it in both hands and did not open it yet. I was not ready yet. But I was closer than I had been that morning. I sat at a stranger's table in the mountains above the desert with my dead mother's handwriting in my hands, and the ceramic piece warm in my jacket pocket, and something in the air of that room that I cannot name precisely, but that felt, for the first time in 11 years, less like an absence and more like a gathering, as if the space around me were filling slowly and quietly with something that had been waiting a very long time for permission to come in. I drove back down out of the mountains in the late afternoon. The road descends from Oracle in long, exposed switchbacks. And at that hour the sun was coming in directly from the west at a low angle that turned everything it touched to a deep, saturated amber. The rock faces, the dry grass on the slopes, the pale surface of the road itself, all of it burning quietly in the last of the day's full light. I drove slowly, more slowly than the road required, with the envelope on the passenger seat beside me, and the ceramic piece in my jacket pocket, and the particular feeling of someone who has received more than they can process in one sitting and is waiting for the mind to catch up with the weight of what it is now carrying. I did not open the letter on the mountain. I had held it in both hands at Ruth's table for a long time after she gave it to me, long enough that she had quietly gotten up and gone to work at her work table, giving me the privacy of her turn back without making a production of it. I had felt the weight of the envelope, the slight give of the paper inside, the specific texture of my mother's handwriting on the front. My name in her hand, again, for the 3rd time in a week, each time landing differently, each time carrying a slightly different quality of what it meant to be named by someone who was no longer there to say it aloud. I had put the letter in my jacket pocket beside the ceramic piece and thanked Ruth and stood up from the table. She had walked me to the door. On the porch in the cold afternoon, she had held my hand briefly in both of hers. The same gesture Margaret had used at the reception, I noticed, and I wondered whether it was something women of a certain generation learned, or whether it was simply the natural response to a person who is clearly carrying more than they can hold and needs, for one moment, to have the weight acknowledged without being asked to put it down. She said, "Come back if you need to." And then she said something else, quietly, as I was stepping off the porch. She said, "He will not follow you forever. I want you to know that. He has been patient for a very long time, and patience like that is not inexhaustible, and I believe he is close to whatever rest means for him. But he needs something from you first, not for himself. For her." I had asked what. She had said, "You will know when you are on the road." Now I was on the road, descending through the amber light with the scrubland opening out below me into the vast, flat spread of the Sonoran Desert. And the envelope was on the passenger seat, and I did not know yet, and I drove. I stopped at a pull-off halfway down the mountain, a wide gravel shoulder where the view opens up completely, the whole desert floor visible from there, stretching south and east into a distance that has no clean edge, just a gradual bluing out of the land into the sky. I sat with the engine idling for a moment, looking out at it. The light was going fast now. In the west, the sky had shifted from amber to a deep, saturated orange that would last maybe 20 minutes before it went purple and then dark. I turned the engine off. I picked up the envelope, my mother's handwriting on the front of it, my name, nothing else. I opened it. The letter inside was 2 pages, written on the same yellow notepad paper as the pad on her side table. The pages folded in thirds. Her handwriting was the same as always, careful, slightly angular, unhurried, though I noticed in the second page a place where the pen had paused mid-sentence and resumed slightly differently, as if she had stopped and sat with the page for a while before continuing. I noticed that the way you notice the pause in a piece of music, the held breath before the next phrase. I am not going to transcribe the letter here in full. Some of it is mine in the way that resists reproduction, the way certain things that happen between people are true and important, and also entirely private, not because they are shameful, but because their meaning lies specifically in the relationship between the two people and loses something essential when it is made general. I will say that she wrote about Thomas, about losing him, about the specific quality of that loss, about the particular silence she had kept around it for 54 years, and the reasons for that silence, which were complex and human and not what I would have assumed if I had been asked to guess. I will say that she wrote about me, about the distance between us, about her understanding of why it existed and her share of the responsibility for it, which she named plainly and without deflection. I will say that the last paragraph was short and direct and ended with 3 words that I will carry for the rest of my life, and that those 3 words were not a farewell. They were a beginning. I sat in the truck at the pull-off on the mountain road until the orange had gone to purple and the purple had gone to the deep, star-filling dark that the desert does better than anywhere else on earth. And the temperature inside the truck dropped enough that my breath was faintly visible, and I was not aware of any of it. I was aware only of the 2 pages of yellow notepad paper in my hands, and the specific fact that my mother had sat in a stranger's kitchen in January with a terminal knowledge she had not shared, and had written these words, and had trusted them to a woman she had met 3 times, on the specific faith that I would find my way to that kitchen, and sit at that table, and be given them. That faith was the thing that broke me open, in the end. Not the grief. I have been carrying the grief. Not the guilt. I have been carrying that too. The faith, the plain, undemonstrative certainty that I would come, that I would follow the index card, that I would sit where she had sat and hold what she had held, and receive what she had prepared. She had not doubted it for a moment. She had written the letter and sealed it and left it in Ruth's keeping, and gone home to her garden and her library books and her Thursday dinners and waited, with the same patient attention she brought to everything, for the sequence to complete itself. I folded the letter back along its creases and put it in my jacket pocket with the ceramic piece in the envelope. I started the truck. I drove down out of the mountains and into the desert dark. And somewhere between the base of the mountain and the edge of the city, I pulled onto the interstate, and the road opened up ahead of me, wide and straight and pale in the headlights, and I drove. I was not headed back to Diane's house. I understood that only as I passed the exit that would have taken me there, and did not take it. I kept driving. The city thinned on both sides of the highway and then fell away entirely, and the desert came back in its nighttime form, enormous and dark and full of a silence that is not empty, but textured, alive with the small sounds of things going about their business in the dark. I turned north on Interstate 25 and then west on Interstate 40. I know this road. I've driven it perhaps 300 times in the past decade. The stretch from Albuquerque west toward Dallas, the long flat mesa country, the specific quality of the darkness out there, where the light pollution is low enough that the stars are not decorative, but structural, the actual architecture of the sky made visible. I drove it without music, without the radio, without anything except the hum of the engine in the road and the particular quality of being entirely awake that had settled into me somewhere on the mountain and had not left. I drove past the Mesita exit. 2 miles east of it, the first place I had seen him, on the Sunday evening before Diane called. I reduced my speed and pulled onto the shoulder and stopped. I turned off the headlights. The darkness was immediate and total for the first seconds, and then my eyes adjusted and the starlight came back in degrees and the road ahead of me was faintly visible, pale and straight, running west toward a horizon that the dark made theoretical. The desert on both sides was quiet. The temperature gauge on the dash read 38 degrees. I sat and looked at the road ahead of me. He was there. Not at the shoulder. Not in the gravel margin. He was standing in the westbound lane, perhaps 100 feet ahead of me, in the middle of the road, and he was facing me directly for the first time across all 4 sightings. Not turned away, not in profile, but facing me, and the starlight was enough that I could see the outline of him clearly. The thin frame, the dark jacket, the small bag still held loose in one hand at his side. I could not see his face. The distance was too great, and the light too faint, and perhaps there was another reason, besides those, a reason that belonged to the specific nature of what he was, rather than to the physics of starlight and distance. We looked at each other across the dark road for a long time. I reached into my jacket pocket and took out the ceramic piece and held it in my right hand against the steering wheel, the smooth, warm face of it against my palm. I took out the letter with my other hand and held it, folded, against the wheel beside the ceramic piece. I held both of them, and I looked at the figure on the road and I said, aloud, into the cold interior of the truck, the things that needed to be said, not the contents of the letter. My own words, the words I had been driving toward for 11 years, without knowing that was what the driving was for. I said them plainly and directly into the air, without performance and without the careful editing I had always applied to the important things before I let them leave my mouth. I said what I was sorry for. I said what I had loved. I said what I wished I had said while there had been time to say it in a room rather than a truck on a dark highway. And I said that I understood why there had not been time, and I said whose share of the responsibility for that was mine. I said his name, Thomas. I said it once, clearly into the cold air of the truck, and somewhere behind the syllables of it was everything my mother had carried for 54 years, everything she had not been able to set down, and I was setting it down now on her behalf, in the only way available to me, in the only place available to me. On this straight pale road in the high desert dark, the figure stood in the road and did not move, And then, without transitioning through any intermediate state that I can describe, without fading, without walking away, without any of the mechanisms that stories usually provide for this kind of moment, he was not there. The road was empty. The desert was quiet. The stars burned above the highway in their cold, permanent way, and the temperature gauge still read 38 degrees, and the ceramic piece was warm in my hand, with a warmth that seemed to exceed what my palm alone could have given it, and the road ahead of me was empty and straight, and running west into a darkness that was, for the first time in 11 days, simply darkness. I sat there for a long time. I was not aware of crying, and then I was, and then I had been for some time without knowing when it started, and I did not try to stop it, or manage it, or reduce it to something more orderly. I let it be what it was. It was the right size for what had happened. It had always been the right size. I had simply not been in the right place to let it take up that space until now. The truck held its warmth around me. Outside, the wind moved across the mesa in long, unhurried sweeps, the way it has moved across this country since before there were roads to move along. And the sage and the camisa bent and recovered and bent again. Patient as everything out here is patient. Patient as the distance between stars. The road ahead of me was empty, and I sat in the middle of the night on the edge of the high desert with both hands open on the steering wheel. And something that had been traveling for 54 years was no longer traveling, and the silence around me was not the silence of absence, but the silence of a weight, long carried. Finally and completely set down, I drove back to Tucson in the early hours of Wednesday morning. The highway south from Albuquerque at 2 in the morning belongs to freight trucks, and the occasional long-distance driver who has miscalculated their timing or simply prefers the road when it is empty, and I was among the latter without having decided to be. The trucks pass me at intervals, their running lights strung along their lengths like slow-moving constellations, and each time one went by, the wash of its displaced air moved through my slightly open window with a cold, clean pressure that kept me present in a way I was grateful for. I was not tired. I was the opposite of tired, hollowed out and clear, the way a room is clear after everything unnecessary has been removed from it, the way the air is clear after a long rain. I thought about very little on that drive. That is the honest account of it. I have been thinking, intensely and without rest, for the better part of 2 weeks, and something in me had reached the end of what thinking could do, and had simply stopped. And what remained was the road and the trucks and the cold air and the particular satisfaction of a vehicle moving well through darkness at a steady speed. The heater made its soft rattling sound. I had not had it looked at. I found, somewhere south of Socorro, that I did not mind the sound at all, that I had in fact been quietly fond of it for weeks in the way you become fond of a small, persistent thing that asks nothing of you and simply continues. I arrived at my mother's house at 4:37 in the morning. Diane was asleep. I let myself in with the key she had given me and moved through the dark house without turning on any lights, past the side table with its lamp and its now empty surface. Diane had moved the notepad, I noticed, had tidied the surfaces in the practical, forward-moving way she approached everything, and into the kitchen, where I filled a glass of water and stood at the counter and drank it slowly and looked out the window at the backyard wall, invisible in the dark except as a slightly darker rectangle against the sky. The work gloves were still on the back step. I cannot see them, but I knew they were there, and the knowing was enough. I slept on the narrow guest bed until 8, which was more sleep than I had expected, and better sleep than I had gotten in 2 weeks, deep and without the usual motel room restlessness, the kind of sleep that has weight to it, that leaves a specific impression of having been somewhere rather than simply having been unconscious. I walked to the smell of coffee and the sound of Diane moving in the kitchen, her particular morning rhythm of quiet, efficient sounds that I recognized from childhood without having thought about it in years. I brought the shoebox to the kitchen table. Diane was already at the counter with her coffee, and she turned when I came in and looked at the box, and then at me, and whatever she read in my face must have been sufficiently different from what she had been reading there for the past 5 days, because something in her own expression shifted. A small, careful opening, like a window, moved an inch after a long time closed. I sat down. I told her about Ruth. Not everything. Not the full weight of the 3 hours at the table. Not the letter. Not the road. Those things are mine in the way I described. But the shape of it, the architecture of what Ruth had told me, the fact of Thomas. Our brother, I said, and it was the first time either of us had used that word for him, and Diane set her coffee mug down on the counter very carefully, as if she needed both hands free for what she was about to feel. She sat down across from me. I told her what our mother had carried. I told her about the first child, the 4 days, the summer of 1971. I told her about the 54 years of silence. Not a cold silence, not a deliberate withholding, but the particular silence of a grief so old and so thoroughly incorporated into the structure of a life that it had stopped being a thing apart and had simply become part of the load-bearing architecture of who she was. Diane was quiet for a long time after I finished. Then she said, "She never told us." I said, "No." Diane said, "She should have told us." I said, "Yes. And I also think she could not. And I think those two things are both true at the same time. And I think she knew that. And I think that is part of what she was carrying." Diane looked at the shoebox on the table between us. She said, "What is in the letters?" I said there were 3 letters total, 2 from the box, 1 from Ruth's keeping. I said the one from Ruth's keeping was mine to keep private, and she nodded, because Diane is many things, and one of them is a person who understands the difference between information that belongs to everyone and information that belongs to a specific person. I opened the shoebox and took out the 2 sealed envelopes and looked at them. One had my name on it. One had Diane's. I handed her hers across the table. We sat together in our mother's kitchen in the early morning light and opened our letters at the same time, without discussing whether to, which felt exactly right, the way certain decisions make themselves when the conditions are correct, without requiring the machinery of deliberation. I will not describe the contents of Diane's letter. That is entirely hers. I will say that she read it without speaking, and then set it on the table and put both hands flat on it, the way you put your hands on something you want to make sure stays where it is. And she looked out the kitchen window at the backyard wall for a long time. I put my letter from the box, not Ruth's letter, in my jacket pocket with the others. My jacket pocket was becoming an archive. I noticed that and almost smiled. After a while, Diane got up and poured more coffee for both of us, and we sat with it in the quiet kitchen and did not talk for a while, which was its own kind of talking, the kind that 2 people can only manage when they have arrived, by different roads, at the same place simultaneously. The ceramic piece was on the table in front of me. Diane looked at it. She asked where it had come from. I told her Ruth had made it, had been the one to give it to me, left there by our mother in January. Diane picked it up and turned it in her hands, examining the geometric pattern on one face, the plain smoothness of the other. She held it for a moment with a care that told me she understood, without being told, that it had been held by our mother. She set it back in front of me without comment. That was the right thing. The ceramic piece was mine to carry forward, and we both understood that without negotiating it. In the afternoon, we went back to the cemetery, not for any formal reason. There was no service, no gathering, nothing organized. Diane had simply said over lunch that she wanted to go back, and I had said I did too, and we had driven out together in the early afternoon when the light was at its warmest, the Palo Verde trees casting their thin, feathery shade across the section of ground where our mother had been buried 4 days earlier. We stood there together for a while. I put the ceramic piece on the ground at the base of the headstone. Not permanently, not as an offering exactly, but as a presence, a tangible connection between the table in Ruth's kitchen and this place. A way of closing a circuit that had been open since December. I said her name aloud, not a prayer, not a speech, just her name, Carol, said into the open air of a Tucson afternoon, under the Palo Verde trees, with Diane beside me in the warm desert light on the pale stone. Diane said it too, a moment later. Just the name. Just that. We drove back to the house, and I helped Diane cook dinner. Something simple, pasta, the kind of meal that fills a kitchen with good smells and requires enough attention to occupy the hands without requiring the mind. And we ate at the kitchen table with the lamp on over the stove, and the back door open to the cool evening air. And we talked, not about our mother, not primarily. We talked the way siblings talk when they have been strangers by habit rather than by choice and have suddenly remembered with some surprise that they are not actually strangers at all. We talked until 10 o'clock. I left for Albuquerque the following morning. Before I left, I went into the backyard in the early gray light before the sun had fully committed, and I picked up the work clothes from the back step and held them for a moment. The leather stiff with outdoor use, the fingers curved in the shape of hands that were no longer there to fill them, and then I set them back exactly where they had been, not because I was leaving them behind, because the back step was where they belonged, and belonging is its own kind of presence, and presence does not require explanation. I drove north out of Tucson into the morning, the mountains ahead of me catching the first direct light on their upper faces, while the desert below was still in shadow, and the heater made its soft rattle, and the ceramic piece was in my jacket pocket, and the 3 letters were folded in the pocket beside it, and the road opened ahead of me in the particular way the road opens in the morning when you have slept and eaten and said what needed to be said and are pointed, without ambiguity, toward home. I watched the roadside for the full length of the drive. The shoulder was empty. Mile after mile, interchange after interchange, the long straight run across the high desert. Empty. Not ominously empty. Simply empty, the way a road is empty when there is nothing on it that was not put there by ordinary means. I drove all the way to Albuquerque without seeing anything at the side of the road except the road. And the absence of what had been there was not a hollow thing. It was a full thing, solid and warm and settled, the way a room is full after something long awaited has finally arrived and made itself at home. And you walk through it in the morning and feel the difference in the air, and you do not need to name what changed and know, completely and without question, that it has. 4 months have passed since Tucson. I know this because I have been counting, not obsessively, but in the way you track the distance between a before and an after when the line between them is specific and clear. A mile marker you passed at a known hour on a known night. The coordinates of a change that was real enough to navigate by. 4 months. Late October to late February, the arc of an American winter in the high desert, which is not the winter of other places, not the heavy gray, pressing down winter of the Midwest or the sodden cold of the Northwest. But a dry, bright, thin-aired winter that keeps the sky clear even when it is very cold, and gives you the mountains on the horizon every morning in a detail that the hazy summers never allow. I am still in Albuquerque. This is not a small thing. I have been telling myself for 3 years that I would find somewhere more permanent. A house rather than a succession of extended stay motels and short-term rentals. Something with a kitchen I actually used and a yard with room for the kind of vegetable garden I had watched my mother tend. Without ever thinking I might want one of my own, I had not acted on it because acting on it would have required a decision about where I wanted to be, and I had been, without fully acknowledging it, a person who preferred the question to any available answer. In November, I signed a lease on an apartment in the North Valley. It is not large. It has a kitchen with a window over the sink that faces east, toward the Sandia Mountains, which turn a specific shade of deep rose at sunset that the locals call the watermelon effect, and that I had seen hundreds of times from the highway without ever stopping to look at properly. It has a small courtyard in the back, walled in adobe, with 2 raised beds that the previous tenant had built and abandoned. The soil in them dry and compacted and full of potential. I bought a bag of compost and a hand trowel and spent a Saturday afternoon in November working both beds over, which is not a thing I had done before, and which I found, to my genuine surprise, deeply satisfying in a way that had nothing to do with the result and everything to do with the specific quality of attention required. I thought about my mother's garden the entire time. I thought about the methodical patience of it, the way she had tended those beds for 30 years, with a consistency that was not compulsive, but chosen, deliberate, a form of daily presence in her own life. I had always admired it from a distance in the way you admire a quality you do not believe you possess. I was beginning to understand that the distance had been the problem, not the absence of the quality. The ceramic piece is on the windowsill over the kitchen sink. I put it there the first week, and it has stayed there, which is the way objects find their places, not by decision exactly, but by a quiet process of elimination that eventually produces an arrangement that feels correct. It catches the morning light in a particular way, the unglazed interior of it going warm and amber when the sun is low and direct, and I see it every morning when I make my coffee. And every morning it is a small, specific reminder of Ruth's table and the mountain morning and the weight of what happened there. Not a painful reminder, not primarily, but an honest one. I drove Interstate 40 12 times in November and December. This is not unusual. The Gallup corridor is part of my regular work territory, and the drives are functional, scheduled, unremarkable. But, I noticed, each time I drove it, the specific quality of my attention at the place where I had first seen him. The stretch between Albuquerque and the Meseta exit, the gravel margin of the eastbound lane, the flat open scrubland on both sides. I noticed my attention there the way you notice a place where something happened, the way a landscape holds the memory of an event even after the event is entirely past. The road was empty each time. It was always simply the road. I stopped noticing it as particularly by mid-December. That felt significant, not because the memory faded, the memory is entirely intact, but because the road returned to being a road rather than a site. The distinction matters to me professionally, and it mattered to me in this. A road is infrastructure, a functional thing. A site is a place where meaning has accumulated and requires active management. I had been managing that stretch of Interstate 40 as a site for weeks, and the moment it became a road again, I understood that something in me had released its grip on the need to keep vigil there. Diane and I talk every week now. This is the change I did not anticipate, and that has altered the texture of my daily life more than anything else in the past 4 months. We talk on Sunday evenings, usually for an hour, sometimes longer, about the ordinary things of our ordinary lives. Her work, my work, the apartment, the raised beds, a book one of us is reading, a piece of news that seems worth discussing. We talked about our mother constantly in the first weeks, and then less constantly, and now in the way you talk about someone who is absent, but present, whose name comes up naturally in the course of ordinary conversation because they were a real and specific person, and their reality does not diminish with their absence. We talked about Thomas once. It was in December, a Sunday evening, when the temperature had dropped sharply and I was sitting at my kitchen table with the lamp on and a cup of tea going cold beside me. The way tea does when a conversation claims more of your attention than the tea. Diane had brought it up, carefully, the way you approach a thing you are not certain the ground will hold under. She said she had been thinking about him. She said she had looked up what she could find about the hospital where he was born, the general shape of what a loss like that looked like in 1971, when the frameworks for grief were narrower, and the permission to speak about infant death was considerably more restricted than it is now. She said, I think she was very alone with it. I said, I think so too. We were quiet for a moment, and then Diane said she had been to the cemetery and had added his name, Thomas, to the marker, below our mother's name, which the cemetery had allowed as a secondary inscription for a nominal fee. She said she had not asked me first because she had not been certain I would agree, and she had needed to do it regardless, and she wanted me to know. I told her it was exactly right. She said, I thought you would say that. She paused. She said, I think that is the most like Mom either of us has sounded in a very long time. I thought about that for several days afterward. In January I drove up to Oracle. I had not planned the drive specifically. I was in the area for a site visit in the Florence corridor, and Oracle was 40 minutes out of my way, and I took the 40 minutes without debating it. Ruth was home. She answered the door in the same canvas jacket, clay on the elbows again, and she looked at me with that same steady, measuring look, and then stood back to let me in without either of us saying anything that needed to be said about the fact of my return. We had tea at the table. I told her about the apartment. I told her about the raised beds. I told her about Diane, about the Sunday calls, about Thomas's name on the marker. I told her that the road had gone back to being a road. Ruth listened to all of it with the quality of attention she brought to everything. Not passive, not simply receptive, but active in some interior way that you could feel without being able to point to its mechanism. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment, and then she said, Your mother would be glad about the garden. I said, I know. She got up and went to the work table and came back with a small clay bowl, finished now, glazed in a deep blue-green that held the light in its depth, the way still water holds it, the same geometric pattern on the exterior that I recognized from the unfinished piece I had seen on my first visit. She set it on the table in front of me. She said, I finished it in November. She paused. She said, it was always meant for you. I just needed to know you were ready to carry it without carrying it as a burden. I picked it up. It was the right weight. It was exactly the right weight. Not heavy, not light, but specific. The weight of something made with attention and intention for a particular purpose by a particular pair of hands. I brought it home and put it beside the ceramic piece on the windowsill over the kitchen sink. They sit together there now. The small, irregular coin piece and the wider bowl. And in the morning when the light comes in from the east and hits them both, I sometimes stand at the sink with my coffee and look at them for longer than I need to. There is something in the pairing of them. The thing my mother held in Ruth's kitchen in December, and the thing Ruth made across the winter that followed. That feels like a conversation between two points in time that I was not present for, but that I am nonetheless the recipient of. The way you receive a letter that was written before you knew you needed it. I have been sleeping better. This is a small thing, and also not a small thing. For most of my adult life, I have slept the way I described in those motel rooms, fitfully, lightly, at the mercy of whatever manufactured silence surrounded me, waking at the usual hours, with the usual low inventory of unresolved items that presents itself at 3 a.m, with the specific confidence of a creditor who knows you have no choice but to answer. I sleep differently now. I sleep at a bed in a room that is mine, in a building that has its own sounds, a neighbor's television, the occasional voice in the courtyard, the cottonwood tree near the east wall that moves in the wind with a dry, papery whisper that I have come to find specifically and unreasonably comforting. I lie down and the room holds me. That is the simplest way to say it. The room holds me, and I let it, and I sleep. I have been writing this account since the beginning of February. It started as notes, the professional habit of documentation, of reducing experience to legible sequence, and became something else over several weeks of evenings at the kitchen table, with a lamp on, and the mountains invisible in the dark outside the window, but present in the way that things are present when you know exactly where they are. I wrote toward it rather than about it. The way you approach a thing you need to see clearly by circling it from the outside before you commit to looking directly. The title came to me on a Tuesday evening in the third week of February, while I was standing at the sink rinsing the dinner dishes, looking at the two clay objects on the windowsill in the lamplight. It was simply the right words in the right order. It arrived the way the right words always arrive, without announcement, without the machinery of effort, as if they had been waiting in the room all along, and had simply been waiting for the moment when I was quiet enough to hear them. I wrote it at the top of the first page and knew it was finished. Or rather, I knew it was almost finished. There is one more thing to do. Not here, not at this table, but on the road, in the territory where it began, in the specific landscape that holds the coordinates of everything this account has tried to say honestly. I have been planning it for 2 weeks. I will drive west on Interstate 40 next Saturday morning, in the early hours before the traffic builds, when the road belongs to the long-distance drivers and the freight trucks, and the high desert dark. I will stop at the place where I stopped before, the wide gravel shoulder with the view that opens up in all directions, the place where the road is most itself, most simply and completely what it is. I will bring the ceramic piece. I will bring the 3 letters. I will bring the bowl, and I will do the last thing that this story requires, which is not a dramatic thing and not a ceremonial thing, but simply the completion of a circle, a presence in a specific place, at a specific hour, with the specific objects that have been accumulated for this purpose, doing the quiet and necessary work of ending something properly, so that what comes after it can begin cleanly. I closed the document and set my hands flat on the table and looked out the dark kitchen window at the place where the mountains would be in the morning. And I understood that the account was nearly complete and that the last part of it would not be written at a table but lived on a road. In the particular country where stories like this one do not end so much as they open, quietly and without announcement, into whatever comes next. I left Albuquerque at 4 in the morning on a Saturday in late February. The city was nearly dark at that hour, the streetlights doing their patient work on empty intersections, the occasional lit window of someone awake for reasons of their own, the gas stations bright and self-contained against the surrounding dark, like small reliable outposts of the ordinary world. I had been awake since 2:30, not from anxiety, not from the old motel restlessness, simply from readiness, the specific wakefulness of a body that knows what the day holds and has decided not to wait for the alarm to confirm it. I made coffee in the kitchen before I left. I stood at the sink while it brewed and looked at the 2 clay objects on the windowsill and the lamplight, the ceramic piece and the bowl, side by side, the pattern on both of them catching the warm light in the same way, as if they had always belonged together and the months between their making and their pairing had been a detail of logistics rather than of meaning. I picked up the ceramic piece and held it in my palm for a moment. Warm, smooth, settled. I put it in my jacket pocket. I picked up the bowl and wrapped it carefully in the square of cotton cloth it had traveled to Oracle in, and placed it in the bag on the passenger seat beside the 3 letters. I drove west on Interstate 40 as the city fell away behind me. The Sandia Mountains were invisible in the dark, present as a mass, as an interruption of the star field on the eastern horizon, but not yet lit, not yet themselves in the way they become at sunrise when the light finds them and the stone goes pink and gold, and the whole eastern sky organizes itself around them as if they were the reason for the light rather than simply its first recipient. I watched for them in the rearview mirror as I drove, and somewhere around the Rio Puerco Bridge I saw the first suggestion of color at their crest. Barely a warmth, barely a distinction from the surrounding dark, but there. The road was empty in the way I had been hoping for. A freight truck every several miles, the running lights strung along its length in the dark, the displacement of air as it passed rocking my truck gently on its suspension, The occasional set of westbound headlights far ahead, shrinking and then gone. Otherwise, the highway was mine, and the desert on both sides was mine, and the sky above it all was mine in the particular way that the high desert sky is everyone's and no one's simultaneously. Too large for possession, too present for indifference. I passed the Mesita exit without slowing. I noted the mile marker in the way I note all mile markers. Automatically, professionally, the habit of a decade of work on this road, and I let it go past and kept driving. The place where I had first seen him was behind me now, and I did not need to stop there. That stretch of road had already done its work. It had been a beginning, and beginnings do not require revisitation once the thing they began has reached its completion. The sky was beginning to show its first genuine color when I reached the pull-off. Not the pull-off where I had stopped on the night I had spoken to him. That was further east, and belonged to that night, and I was not returning to it. This was a different shoulder, a wider one, 10 miles further west, at a point where the mesa opens up on the south side and drops away into a shallow canyon system that runs roughly parallel to the highway for several miles before curving south and disappearing into the larger landscape. I had stopped here before on work drives, for the view, for the specific way this section of the mesa presents itself, broad and flat and unhurried, the kind of terrain that makes the scale of everything legible, in a way that more dramatic landscapes sometimes obscure. I pulled off and stopped the engine. The silence came in immediately, as it always does out here. Not a complete silence, but the desert's version of it, which is textured and alive and full of the small sounds that the engine and the road noise had been covering, whined across the mesa grass. The distant, low moan of a freight train somewhere south of the highway, too far to see but close enough to hear in the cold, clear air. The particular sound of the cold itself, which is not really a sound, but which you feel in the inner ear as a kind of pressure, a fullness. The world pulled tight. I got out of the truck. The cold was sharp and immediate. 26 degrees, the dashboard had said, and I believed it. My breath came out in slow, visible plumes that the wind took and dispersed before they had fully formed. I pulled my jacket closer and reached into the passenger seat for the bag and stood beside the truck for a moment, looking west down the highway at the straight, pale line of it running toward Dallas, toward the Arizona border, toward the long continuing west that the road has always promised and never quite delivered, which is the nature of roads, and also, I have come to understand, one of the things I have always loved about them. The sky to the east was fully committed now. The Sandia Mountains, 50 miles back and entirely invisible from here, were somewhere behind me in that light, doing their rose-gold performance for the city I had left in the dark. Out here the light arrived differently, not concentrated on a single range, but spread across the whole eastern horizon in a long, low band of color that began as deep orange and rose through amber and gold, and was still rising. The stars retreating before it in the unhurried way of things that are very old and very patient and entirely unconcerned with the schedules of the creatures watching them go. I walked off the shoulder and into the desert, not far 30 feet, 40, enough to be off the gravel margin and standing in the actual land. The pale dry grass stiff with cold around my boots, the earth hard under the thin frozen crust of overnight moisture. I found a flat stone at the edge of a low ledge where the mesa surface broke slightly, just enough of the shelf to serve a purpose, and I stopped there. I took the bowl from the bag and unwrapped it from the cotton cloth. In the growing light, it looked different than it had on the windowsill. Deeper, the blue-green glaze richer in the cold outdoor light than in the warm lamplight of the kitchen, the geometric pattern on its exterior more precise and more alive. The way things made by skilled hands always reveal more of themselves in direct light than in the soft indirection of an interior. I held it for a moment and thought about Ruth at her work table in the mountain morning, making this with the specific intention that it would end up here, in this desert, in these hands, doing this particular work. That chain of intention from Ruth's hands to mine to this cold stone ledge in the high desert at sunrise felt like something I did not have a word for, but that I recognized as belonging to the same category of things as my mother's notepad, her shoebox, her index card, the category of arrangements made with love and the full knowledge that you will not be present to see them completed. I set the bowl on the flat stone. I took the 3 letters from the bag and held them together in one hand. The 2 from the shoebox, mine and the one I had watched Diane open at the kitchen table, which she had given me when I told her what I was planning, saying only that it should go with the others. And Ruth's letter, the one left in January's keeping for this specific moment. I did not reread them. I had read them enough. I knew what was in them the way you know the contents of something you have held close for long enough that it has become part of your interior rather than your inventory. I placed the letters in the bowl. The wind moved across the mesa and touched the edges of the paper, and I held my palm over the bowl for a moment until the air steadied. Then I took the ceramic piece from my jacket pocket, the small, irregular coin of fired clay, the geometric pattern pressed into one face, the plain, smooth warmth of the other, and I placed it in the bowl on top of the letters, and I stepped back. The light was coming up fast now. The eastern horizon had gone from gold to a bright, clear white at its center, the kind of white that precedes the actual disk of the sun by just a few minutes. And the desert around me was emerging from its nighttime form into its daytime one, the pale grass clarifying, the distant rock formations finding their edges, the long shadow of my truck stretching west across the mesa in a thin, dark line. I said my mother's name, Carol, said into the open desert air, into the cold and the wind and the enormous indifferent sky, the way I had said it at the cemetery under the Palo Verde trees, with Diane beside me. And then I said Thomas, said it the way I had said it on the dark highway in October, with everything underneath it that had needed to be underneath it. The 54 years of unlived life, an unspoken name, and the weight of both, carried and now released into the same air that carried the wind across the mesa grass and the sound of the freight train somewhere south, and the slow retreat of the stars before the morning. I stood there for a while. The sun came up, not dramatically, not in the way that photographs try to capture and always slightly falsify, but simply in the way the sun comes up when you are standing in a flat open place and watching it directly, the disk clearing the horizon and the light changing instantly from diffuse to directional, the shadows on the mesa floor swinging into their daytime positions, the bowl on the flat stone going bright and specific in the new light, the blue-green glaze catching the sun and holding a small point of it like something lit from within. I thought about my mother and her garden in the early morning. I thought about the specific quality of attention she brought to things, the patient, unhurried, completely present attention that I had watched my whole childhood without understanding that I was watching something worth learning. I thought about the way she had arranged everything in that shoebox, the photographs, the letters, the ceramic piece, the index card, with the same quality of attention she brought to the garden, the same care about sequence and placement, and the precise significance of each element in relation to the whole. I thought about Diane's voice on Sunday evenings. I thought about the raised beds in the courtyard, the soil turned over and waiting for spring. I thought about Ruth at her work table with clay on her elbows, making things with careful hands for purposes she understood before the recipient did. Doing the long, patient work of someone who knows that meaning does not arrive complete but must be made piece by piece, across the distance between people and across the distance between the living and whoever it is they carry. The freight train appeared to the south, just visible, a dark line moving east along a track I had never noticed from this pull-off before, moving steadily and without urgency through the pale desert morning, its horn carrying across the flat land in a long, low note that the cold air held for longer than seemed possible before finally releasing it. I watched it until it was gone. Then I picked up the bowl from the flat stone and held it in both hands, and looked at what was in it. The letters, the ceramic piece, nested together in the blue-green interior, and I understood that I was not going to burn them or bury them or release them in any dramatic way, because the gesture that was required here was not dramatic. It was quiet. It was the gesture of someone who has done the interior work and is simply finally acknowledging that it is done. I put the ceramic piece back in my jacket pocket. I left the letters in the bowl. I carried the bowl back to the truck and set it on the passenger seat, the letters still inside it, and I got in and sat for a moment with the engine off, and the morning light coming through the windshield at its low, direct February angle, warm on my face and hands in the way of winter sun that has traveled a long way to reach you and arise with something to prove. The road was empty in both directions, west toward Dalop, east toward Albuquerque, straight and pale and running along the top of the mesa in the clear morning air. Just the road, just the desert, just the sky above it all going from gold to blue in the particular daily way of skies that have been doing this for longer than anything watching them can comprehend. I started the engine. I sat for one more moment, both hands on the wheel, the ceramic piece warm in my pocket, the bowl with its letters on the seat beside me, the Sandia Mountains 50 miles east already fully lit and doing their rose gold work for the city I was headed back to. The apartment, the raised beds, the windowsill, the Sunday evenings, the ordinary and specific life I had been slowly and honestly building since October, in the place I'd finally decided to be. I thought about my mother's last 3 words to me, written in January on yellow notepad paper, left in the keeping of a woman who made bowls in the mountains above the desert and understood the distance between people better than most. I thought about them, and I pulled back onto the highway, and I drove east into the morning. The road was just the road. The desert held its patience on both sides, as it always had, as it always would, and the sky above it was the clear, serious blue of a high desert February morning. And somewhere in the pale grass off the shoulder, a bird I could not name lifted from the ground and crossed the highway ahead of me at low altitude and was gone into the scrub on the other side. And I watched it go, and I kept driving. Some distances are not measured in miles. The girl in the empty cubicle. Night shifts change the way you see the world. I learned that during the year I worked at the call center outside Gurgon. The building itself looked ordinary during the day, just another glass office block sitting between unfinished construction sites and dusty roads. But at night, when most of the surrounding buildings went dark, the place felt different, almost isolated. The parking lot would be nearly empty. A few motorcycles leaning on their stands, a security guard smoking under a flickering yellow lamp, and the huge glass doors reflecting nothing but darkness. Our shift started at 9:30 p.m. By then the city had already begun to quiet down. The air felt heavier somehow, like the whole world was settling into sleep while we were just beginning our work. Inside, the office lights were always too bright. Rows and rows of cubicles stretched across the floor like a maze of gray fabric walls. Each cubicle held the same things: a computer monitor, a headset, a cheap swivel chair that creaked whenever you leaned back, and people. Mostly tired people. Students paying their college fees, young professionals trying to build something better. A few older employees who had been there so long they looked permanently exhausted. You could always tell the new hires. They sat straighter, spoke more clearly on the phone, still believed the job was temporary. Give it 6 months, and everyone started looking the same. That was the environment where I met Rose. At least, that's the name we all knew her by. I remember the first night she appeared in our row of cubicles. It was late September. The monsoon had just ended, and the humidity inside the building made everything feel slightly damp. Even the office chairs felt sticky. I had just finished a long call with an angry customer from Texas. My throat felt dry, like sandpaper scraping against itself every time I swallowed. So I leaned back in my chair and rubbed my eyes. When I opened them again, someone was sitting in the cubicle across from mine. That wasn't unusual by itself. New hires came in batches all the time. But something about her stood out immediately. She was very quiet. Not the nervous quiet of someone new, but a calm, almost distant quiet. The kind of stillness you see in people who are listening to something you can't hear. Her headset rested loosely over her dark hair. The computer screen lit up her face in a pale blue glow. She was smiling slightly while speaking to someone on the phone, not the forced customer service smile we all used, a real one. I remember thinking that was strange, because nobody smiled like that during the night shift. A few minutes later, during our short break between calls, my friend Rakesh leaned over the divider. "You see the new girl?" he whispered. I glanced across again. She was typing something into the system, her fingers moving calmly across the keyboard. "Yeah," I said. "First day?" Rakesh shrugged. "Must be. HR didn't tell me though." That was odd. Usually HR introduced new employees to the team leader first. Then the team leader gave them a little speech about customer satisfaction and performance targets. But that night there had been no introductions. Rose had simply appeared. I remember telling myself it was probably just a scheduling oversight. Call centers are chaotic places. Mistakes happen all the time. Still, I found my eyes drifting toward her every few minutes. She worked differently than the rest of us. Most employees struggled through calls, apologizing, transferring customers, putting them on hold while searching for answers. Rose never seemed to struggle. Her voice was soft but confident. Sometimes I caught fragments of what she was saying. "Yes, sir, I understand your concern. I can fix that for you right now. Just give me a moment." And somehow, she always solved the problem. Within days, people started noticing. Our team leader, Amit, walked past our row one night holding a printout of call statistics. He stopped beside Rose's cubicle and stared at the page for a long moment. Then he looked at her, then back at the paper. I could hear him mutter under his breath, "That's not possible." Later that night, during our 2 a.m. tea break, he sat with us in the cafeteria. The cafeteria at that hour was almost empty. Just a humming vending machine, a sleepy cleaner pushing a mop across the floor, and a faint smell of instant coffee drifting through the air. Amit placed the printout on the table. "You know the new girl?" he asked. We nodded. "Rose," Rakesh said. Amit tapped the paper. "She's handled 82 calls tonight." I frowned. "Is that a lot?" He laughed quietly. "A lot?" "The best agent on this floor averages 50. He leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temple. "And her customer satisfaction score is perfect." Nobody said anything for a moment. Outside the cafeteria window, the parking lot lights buzzed faintly. A stray dog wandered past the gate. Then Rakesh spoke. "Maybe she worked in another call center before." "Maybe," Amit said. But he didn't sound convinced. Over the next few weeks, Rose became something of a quiet legend in the office. She was always there, always working, always calm. But she never joined us during breaks. That was the strange part. Every night around midnight, the rest of us would gather near the coffee machines, stretching our stiff backs and complaining about customers. But Rose stayed at her desk. Once, curiosity got the better of me. I walked over to her cubicle during break. Her computer screen glowed softly in the dim row of empty desks. She was typing something slowly. The office was unusually quiet at that moment. Most employees were in the cafeteria. I could hear the faint whir of the air conditioning system above us. and the soft clicking of her keyboard. I cleared my throat. "Hey." She looked up. For a moment her eyes seemed unfocused, like she had just returned from somewhere very far away. Then she smiled. "Hi." Her voice was gentle, almost tired. "You didn't come for tea?" I asked. She shook her head. "I'm not very thirsty tonight." That answer stuck with me. Not thirsty. Such a strange way to say it. I leaned against the cubicle wall. "How long have you been working here?" She thought for a second. "About a year." I frowned. That didn't make sense. I had been working there for 11 months, and I had never seen her before. But before I could ask anything else, a call notification popped up on her screen. She placed the headset over her ears again. "I'm sorry," she said softly. "I have to take this." And just like that, the conversation ended. Days passed, then weeks. Rose kept working the same way. Quiet, efficient, almost invisible outside of calls. Eventually, she won Employee of the Month. That created a small celebration in the office. Amit brought a cake. HR took photos. Everyone clapped politely. Rose stood beside the cake holding the certificate, smiling shyly while the camera flashed. I remember something strange about that moment. While everyone else leaned closer for the group photo, Rose stood just slightly apart, like someone who didn't quite belong in the picture. But none of us thought much about it then, because at that time, Rose was simply the best employee in the building, and we were proud to work with her. Then one night, she didn't come to work. At first, nobody noticed. Night shifts blur together. One missing person in a room full of cubicles isn't obvious. But around midnight, Ragesh leaned toward me again. "Where's Rose?" I looked across the aisle. Her chair was empty. The computer screen was dark. I shrugged. Maybe sick. But the next night, her cubicle was empty again. And the night after that, by the 5th day, even Amat looked worried. He checked the attendance system. Then he called HR. Then he started making phone calls. The atmosphere on our floor slowly changed. Something that had once felt normal now felt slightly off, like a small crack had appeared in reality. But the real shock didn't come until 2 weeks later, because that was the day someone from our company finally visited the address Rose had given in her employee file. And when they spoke to the people living there, they learned something none of us were prepared to hear. Something that made the entire office go silent. Something that meant the girl we had been working with every night could not possibly have been alive. The truth about Rose did not come from the office. It came from her parents, and what they told us would change the way we remembered every single night she had ever sat in that chair. Morning light never reached the operations floor. The building used tinted glass that turned daylight into a dull gray haze. Even at noon, the inside of the call center looked like a cloudy evening that never ended. That afternoon, however, the atmosphere felt even heavier. I had come in early for my shift. A few of us often did that when traffic was unpredictable. It gave us time to sit quietly before the phones began ringing. The floor was almost empty. Rows of cubicles stretched out under the steady buzz of fluorescent lights. The cleaning crew had just finished their work. The smell of disinfectant still lingered in the air, sharp and chemical, mixing with the faint scent of burnt coffee from the break area. Rakeshot sat 2 rows away, scrolling through his phone. He looked up when I dropped my bag beside my chair. "You heard?" he asked. I shook my head. "Heard what?" He glanced around before answering, as if the empty office might somehow be listening. Amit winced the address. For a moment, I did not understand. What address? Rose's. The name felt strange in the quiet room, like something that did not belong in daylight. I pulled out my chair and sat down slowly. "What happened?" Rach hesitated. I do not know everything, he said. He told the morning shift supervisor first. The story has been moving through the building since then. He leaned closer across the cubicle divider. They say the people living there were her parents. A faint tremor moved through his voice, and Rakesh rubbed the back of his neck. They said their daughter died last year. For several seconds neither of us spoke. The hum of the air conditioning filled the space between our cubicles. Somewhere near the elevators, a metal cart rattled briefly before going quiet again. I felt a small involuntary laugh rise in my throat. That is impossible. I know. You must have misunderstood something. I wish I had. Rakesh stared at the desk in front of him. They said she died in an accident. What kind of accident? I did not hear that part. I leaned back slowly. Rose's empty cubicle stood across the aisle from mine. The chair was pushed neatly under the desk, exactly where she had left it 2 weeks earlier. For a strange moment I imagined her returning from the elevator, sitting down calmly, placing the headset over her ears as if nothing had happened. The thought made my skin tighten. Did Amit speak to them himself? I asked. Yes, and they were certain. Rakesh nodded. They showed him photographs. The conversation ended when a few more employees arrived for the evening shift. Gradually the floor filled with the quiet rituals of preparation. Chairs rolled across the carpet. Computer monitors flickered awake. Headsets clicked against plastic desks. Ordinarily, the first hour of our shift contained a low buzz of casual conversation. People discussed cricket scores, weekend plans, family problems. That evening, the conversations moved differently. Voices stayed low. Several people glanced repeatedly toward Rose's cubicle. No one sat there. Amit arrived a few minutes before the first call cycle began. His expression carried the dull exhaustion of someone who had not slept properly. He walked straight to his desk without greeting anyone. For a long time he studied the attendance screen on his computer. I could see the reflection of the monitor light in his glasses. Eventually Rakesh stood up and approached him. I watched the exchange from my chair. Rakesh spoke quietly. Amit listened without looking away from the screen. Then he said something that made Rakesh glance quickly across the floor, toward Rose's desk. A few minutes later, Rakesh returned. What did he say? I asked. He said the story is true. My stomach tightened. All of it. All of it. The shift officially began. Calls started flowing through the system like water through pipes. One after another, customers from distant time zones appeared in our headsets. Yet the usual rhythm of work felt broken. I noticed that people finished their calls faster than usual. Some agents removed their headsets between calls and simply stared at their desks. One woman from the next row stood up halfway through the shift and asked Amit if she could move her workstation to another area. He refused. There were not enough available desks. Around midnight, the building felt unusually cold. The temperature settings had not changed, but the air carried a dry chill that made the skin on my arms prickle beneath my shirt. During our break, I walked toward the coffee machines. Amit stood there alone holding a paper cup. I hesitated before speaking. Can I ask you something? He nodded slowly. About Rose. His eyes moved toward the dark hallway that led back to the operations floor. What do you want to know? What exactly did her parents say? Amit took a long breath before answering. They said their daughter died 11 months ago. The number settled heavily in my mind. 11 months. That was nearly the entire time I had worked in the building. What kind of accident? He looked down into his coffee. Road accident. The answer felt strangely thin, as if it carried less detail than the truth required. When? Late evening. He paused. On her way home from work. I waited for him to say more. He did not. Instead, he added something else in a quieter voice. They said she used to work night shifts at a call center. My pulse quickened. The same one? Amit shook his head. A different company. For several seconds, neither of us spoke. The vending machine hummed softly beside us. Finally, I asked a question that had been pressing against my thoughts all evening. Then how was she working here? Amit did not answer immediately. He watched the dark coffee swirl slowly inside his cup. Then he said something I had not expected. They told me something else. What? They said she used to complain about unfinished work. The words sounded oddly specific. What kind of work? Helping people. I felt a faint pressure behind my temples. That is what we do here. I know. He lifted his eyes to meet mine, but they said she took it very seriously. Many people do. He shook his head again. No. His voice grew quieter. They said she believed every call mattered. A long silence followed. Eventually, Amit placed his empty cup into the trash bin. We should go back to the floor, he said. The second half of the shift passed slowly. Something about the story had lodged itself inside my thoughts. Rose's calm voice echoed in my memory. Just give me a moment. I can fix that for you. Every time I glanced toward her cubicle, the empty chair seemed to hold a quiet presence. Not threatening. Not frightening. Just waiting. Around 3 in the morning, a strange thing happened. The system logged an incoming call. Normally, calls appeared randomly across the floor depending on availability. This one arrived at a desk that was not logged in. Rose's desk. The computer screen lit up suddenly in the darkness. A small notification blinked on the monitor. Incoming call. For several seconds, nobody noticed. Then one of the agents pointed. A murmur spread through the row of cubicles. Amit walked over quickly. He stared at the screen. The call timer began counting upward. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. No one touched the keyboard. Finally, Amit reached forward and pressed the decline button. The call disappeared. The screen went dark again. He stood there for a moment longer before turning away, but something about the incident stayed with me. Not fear. Something else. A quiet question that had begun forming beneath the surface of everything we had heard that day. Because if Rose had truly died 11 months earlier, then someone else had been answering those calls every night. And whoever that someone was, they had been doing it with extraordinary care. Later that night, when the shift finally ended and most employees had already left the building, I walked past Rose's cubicle on my way to the elevator. The floor lights had dimmed to their overnight setting. Shadows stretched softly between the rows of desks. For a moment, I paused beside her chair. Something inside me felt reluctant to leave. Then, without thinking, I whispered into the quiet room, "I hope you finished your work." The words sounded foolish the moment they left my mouth, but as I turned toward the elevators, a strange calm settled over me. The kind of calm that arrives when a question begins slowly moving toward an answer. The days that followed carried a strange stillness. Work continued because it always did. Calls came through the system. Customers asked the same questions they had asked the night before. The monitors glowed. Keyboards clicked. Headsets shifted against tired ears. Yet something subtle had changed on the floor. People spoke more quietly than before. Conversations ended sooner. Even the laughter that occasionally drifted across the cubicles felt careful, as though the room itself required a different kind of respect. Rose's desk remained empty. No one moved into it. Technically, the workstation was available, but Amit never reassigned it. When new hires arrived, they replaced another Rose. At first, that decision seemed practical. Rearranging equipment required paperwork, and Amit disliked unnecessary forms. But after a few nights, it became clear that the reason ran deeper than convenience. Nobody wanted that seat. It had nothing to do with fear. The feeling was closer to hesitation. a quiet reluctance to disturb something that might still belong there. One evening, about a week after the story of Rose's death spread through the office, the Human Resources Department sent a representative to speak with our team. Her name was Mira. She carried a thin folder under her arm and wore the composed expression that HR staff used when addressing unusual workplace situations. We gathered in the small conference room near the elevators. The room smelled faintly of dry paper and old carpet. A long table stretched through the center, surrounded by chairs that creaked whenever someone shifted their weight. Mira placed the folder on the table. "I understand that there have been discussions regarding a former employee," she began. Her voice remained steady and professional. Several people glanced at one another. "Former employee." The phrase felt oddly detached. Mira continued, "We have reviewed our records carefully. There is no individual named Rose in the employment history of this company." A quiet murmur moved through the room. Rakes raised his hand slightly, "But we all worked with her." Mira opened the folder. Inside were several printed documents. I believe there may have been some confusion regarding temporary staffing agencies. Amit spoke before she could continue. There was no confusion. Mira paused. Amit rarely interrupted people. "I personally reviewed her call performance," he said, "every night for nearly 3 months." Mira studied him calmly. "Could you provide the employee identification number associated with her profile?" Amit hesitated. That detail, surprisingly, none of us knew. The system displayed agent names and performance statistics during calls, but identification numbers were hidden unless someone specifically searched for them. "I will check," Amit said. Mira nodded. "Please do. Until we verify that information, it would be best not to speculate about matters that may cause unnecessary distress among staff." Her words were polite. They also felt strangely empty. The meeting ended shortly afterward. As we left the conference room, several employees gathered near the hallway windows. Night had already fallen outside. The parking lot lights reflected off the glass in pale circles. Rakesh leaned toward me. "Did you notice something?" "What?" "She never asked what Rose looked like." I considered that for a moment. He was right. Mira had discussed records and identification numbers, but she had not asked a single question about the person we had worked beside. Not her appearance, not her voice, nothing. The observation left a faint unease behind. Later that night, I began noticing details that had previously escaped my attention. The call center software recorded every interaction handled by an agent. Normally, those logs were only reviewed during performance evaluations or quality checks. But curiosity pushed me to open the system database. It took several minutes to navigate through the menus. Eventually, I reached the call history screen. The interface displayed a long list of timestamps, agent names, and call durations. I searched for the weeks when Rose had been working with us. The list scrolled downward endlessly. Hundreds of calls filled the screen. Each one had been answered. Each one carried the same perfect satisfaction rating. Yet something unusual appeared when I tried to open the detailed records. The system displayed the agent name, Rose, but the identification number field remained blank. At first I assumed it was a software glitch. Then I opened several other employee records. Each one displayed a number. Only Rose's file was empty. I stared at the screen for a long moment. A blank space where a number should have been. It felt less like an error and more like an absence. Around 2 in the morning, the floor quieted slightly. The heavy wave of calls had passed, leaving a brief lull before the next cycle. Rakesh rolled his chair toward my cubicle. "What are you doing?" "Looking at the call logs." "Why?" I turned the monitor slightly so he could see. "Look at this." He leaned closer. The pale glow of the screen reflected across his face as he read the entries. After a few seconds, he frowned. "There is no employee number." "I know. Maybe the system deleted it, then why leave the name? He did not answer. Instead, he looked across the aisle. Rose's cubicle sat in quiet darkness. A faint reflection of the overhead lights shimmered across the black monitor screen. Rake spoke softly. My grandmother used to say something about this. I glanced at him. About what? People who do not leave when their work is unfinished. I tried to smile, but the expression felt forced. You believe that? I do not know what I believe. He sat back in his chair. But I know what we saw. His words lingered long after he returned to his desk. The shift stretched slowly toward morning. Around 4:30, the sky outside began to lighten faintly, turning the windows into pale mirrors. The final hour of work often carried a strange, quiet energy. Everyone was tired, but the approaching end of the shift made the time feel shorter. That was when I noticed something unusual again. A small indicator light flickered on Rose's computer. At first I thought it was simply a reflection from another monitor. Then the screen brightened. Not fully, just a soft glow, like a machine waking from sleep. My heart began beating faster. I looked around. Most employees were focused on their calls. Amit sat at his desk writing something on a clipboard. No one else seemed to notice. Slowly I stood up and walked toward the cubicle. Each step felt strangely loud on the carpet. The glow from the monitor grew clearer as I approached. When I reached the desk, the screen brightened completely. The login window appeared. Username field. Password field. Nothing typed. Just waiting. For a long moment I stood there without moving. Then a faint sound came through the headset resting on the desk. A soft electronic tone. Incoming call. The timer began counting upward again. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. 15 seconds. My hand moved toward the mouse without conscious thought. Then I stopped. A strange certainty settled over me. Whoever had been answering these calls before had never asked for permission. They had simply done the work. I lifted the headset slowly. The plastic felt cold against my ear. For a moment there was only silence. Then a man's voice came through the line. He sounded tired. I have been trying to reach someone for hours. My throat felt dry. I am here, I said. There was a pause. Then he spoke again. You sound different from the last agent. I glanced at the dark office around me. What do you mean? The woman who helped me yesterday. A slow chill moved down my spine. She was very patient, he continued. She fixed my problem in minutes. The call timer continued counting. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. I swallowed. Do you remember her name? The man answered immediately. Yes. His voice carried quiet certainty. Rose. The line remained open between us. For several seconds I could not find words. Then I asked the question that had begun growing quietly inside my thoughts. When did you speak with her? The man responded without hesitation. Last night. A long silence followed. The monitors hummed softly around the empty cubicles. Outside the windows, the sky had begun turning pale. Finally, the man spoke again. Are you still there? I stared at the blank desk in front of me. The headset felt strangely warm against my ear now. Yes, I said quietly. I am here. And in that moment, I understood something that none of us had fully realized before. Rose had not stopped answering calls. Not entirely. The pattern continued with a quiet steadiness. Each night the operations floor filled with the familiar glow of monitors and the steady murmur of distant conversations between agents and customers. Chairs rolled softly across the carpet. The ventilation system exhaled a gentle stream of cool air through the ceiling vents. Ordinary work unfolded exactly as it always had, yet one small corner of the room carried a different kind of attention. Rose's cubicle remained untouched. No one placed papers on the desk. No one borrowed the chair. Even the cleaning staff seemed to leave the small area exactly as it was. The headset rested carefully beside the keyboard, waiting. At first, the nightly calls arrived only once during the shift. Shortly after midnight, the computer would awaken. The monitor glowed faintly. The familiar tones signaled the arrival of an incoming call. One of us answered. The customer described a problem. Almost always the customer mentioned speaking with a patient woman during a previous call. Her name, Rose. Then the problem would be resolved quietly, just as it had always been when she worked beside us. After a few weeks, something subtle changed. The calls began arriving more often. 2 each night, sometimes 3, never in a frantic rush, never overwhelming the system, just enough to be noticed. Just enough to make us pause when the soft tone echoed from that desk. Ahmet observed the pattern with careful attention. One evening, during a slower moment of the shift, he stood beside Rose's cubicle, studying the call records on the screen. I walked over and leaned against the divider. "You are looking for something?" "Yes." "What kind of something?" He tapped the monitor lightly. "A pattern." "There is already a pattern, not the obvious one." He scrolled through the call history slowly. Rows of completed interactions filled the display. Customer issue resolved. Call duration recorded. Agent identification field blank. Ahmet watched the entries for a long moment before speaking again. "Notice the times." I leaned closer. The timestamp stretched across several nights. 12 minutes past midnight. 12 minutes past midnight again. Then 12 minutes past midnight on the next evening. My eyes moved down the list. Every call began within a few minutes of the same moment. Shortly after midnight, Rakesh approached from the next row. "What are you two studying?" Ahmed gestured toward the screen. The first call always arrives at almost the same time. Rakesh looked confused. "So what?" Ahmed answered carefully. "Rose used to start her shift at 9:30. Yes. And she always took her first break shortly before midnight." The memory returned instantly. That had been her habit from the beginning. She rarely left her desk except for that one short break. Rach frowned slightly. "You think the timing is connected?" "I think habits are difficult to change." The statement carried a quiet thoughtfulness. For a moment we simply stood there looking at the empty chair. Later that night, the familiar tones sounded again. The screen brightened softly. Incoming call. Ahmet stepped forward this time and lifted the headset. He listened quietly while the customer explained a complicated account issue involving several months of billing records. The problem required patience. Numbers needed to be verified. Old transactions had to be reviewed carefully. Normally such calls frustrated many agents because they took too long. Amin worked through the details calmly. Several minutes passed. Then he spoke the words we had all heard before. "Give me a moment." His voice carried the same steady reassurance. "I can fix that for you." He typed slowly, checking each entry twice. Eventually the correction appeared in the system. The customer thanked him with obvious relief. When the call ended, Ahmed removed the headset and placed it back on the desk. Rakesh spoke from behind him. "You are starting to sound like her." Ahmed smiled faintly. "Maybe she was training us." The comment sounded half serious, half reflective. Another quiet change began appearing during the following nights. Customers started mentioning something new. They spoke about how calm the previous agent had sounded. Not simply helpful, comforting. A woman from Ohio explained it clearly during one call. "The last person I spoke with had the most peaceful voice." She paused briefly before adding, "It was strange. I called because I was very upset about my account." "What happened?" I asked. After talking with her for a few minutes, I forgot why I was angry. The explanation carried no suspicion, no confusion, only simple gratitude. When the call ended, I sat quietly for a moment thinking about her words, peaceful voice. That description matched what I remembered about Rose. She had never raised her voice, never sounded hurried. Even the most irritated customers seemed to slow down while speaking with her. It was as if her calmness traveled through the line. During a break later that evening, Rach and I stood near the windows overlooking the parking lot. The night air outside looked cool and still. A thin layer of mist hovered above the pavement beneath the security lights. Rakesh folded his arms. "I've been wondering about something." "What?" "If she is still answering calls, why do we only hear about it from certain customers?" I thought about the question. I suppose not every customer remembers the agent's name. Perhaps. He watched the empty parking spaces thoughtfully, but the ones who do remember her all described the same experience. "What experience?" "They say she sounded calm." I nodded slowly. "That is true." Rakesh tapped his fingers lightly against the window frame. "My grandmother believed calmness leaves traces." "What kind of traces?" "Places where someone once worked with patience sometimes keep a small echo of that patience." The idea sounded poetic, yet the quiet events on our floor made it feel strangely possible. The shift continued. Phones rang. Problems were solved. Midnight arrived once more. Right on time, the monitor at Rose's desk flickered awake. This time, 3 employees were already standing nearby, almost as if we had been expecting it. The call tone sounded. I lifted the headset. A man greeted me politely from the other end of the line. He explained a password issue that prevented him from accessing his account. While he spoke, he added something casually. "I talked with a woman from your office last night." My fingers rested on the keyboard. "Did she help you?" "Yes." "What was her name?" "Rose." The certainty in his voice sounded exactly like the others. I reset the password and guided him through the login process. When everything worked properly again, he thanked me warmly. Before ending the call, he added one final remark. "I hope she is there again tomorrow." The statement lingered in the quiet cubicle. After the call ended, I placed the headset back on the desk. For a long moment, none of us spoke. Then Amit said something in a thoughtful voice. "Maybe she is not the one returning." We looked at him. "What do you mean?" He rested his hand gently on the back of the chair. "Perhaps the work is calling us back." The thought hung quietly in the air. Near the end of the shift, as dawn approached, I sat at my desk reflecting on everything that had happened since Rose disappeared. The empty cubicle no longer felt mysterious. It felt purposeful, like a small station in the room where a certain kind of work continued. Helping strangers, listening patiently, fixing small problems that mattered deeply to the person experiencing them. I began to realize something slowly. The nightly calls did not feel frightening. They felt like reminders. Reminders of how carefully Rose had treated every person who reached her line. Reminders that the work we did each night was not only technical, sometimes it was simply human. And perhaps that was the part of the job that she had refused to leave unfinished. The quiet understanding that had begun forming among us grew deeper as the weeks passed. The operations floor no longer felt unsettled when Rose's workstation awakened after midnight. Instead, the small moment carried a gentle sense of anticipation. Agents nearby would glance toward the soft glow of the monitor. Someone would rise from their chair. The headset would be lifted. A call would be answered. Then the work would continue. Gradually, something else began to change. The people answering those calls started behaving differently during the rest of their shifts. It happened slowly enough that no one mentioned it at first. Yet the shift in attitude became difficult to ignore. Agents who once rushed through complicated issues now slowed down and listened more carefully. Voices that had once sounded impatient late in the night became calmer. Even the most routine interactions seemed to carry a little more patience than before. Amit noticed the change first. One evening he approached my cubicle holding a printed performance report. "You should look at this," he said. I rolled my chair slightly closer. The sheet contained the weekly statistics for our entire team. Average call duration, customer satisfaction ratings, resolution times. What am I looking for? I asked. Amit pointed to the satisfaction column. Our scores have increased. I studied the numbers. The improvement was clear. Nearly every agent had gained several points. That happens sometimes, I said, not like this. He flipped the page to show the previous months. The difference stood out immediately. Look at the timing. The rise had begun the same week Rose's strange calls started appearing. Rakes joined us and glanced at the paper. Maybe the training program improved. Ahmed shook his head. There has been no new training. Rakesh thought for a moment. Then maybe people are trying harder. Amit folded the report slowly. That is exactly what I think. Later that night, I found myself listening more carefully during my own calls. A woman from Florida contacted us about a billing error that had been frustrating her for several days. At the beginning of the conversation, her voice sounded sharp and irritated. I remembered how Rose used to respond during those situations. She always allowed the person to explain everything without interruption. So I did the same. The woman spoke for several minutes. I listened quietly. Eventually her voice softened slightly. When she finished describing the issue, I said the familiar sentence that had once belonged to Rose alone. Give me a moment. My fingers moved across the keyboard as I reviewed the account. I can fix that for you. The correction required only a simple adjustment. When I explained the solution, her tone changed completely. Relief replaced frustration. Before ending the call, she said something that stayed with me. You sound very calm. The comment felt strangely meaningful. The changes on the floor continued spreading. One night, a new employee named Vikram joined our team. He had only been working there for 3 days when he approached me during a break. I heard something unusual about that empty desk, he said quietly. What did you hear? They say calls sometimes come there after midnight. That is true. Vikram looked curious rather than frightened. Why does it happen? I considered the question carefully, because someone once cared about the work done at that desk. He glanced toward the operations floor where the cubicles stretched beneath the lights. And that matters? Yes, even after the person is gone? Perhaps especially then. He nodded slowly. Just after midnight, the familiar glow appeared again. Several agents noticed immediately. Vikram stood near the coffee machine watching the monitor brighten. The incoming call tone sounded. I walked over and lifted the headset. A middle-aged man greeted me politely. He sounded tired but hopeful. While describing his issue, he mentioned speaking with another agent earlier in the week. What was her name? I asked gently. Rose. The answer arrived without hesitation. I solved this problem in a few minutes. Before ending the call, he said something thoughtful. She seemed like someone who really cared. The sentence echoed in my mind long after the call ended. Later that evening, Raksh and I stood beside the window again. The parking lot below looked quiet under the security lights. A light breeze moved across the pavement, stirring small pieces of dust near the curb. Rakesh rested his hands on the railing. I think something else is happening. What do you mean? When those calls come, people pay attention. That is true, and after that they treat their own calls differently. I watched the reflections of our office lights shimmer in the glass. Maybe Rose reminded us what the job was supposed to feel like. Raksh nodded. My grandmother would say the same thing. What would she say this time? He smiled faintly. She believed kindness is contagious. Contagious, yes. When someone shows genuine care, other people begin doing the same. The explanation sounded simple, yet the changes across our team seemed to support it. Another week passed. The nightly calls continued arriving with their quiet regularity, but something interesting began appearing in the system logs. Amit discovered it during one of his late evening reviews. He called several of us over to Rose's workstation. The screen displayed a list of recent interactions connected to that desk. This is new, he said. I leaned closer. Several of the call records now included a short written note from the customer. Most customers rarely left comments, yet here were several. The messages were simple. Thank you for listening. You made my day easier. I appreciate the patience. The words carried a gentle warmth. Ray read them quietly. Then he looked up. Those sound like the kinds of calls she used to handle. Amit nodded. Exactly. Near the end of the shift that night, the office grew unusually calm. Most of the call volume had passed. Agents finished their last interactions and began preparing to log out. The computer at Rose's desk remained dark. I assumed a nightly call had already happened earlier. Then, just before 4 in the morning, the monitor flickered once more. The glow appeared softly. The incoming call tone followed. Only a few of us were still present on the floor. I walked over slowly and picked up the headset. A young woman spoke on the line. Her voice carried quiet anxiety. She explained that she had been struggling with an account problem for several weeks. I talked with someone from your company before, she said. My fingers rested gently on the keyboard. Do you remember her name? Yes. What was it? Rose. The pattern continued. I corrected the issue and explained each step carefully. The woman's voice gradually relaxed. Before the call ended, she said something thoughtful. It is strange. What is? The last agent I spoke with sounded exactly like you. I paused slightly. What do you mean? Same calm voice. Her tone carried quiet certainty. For a moment I thought I had reached the same person again. The comment stayed with me after the line disconnected, because it revealed something I had not fully realized until that moment. Rose had not simply been answering calls before. She had been shaping the way we answered them. When the shift finally ended and the first pale light of morning appeared outside the windows, I walked past her cubicle one more time before leaving. The desk looked exactly as it always had. Still, patient. But the feeling around it had changed completely. It no longer felt like the place where a mystery waited. It felt like the place where a lesson had quietly begun. Morning light gradually replaced the cool blue glow of the night shift monitors. When the day team arrived, the operations floor slowly filled again with a quiet rhythm of work. Chairs rolled across the carpet. Keyboards began their familiar tapping. Conversations rose and fell in gentle waves across the cubicles. Yet something subtle had begun to spread through the office that could not be measured in call statistics or productivity reports. People spoke more softly. Agents who once rushed through their conversations now allowed customers to finish explaining their problems. Even the newer employees seemed to absorb the slower, calmer pace that had taken hold during the night shifts. It was as if the atmosphere of the room itself had changed. Not dramatically, not in any way that would alarm someone walking through the doors for the first time. But those of us who had worked there long enough could feel it clearly. The place had grown quieter in spirit. One evening, about a month after the first strange call had appeared at Rose's desk, the company manager visited our floor during the night shift. His name was Mr. Patel. He rarely came by after dark, since most administrative staff worked during the day. That night he walked slowly between the rows of cubicles holding a tablet in one hand. Amit noticed him first. That is unusual, he said quietly. I glanced across the room and saw Mr. Patel studying the desks with a thoughtful expression. After a few minutes he approached our section. Good evening, he said politely. We greeted him in return. He looked around the area before speaking again. I've been reviewing the performance reports from the last several weeks. Amit nodded slightly. They have improved. Yes, Mr. Patel said, quite significantly. He paused and glanced at the empty cubicle beside us. Rose's desk. Something interesting seems to be happening during the night shifts. None of us spoke immediately. Mr. Malth. Patel did not sound suspicious, only curious. What do you think has changed? He asked. Amit answered carefully. I believe people are listening more. Mr. Patel considered that response. Listening more? Yes. To the customers? And to each other. The manager looked thoughtful for a moment. That is a good explanation, he said. Then he added something unexpected. I noticed that several customers mentioned one specific agent in their feedback. My attention sharpened slightly. Which agent? Mr. Patel looked at his tablet. The name appears several times. He paused briefly. Rose. The word rested gently in the air between us. Mr. Patel continued speaking without realizing the significance the name held for us. According to the system, she has not worked here for several months. That is correct, Amig replied. Yet customers continue mentioning her. Mr. Patel looked up from the tablet. Did she leave a strong impression on the team? Kamat answered simply. Yes. The manager nodded slowly. That seems clear. He smiled politely and walked toward the next section of cubicles, leaving us standing quietly beside Rose's desk. Later that night, the familiar moment arrived once again. Just after midnight, the computer screen awakened with its soft glow. The incoming call tone followed. But this time something felt slightly different. Instead of one or two agents noticing, nearly half the floor turned their heads toward the sound. The awareness had spread. Vikram stood closest to the desk. He hesitated for a moment before lifting the headset. We watched quietly while he spoke with the customer. His voice sounded careful, measured, almost as if he were trying to match the calm tone that had become familiar in that space. The conversation lasted several minutes. When he finally ended the call, he removed the headset slowly. Rake stepped forward. What happened? Vikram looked thoughtful. The customer said something interesting. What was it? He said he had spoken with a woman here last week. We already knew the name he would say. Still, we waited. Rose. Vikram rested the headset gently back on the desk. He said she helped him understand something important. What was that? I asked. Vikram's voice grew softer. She told him that problems usually feel bigger when someone faces them alone. The words settled into the quiet cubicle. No one spoke for a moment, because that sounded exactly like something Rose might have said. As the shift continued, I began reflecting on the many small interactions that had occurred around that desk during the past weeks. At first we believed something mysterious was happening. Then we thought perhaps her presence had somehow lingered. But now a different understanding slowly emerged. Perhaps the real change had not come from the calls themselves. Perhaps it had come from what those calls reminded us to do. Listen carefully. Speak gently. Solve problems with patience. Rose had practiced those habits every night when she sat at that desk. Now the rest of us were doing the same. Not because anyone instructed us, but because we had witnessed the quiet impact those habits could have on strangers calling from faraway places. Near the end of the shift, I walked past Rose's cubicle once again. The desk remained exactly as it had been for weeks. Headset resting beside the keyboard. Monitor dark. Chair pushed neatly beneath the desk. For a long moment I simply stood there. The cubicle no longer felt like a place waiting for something to happen. It felt like a place that had already given something important to everyone who worked nearby. A kind of quiet example, the kind that spreads slowly from one person to another without anyone fully noticing when the change begins. As I turned to leave, a soft thought crossed my mind. Perhaps the nightly calls had never been about bringing Rose back. Perhaps they had been about reminding us to carry a small part of her forward. The quiet transformation of the office continued in ways that were easy to miss unless someone had been there from the beginning. Weeks passed, then another month. The nightly rhythm remained the same. Calls arrived, problems were solved, voices from distant places flowed through the lines and then faded again into silence. Yet the calm tone that had slowly taken hold during those long shifts never faded. If anything, it grew stronger. Agents who once counted the minutes until the end of their shift now seemed less hurried. Conversations stretched naturally when customers needed extra time to explain something. Even difficult calls ended more gently than before. No one announced these changes. They simply became part of the atmosphere, like the quiet hum of the computers or the steady breathing of the ventilation system above the ceiling tiles. One evening, near the beginning of autumn, Amit brought a small box to the operations floor. It was not large, just a simple cardboard package sealed with clear tape. He placed it carefully on Rose's desk. Rach noticed immediately. "What is that?" "A delivery," Amish replied. "For Rose?" "Yes." The answer surprised us. Amit opened the box slowly. Inside was a stack of envelopes, handwritten letters. Some of the paper looked slightly worn, as if the letters had traveled a long distance before arriving. "Customer mail," Amit explained. "We rarely receive physical letters anymore." "Why were they sent here?" I asked. "Because the customers wanted to thank someone." He lifted the top envelope. Written across the front in neat blue ink was a familiar name, Rose. A quiet stillness spread through the cubicle. "Do they know she is not here anymore?" Bikram asked gently. "I do not think so," Amit replied. He opened one of the envelopes carefully and unfolded the paper inside. The handwriting looked careful and deliberate. Amit read the letter quietly to himself before speaking aloud. "This one says she helped an elderly man recover access to his account after months of confusion." He looked up. "He says her patience meant more to him than she probably realized." Amit set the letter beside the box. He opened another envelope. A woman from Colorado had written to describe how Rose stayed on the phone with her late at night while she tried to understand a complicated billing issue. The woman ended her message with a simple sentence: "Thank you for treating me like a person instead of a problem." One by one, Amit opened several letters. Each carried the same quiet theme: patience, kindness, calm. The words filled the small cubicle like a gentle echo of the conversations that had once taken place there. Later that night, the familiar moment arrived again. Just after midnight, the monitor at Rose's desk awakened with its soft glow. The call tone followed. This time, Rakesh stepped forward and lifted the headset. The rest of us watched quietly. His voice sounded steady while he greeted the customer. The conversation lasted longer than usual. Nearly 15 minutes passed before the call ended. Rakesh placed the headset back on the desk and sat down slowly in Rose's chair. No one interrupted him. He looked at the stack of letters for a moment before speaking. The customer asked about her. "What did you say?" Vikram asked. "I told him she helped many people here." "That is true." Rakesh nodded. He said he remembered her voice very clearly. A faint smile appeared on his face. He said it sounded like someone who had time. The phrase carried a quiet meaning. Someone who had time. In a place where most calls were measured by efficiency and speed, Rose had always made time feel less urgent. She had never rushed people. She had allowed them space to speak, to think, to breathe, and somehow that patience had left a lasting impression on strangers scattered across the country. Near the end of the shift, after the final calls had been answered, Amit gathered the letters and placed them neatly back inside the box. "We should keep these," he said. "For what reason?" I asked. "So we remember." "Remember what?" He closed the lid gently. "Why the work matters." The statement felt simple, yet none of us argued with it. Before leaving that morning, I walked through the operations floor one last time. Most of the computers had already powered down. The soft glow of the monitors faded gradually as the night shift ended. When I reached Rose's cubicle, I paused again. The desk looked slightly different now. The small box of letters rested beside the keyboard, a quiet reminder of the people who had called from distant places seeking help. People who had spoken with Rose during moments of confusion or frustration. People who remembered her long after the conversation ended. I rested my hand lightly on the edge of the desk. For the first time since everything began, the feeling that surrounded that cubicle no longer carried any trace of mystery. Instead, it felt warm, peaceful, almost complete, as if something that had once been unfinished was slowly finding its natural conclusion. The arrival of winter brought a quiet stillness to the building. Outside the wide office windows, the first snow of the season settled gently across the parking lot and the rows of bare trees beyond the road. Streetlights reflected softly off the white surface, turning the night landscape into something calm and distant. Inside, the operations floor continued its familiar rhythm. Computers hummed, voices traveled through headsets, small problems arrived from faraway places and were resolved one conversation at a time. Yet something subtle had shifted in the months since Rose's desk first began receiving those strange midnight calls. The change had grown slowly, almost invisibly, but by the beginning of winter, everyone who worked the night shift could feel it. The floor had become quieter in spirit, more patient, more human. The box of letters remained on Rose's desk. From time to time, another envelope arrived in the mailroom downstairs and found its way to that cubicle. Amit would place it gently inside the box without much ceremony. No one treated the letters like relics or mysteries. They were simply reminders. Proof that a voice on the other end of a phone line could matter more than most people realized. One evening, as the shift settled into its usual calm pace, Vikram walked over to the desk and opened the box. He lifted one of the letters and read a few lines silently. Then he looked up at us. She must have helped many people. Rakesh smiled faintly from his chair. Yes, more than she probably knew. Vikram placed the letter back inside. It is strange how someone can disappear from a place but still remain part of it. No one disagreed with that thought. Shortly before midnight, the lights across the operations floor dimmed slightly, the way they always did during the quietest hours of the shift. Snow continued falling outside. The world beyond the windows looked soft and still. Amit stood near Rose's cubicle, reviewing a small report on his tablet. I was finishing a call at my own desk when the familiar glow appeared again. The monitor at Rose's station awakened gently. The incoming call tone followed. For a moment no one moved. Not because anyone felt uncertain, but because the moment had become something quietly shared among all of us. Rach eventually stepped forward and lifted the headset. His voice carried the calm steadiness that had become second nature to him. He greeted the caller and began listening carefully while the customer explained a complicated issue involving several transactions. Minutes passed. The conversation moved slowly, patiently, exactly the way Rose used to handle her calls. When the problem was finally resolved, Rakesh thanked the customer and ended the call. He remained sitting in the chair for a few seconds before placing the headset back on the desk. Then he looked at us. That felt like the last one. His words were not dramatic, only thoughtful. Amit tilted his head slightly. What makes you say that? Rakesh rested his hands on the desk. I do not know. He glanced at the monitor. It simply felt complete. The rest of the shift passed quietly. No more calls arrived at the empty workstation that night, or the next night, or the week after. At first we noticed the absence immediately. Then gradually the expectation faded. Rose's desk returned to what it had once been. A quiet cubicle beneath the soft lights of the operations floor. The headset remained there. The box of letters stayed beside the keyboard. But the monitor no longer awakened after midnight. One evening near the end of December, the night shift gathered in the break area for a small holiday meal. Nothing elaborate. Just warm food, quiet laughter, and a moment of rest between calls. Snow drifted past the windows again, falling slowly through the glow of the parking lot lights. During the conversation, Vikram asked a simple question. Do you think she was really calling? Amit considered the thought carefully. I think something brought those calls to that desk. What kind of something? Vikram asked. Amit looked across the room toward the rows of cubicles. Perhaps unfinished kindness. The phrase carried a gentle weight. Rakesh nodded slowly. That sounds like her. Later that night, after most of the floor had grown quiet again, I walked back to Rose's cubicle. The office lights cast a soft glow across the desk. I opened a small box and looked at the letters one more time. Dozens of people had written to thank someone whose voice had helped them during a moment of frustration or confusion. A simple job, answering calls, solving problems, listening when someone needed patience. Yet those small acts had traveled farther than any of us could have imagined. They had crossed phone lines, cities, and months of time. They had even returned to this quiet desk long after the person who began them had disappeared. I closed the box gently and placed it back beside the keyboard. For a long moment I simply stood there, listening to the soft hum of the office around me. The cubicle felt peaceful now. Not empty, not mysterious, just peaceful. As if the work that had once begun there had finally settled into its natural place among the rest of us. When the shift ended and the first pale light of morning appeared beyond the windows, I walked past Rose's desk one final time before leaving. The chair rested neatly beneath the desk. The headset lay beside the keyboard. The box of letters remained where it had always been, and the quiet feeling in that small space seemed warmer than ever, almost like a gentle promise that patience, once given freely, never truly disappears. It simply finds new voices to carry it forward. What the fog gave back. I have been a careful man my entire adult life. I say this not as a boast, and not as the setup for a lesson about how careful men are not as protected as they believe, though it will become that too in time, if you stay with me long enough. I say it as the most accurate piece of context I can offer before I describe what happened in the San Juan Islands last September, because the kind of man I am matters to the kind of story this is. A reckless man in bad weather on unfamiliar water produces a different account. A careful man, on water he knew, in a boat he had maintained himself for 11 years, and conditions he had checked twice before departure. That man's account requires a different kind of explanation. I have not found one. I am offering the account instead, and leaving the explanation to whoever is better equipped to make it. My name is Joel Calloway. I am 43 years old. I have worked marine salvage and small vessel delivery up and down the Pacific Northwest coast for 16 years, which means I have logged more hours on Puget Sound and the inland passages than most people log in a car. And I have a working familiarity with the San Juan Islands specifically that goes back to my mid-20s, when I crewed for a charter operation out of Friday Harbor for 3 seasons and learned the channels the way you learned them only by running them in the dark and the fog and the tidal windows that did not negotiate with your schedule. I knew that water. I want that understood before anything else. The boat was a 32-foot converted trawler called the Moran, which I had owned since 2012, and which I had maintained with the specific devotion of a man who understood that in the inland passages, a well-kept boat was not a preference but a category of survival. She ran a single diesel, slow and reliable, with a wheelhouse that gave decent visibility in good conditions and reasonable visibility in the fog. That was the San Juan's default atmospheric setting for roughly 7 months of the year. I had replaced the navigation electronics the previous spring, new chart, plotter, new depth sounder, new VHF, and had had the whole surveyed in July and come back clean. The delivery was straightforward on paper. A private owner in Anacortes wanted the Marin brought around from the boatyard in Bellingham, where she had spent the summer getting new standing rigging, a job I had completed for him twice before on different vessels, and that I thought of as one of the more pleasant categories of work I did. A short passage, familiar water, a night aboard if the timing required it. and a check at the end that reflected the ease of the task. I departed Bellingham on a Friday afternoon in the second week of September. The weather window was good. A high-pressure system sitting over the Sound. Winds under 10 knots from the northwest. Visibility at 8 miles and forecast to hold through the following morning. There was fog in the extended forecast, as there was always fog in the extended forecast for this part of the coast in September. But it was projected to arrive Saturday night at the earliest, which gave me comfortable margin. The passage from Bellingham to Anacortes by the inside route was 4 to 5 hours depending on tide, and I had timed my departure for the favorable ebb that would carry me south through the upper passages and into Gumis Channel before dark. I made coffee in the Marin's small galley before I cast off. The galley was compact and efficient, a 2-burner propane stove and a narrow counter and a bracket-mounted rack of mugs that swung with the boat's motion in a way that had taken some getting used to, but that I had long since incorporated into the background of being aboard. The coffee was black, the way I had always taken it on the water, where the additions felt like concessions to comfort that the sea did not particularly respect. I took the mug to the wheelhouse and stood with it while the engine warmed, watching the Bellingham Marina in the flat September afternoon light, the other boats in their slips, the breakwater, the particular silver quality of the water in the channel that came from the angle of the sun through the high-pressure air, everything clear and specific and correctly itself. I remember noticing how clear everything was. I remember thinking, in the way that you thought about good conditions when you had experienced enough bad ones to know the value, that this was the kind of afternoon that made the work feel less like work and more like the thing it had always been underneath the work. The reason I had stayed in it for 16 years when plenty of men I had crewed with had gone ashore and stayed there. I cast off at 4:15 and idled out of the marina into the channel. The Marin ran well. She always ran well when the engine was warm and the fuel was clean, and the tide was with her, which it was, the ebb carrying us south at a pace that added a knot and a half to our whole speed without asking anything in return. I settled into the wheelhouse chair with the charter plotter showing our track in the familiar green line of a route I could have run from memory, and the VHF on channel 16 and the coffee going slowly cold in the cup holder beside the throttle, the way coffee always went cold on the water because there was always something else to attend to. The upper passage between Lummi Island and the mainland was empty of traffic, the water smooth in the lee of the island, and I ran it at 2,000 revolutions with the autopilot holding the course and my attention moving in its professional way between the instruments and the water ahead and the sky and the charish plotter, the continuous low-level monitoring of a man who had made his accommodation with the sea by never entirely relaxing in its presence. I ate a sandwich around 6, standing at the chart table, watching the San Juan Islands resolve out of the middle distance as the Marine came around the southern end of Lomi Island, and the full expanse of the inner passages opened up ahead. In the September evening light, the islands were extraordinary, dark green and very close in the clear air, their shorelines specific and detailed, the passages between them showing the particular deep blue of cold water that ran fast and knew where it was going. I had seen this view hundreds of times. It was, I thought, looking at it over the chart table with half a sandwich in my hand, one of the genuinely beautiful things that my working life had given me access to, and I was grateful for it in the uncomplicated way you were grateful for things that had become familiar without becoming ordinary. The fog arrived 4 hours ahead of the forecast. I noticed it first as a change in the light, the horizon to the southwest going soft in a way that had nothing to do with dusk, a softening that was lateral rather than vertical, a distance closing in rather than the sky darkening down. By 8 o'clock, it was on us, or rather we were in it. The Marin's bow disappearing into the gray at 50 feet, and the charte plotter suddenly the most important object in the wheelhouse. The real world replaced by the electronic version of itself on the glowing screen. I reduced speed. I turned on the radar. I sounded the fog signal at the required intervals. The horn going out into the gray and returning nothing, no echo, no answering signal from another vessel, just the fog receiving the sound and keeping it. I noted this without alarm. Fog on the inland passages was managed, not feared. You slowed down, you used your instruments, you stayed on your track, and you arrived later than planned and tied up in the dark. And that was the full extent of the drama. I had done it dozens of times. I was doing it now. I was on my track. The chart plotter confirmed it. The depth sounder was reading correctly for the channel I was in. The compass was steady on the heading I wanted. Everything was correctly itself. And then, at 8:47 by the instrument panel clock, the chart plotter screen went blue. Not dark, not a power failure, not a software crash. Blue. A solid, uniform, deeply saturated blue that was not the blue of water on a navigation chart. Not any color in the chart plotter's display palette that I had ever seen in 11 years of using instruments like this one. A blue that came from inside the screen rather than on it. The way the cobalt sea glass had glowed in Ruth's kitchen. But I am getting ahead of myself, and that comparison belongs to someone else's story entirely. I looked at the blue screen for a long moment. Then I looked up at the water ahead of the bow. The fog was still there. The moraine was still moving. The engine note was unchanged, the diesel doing its steady, unhurried work. But the water ahead of us was no longer the water I had been navigating. I cut the throttle to idle and stood in the wheelhouse in the blue light of a dead chart plotter and listened to the fog, and the fog gave nothing back, and I understood, with the specific cold clarity of a careful man encountering something that his carefulness had not prepared him for, that I was going to need to think very carefully about what to do next. The chart plotter came back after 4 minutes. I know it was 4 minutes because I counted, standing at the instrument panel with one hand on the throttle and one hand on the VHF handset, ready to call a pan-pan if the radar went with it. The radar had not gone with it. That was the detail I kept returning to in those 4 minutes. The thing that did not fit the category of equipment failure. A power fluctuation took everything or took nothing, and the radar was on the same circuit as the chart plotter. Plotter and the radar was running perfectly, the sweep going around with its green patience, painting the fog and the water and the shapes of the islands in their correct positions, the world as it was, rendered in the only light available to it. Only the chart plotter had gone blue, and then, without a restart, without a flicker of reboot sequence, without any of the behavior that an instrument displayed when it recovered from a fault, the screen simply returned. The chart was there. The green track line was there. The boat's position icon sat in the channel exactly where the radar geometry said it should be, between the southern end of one island and the northern shore of the next, in water I had run before and recognized by depth and current even in fog. I stood at the panel and looked at the chart plotter for a long time. Then I did what a careful man did. I cross-checked. I took the paper chart from the slot beside the nav station. I carried paper charts the way some men carried a second flashlight, not because I expected to need them, but because the sea had opinions about expectations. And I spread it on the chart table, and I found my position on it using the radar returns and the depth sounder and the compass heading, triangulating the old way, the way I had learned before GPS had become something you trusted with your life. The position matched. I was where the chart plotter said I was. I was where the radar said I was. I was where the paper chart said the channel was. Everything agreed. I folded the chart and put it back and stood in the wheelhouse and listened to the diesel idling and the water moving along the hull and the fog doing its work of turning the world into a space with no edges. And I decided that the charter's plotter had experienced a transient fault, a spike, a momentary corruption in the display, and that the appropriate response was to note it in the log and keep moving. I advanced the throttle to 1200 revolutions, slower than I had been running, because the fog showed no sign of lifting, and I was less inclined toward speed than I had been before the blue screen. Though I could not have said precisely why, beyond the general principle that unexplained things deserve the wider margin than explained ones, the Marin moved south through the fog. By 9:30 I should have been in Guim's Channel, the last water before Anacortes. The passage so familiar I had navigated it in worse fog than this, and thought nothing of it. The depth sounder read correctly for Gimis. The radar showed the channel's geometry correctly. The chart mammoth's plotter agreed. Every instrument was telling me I was where I expected to be, doing what I had set out to do, in a boat that was performing exactly as it should. But the channel did not feel right. I am aware of how that sounds. 16 years on the water produces a relationship with specific passages that is partly instrument and partly something else. A proprioceptive familiarity, the same quality of knowing that a person developed about the hallways of their own house in the dark. Not sight, not memory exactly, but an internalized sense of the space that operated below conscious attention and registered wrongness before the conscious mind had assembled the evidence. I had trusted this sense before, and had been right enough times that I was not inclined to dismiss it. The channel felt wider than Guemi's. Not dramatically, not impossibly, but by perhaps a quarter mile, perhaps a little more. A difference that would not have registered on instruments calibrated for chart accuracy, but that registered in the feel of the water under the hull, in the particular way the current was running, in the absence of the specific shelter that Gemis provided on its northern side from the prevailing northwest wind. There was wind here, small, but present. There should not have been wind in Guems. Not from that direction. Not at that tide. I reduced to idle again, and picked up the paper chart, and spread it on the table and looked at it for a long time. And the paper chart agreed with all the other instruments, and none of them explained the wind. I made a notation in the log. Time, position, observation. The log was a habit I maintained with the same regularity that some men maintained a journal, not because the maritime regulations required it on a vessel this size, but because writing down what you observed imposed a discipline on the observing, made you precise in a way that mental noting did not, and because I had learned early that the sea rewarded precision and was indifferent to everything else. I wrote, wind from northwest approximately 5 to 8 knots, inconsistent with forecast and inconsistent with channel geometry. Chart plotter fault at 2047. Duration 4 minutes, self-corrected, all other instruments nominal throughout. Proceeding at reduced speed. I closed the log. The fog was, if anything, thicker than it had been an hour earlier. The Marin's running lights reflected back from it in a way that thickened the immediate surroundings into a kind of luminous gray wall, close and textureless. The world reduced to the boat and a circle of perhaps 30 feet in every direction, and nothing beyond that circle but the instrument's version of reality. I stayed in that reduced world for 20 minutes, running at idle, cross-checking every few minutes, finding nothing inconsistent beyond the wind that should not have been there. Then the radar showed something it should not have shown. A return, off the port bow, at perhaps 200 yards, stationary, too large for a navigation buoy, too small for a vessel of any significant size, too regular in its shape for a rock outcrop or a debris field. It sat in the radar sweep with the specific solidity of a made thing, something with hard edges and consistent reflectivity, and it did not move, and it was not on the chart. I looked at the chart plotter, no obstruction indicated. I looked at the paper chart, no obstruction shown. I looked at the radar return, which was still there, still stationary, still maintaining its precise and unexplained position 200 yards off my port bow in water that every other instrument told me was clear. I altered course 5 degrees to starboard, away from the return, and increased to 800 revolutions, enough to give me steerage, and not much more. The radar return tracked as I moved, maintained its relative bearing at the same distance, which meant it was stationary while I moved around it, which meant it was real and fixed, and not a ghost return from a wave or a temperature inversion. I came right another 5 degrees and watched it. The return held. At some point in the previous 20 minutes, the character of the fog had changed, though I could not have identified the exact moment of the change. It was denser close to the water, a layering effect I had seen before in autumn fog on the Sound, the warmer air sitting above the cold surface layer. But within that density, there was a quality I did not have a technical name for, a quality that was almost optical. A faint luminosity in the gray that had nothing to do with the Marin's lights, a source less diffuse light that seemed to come from the water surface itself, or from the fog immediately above it. It made the fog visible in a way that fog ordinarily was not. Not transparent. You could not see through it, but you could see it the way you could see smoke, the way you could see a thing that had substance and depth and was not merely an absence of visibility. In that visible fog, 200 yards off the port bow, something was showing above the water surface. Not clearly, not with any detail I could resolve from that distance and those conditions, but a shape, darker than the fog, vertical and irregular in the way that a structure was irregular. The right angles have made things present somewhere in the outline, though softened and complicated by whatever it was built from or whatever had happened to it. I was looking at a building, or what had been a building, on water that every chart I possessed told me was 32 feet deep and clear. I held my course 5 degrees to starboard of whatever it was, and I did not go closer, and I did not look away from it. And the structure, if that was the right word, resolved itself neither more nor less clearly as I passed its beam, maintaining its distance and its darkness in the luminous fog. A thing that had no business being where it was, and was there regardless, doing what it was doing with the same patient indifference the sea brought to everything it decided to keep. I was past it in 3 minutes. I noted it in the log: time, position, radar return characteristics, visual observation, my distance at closest approach. I wrote it all down carefully, in the precise flat language of a log entry, because the log was not a place for interpretation, only for fact, that I sat down in the wheelhouse chair for the first time since the fog had come down. My hands were steady. I noted this with a professional satisfaction that was itself slightly alarming. The recognition that the part of me that stayed calm in difficult situations was doing its job with the same competence it always brought, and that underneath that competence, something else was happening that was less calm and less professional, and that would need its own attention at some point. When the attention was available, the diesel idled. The water moved along the hull. The radar swept its patient's circle and found nothing further that was not on the chart. I thought, briefly and without being able to stop myself, about whether I had left the marina's harbor master my float plan. I had. I always did. The thought arrived anyway, the mind reaching for something procedural to hold on to, something that confirmed that the world still operated by its usual rules even while presenting evidence to the contrary. I also thought about the coffee I had left in the galley's small aluminum pot before departure, whether there was enough left for another mug, whether it was worth going below to find out. There was probably not enough. It was almost certainly not worth it. I thought about it for another 30 seconds anyway. Then I picked up the VHF and called Puget Sound vessel traffic on 22 Alpha, and reported my position and asked for any known hazards in the channel, keeping my voice in the register of a routine inquiry, the register I used when I wanted information without broadcasting that the request was anything other than routine. The response came back clear and steady. No reported hazards. No vessels in the immediate area. My position was confirmed by their system as consistent with the channel. I thanked them and returned to 16. The fog held everything in its patient, luminous, completely indifferent gray, and the Marin moved through it at idle, and somewhere behind us in the water we had already crossed. The structure that no chart acknowledged continued to be whatever it was in the dark. I did not turn back to look, because looking back at something you had already passed in fog was the kind of decision that a careful man did not make. And I was still, despite considerable evidence that carefulness had met its limit for the evening, trying to be that man. The fog did not lift through the night. I anchored at 11:14, in water the depth sounder read as 28 feet, in a position the chart plotter placed in a small bight on the southeastern shore of an island I knew well enough to trust as an anchorage in ordinary circumstances. The radar confirmed the island's presence. The paper chart confirmed the bite's suitability. I let out adequate scope on the anchor chain and backed down on the engine to set it, and then killed the diesel and listened to the silence that followed, which was the specific silence of an engine that had been running for hours and has stopped. A silence that was not actually silence, but was the relative quiet of wind and water and the occasional creak of the anchor chain in the bow roller, heard against an absence of machinery that made those sounds seem very loud and very close. I sat in that quiet for a while and let the evening assemble itself into something I could look at steadily. The facts were these. A chart tame, plotter fault of 4 minutes duration, self-corrected, with no corresponding fault in any other instrument. Wind from a direction and of a character inconsistent with the channel I was in, according to every navigational reference I carried. A radar return at 200 yards of a stationary object, not shown on any chart, confirmed visually as a structure of some kind above the waterline, in water that the chart showed as deep and clear and empty. A position that all instruments agreed upon, and that felt, in the proprioceptive way of long familiarity with specific water, not entirely like the position those instruments described. I was a careful man. Careful men did not embellish the facts. They also did not file the facts in the category of equipment malfunction when the equipment had been demonstrably functional throughout. I wrote up the full log entry for the passage, and then I made a decision that I would examine more carefully in the morning, which was to go below and sleep, because I had been on the water since 4:15, and it was past 11, and the body had opinions about that timeline that were going to override the mind's preference for continued vigilance within the next hour, regardless of what I decided. The Marin's cabin was small and efficiently arranged in the way of working boats. A V-berth forward that I had long since learned to sleep in without the diagonal that plagued taller men, a nav station to port, a galley to starboard, and between them a saloon table that folded against the bulkhead when not in use. I had made the berth up before departure with the sleeping bag and a wool blanket. The wool blanket an item I carried aboard for the same reason I carried paper charts, because the sea had opinions about the adequacy of synthetic insulation in sustained cold and damp. I took off my boots and my outer layer and got into the berth. The boat moved gently on the anchor, a slow and rhythmic motion that was the closest thing the sea offered to comfort. The movement of a thing held in one place, but reminded continuously that holding was provisional, that the anchor's grip on the bottom was a negotiation rather than a fact. I had slept on anchor hundreds of times and knew the motion the way I knew my own breathing, had incorporated it into sleep so thoroughly that its absence in a marina slip sometimes kept me awake instead. I lay in the dark and listened to the boat in the water and the fog. Fog had a sound. Not many people knew this because not many people spent enough time in it to hear it, but fog had a specific acoustic quality, a muffled, close, padded quality that was distinct from clear air in the way that a room with heavy curtains was distinct from an empty room. Same space, different resonance. In fog, the Marin's hull sounds were slightly different. The water along the topsides marginally more present. The creak of the anchor chain arriving from the bow with a clarity that it did not have in open air. I lay in the berth and I did not sleep. Not from fear, exactly. From the specific alertness of a mind that had been given information it had not finished processing, that was running the facts of the evening through its analytical function at a level below conscious thought, checking them against everything it knew about this water and this kind of work, and coming back each time to the same place, which was the structure in the fog at 200 yards, darker than the fog and vertical and unmistakably made. I had not imagined it. I was not the kind of man who imagined things on the water, and I knew the difference between the visual artifact of fog and the solid return on a calibrated radar, and what I had seen had been both simultaneously. At some point past midnight, I became aware of something I had not noticed during the passage. The smell. The Moran had her own smell below decks. Diesel and bilge and the particular compound of fiberglass and marine sealant and the accumulated olfactory history of 11 years of working use. A smell that was entirely familiar and entirely specific to this boat, and that I registered the way you registered the smell of your own house. Which was to say, not at all, because familiarity was a form of invisibility. What I was smelling now was underneath that, or alongside it, a smell that the Marin's own smell did not account for. A smell that was not diesel or bilge or fiberglass, that was older and colder and had the quality of a thing that had been in the water for a very long time. Not decay, not rot, but the specific mineral cold of deep water. The smell of something that had been below the thermocline where the temperature did not change with the season and the pressure was constant, and nothing moved quickly. I lay still and breathed it. It was not strong. It was not aggressive. It arrived the way a draft arrived in a room you would believe was sealed, not as an event, but as a gradual realization that the conditions had changed without your having observed the changes beginning. I got up. I put on my boots without lacing them and went through the cabin with the small flashlight I kept on the nav station shelf, checking the bilge first dry, the bilge pump float in its proper position, and then the forward hatch, which was dogged down and showed no sign of water intrusion, and then the cockpit companionway, which was closed and latched. Everything was as I had left it. The boat was not taking water. There was no structural explanation for the smell. I stood in the cabin with the flashlight, and I breathed, and I thought. The smell was strongest near the forward bulkhead, the wall that separated the main cabin from the anchor locker and the chain that ran through it. I put my hand on the bulkhead. The fiberglass was cold, as fiberglass was always cold in September on the Sound. The material's poor insulating quality, meaning that the boat's interior temperature and the water temperature outside were connected by the hull in a way that no amount of interior heating fully overcame. But the bulkhead was colder than the hull temperature accounted for. By how much I could not have said precisely, by enough that my hand registered the difference immediately and without ambiguity. The way your hand registered stepping from a room into a corridor that had been unheated, the jump in temperature discreet and clear. I held my hand there and counted my own heartbeats. The cold in the bulkhead was not uniform. It was concentrated in an area roughly the size and shape of a handprint, slightly to the left of the center of the bulkhead, at approximately chest height. I took my hand away and looked at the place with the flashlight. The fiberglass was clean. No mark, no stain, no discoloration of any kind, just the off-white of the gel coat in a flashlight beam, perfectly ordinary, perfectly itself. I put my hand back. The concentrated cold was still there, exactly where it had been. I want to be precise about what I did next, because precision matters here, and the temptation in retrospect is to dramatize a response that was, in the moment, more practical than dramatic. I did not recoil. I did not perform alarm. What I did was stand with my hand on a cold spot on a bulkhead in the cabin of a boat I had owned for 11 years, and I breathed the smell of deep water, and I let my mind do what minds did when they were given facts that did not assemble into a known pattern, which was to search the available inventory of experience for anything that corresponded. Nothing corresponded. The cold spot was not a bilge ventilation artifact. The smell was not a tide-flat exposure event. The structure on the radar was not a mooring buoy or a crab pot float or a deadhead log. I had checked each of these explanations methodically, and none of them held. I was a man who had made 16 years of decisions on the water by trusting the instruments. When the instruments agreed, and trusting his own accumulated knowledge, when the instruments and the knowledge agreed. Tonight, everything agreed, and what it agreed on was something I had no category for. Then I heard the knock, 3 times. Below the waterline, on the hull, not the anchor chain, not a piece of kelp or debris caught against the topsides. Below the waterline, on the forward section of the hull, with the specific rhythm and force of something that intended to be heard, deliberate, evenly spaced, the third knock carrying no more urgency than the first, as though whatever was producing it had patience in quantities that made urgency unnecessary. I sat down on the cabin sole, not because my legs had failed me, though there was a component of that, because sitting brought me closer to the hull, made the hull more present, made the water on the other side of the fiberglass more real, in the way that proximity made things real. And I had decided, in the moment between the third knock and the silence that followed it, that I needed the water to be real rather than the category of event I was assembling in my mind to account for it, because one of those things was navigable and one of them was not. The knock did not repeat. I sat on the sole with a flashlight in my hand and the smell of deep water all through the cabin, and my hand still cold from the bulkhead, and I thought about a man I had known in my first years of working the Sound, an older delivery captain named Warren Pell, who had run these passages for 30 years, and who had said to me once, over coffee in a Friday harbor diner after a difficult crossing, that the San Juans were not like other water. He had not elaborated, and I had not asked him to, because I was 26 and certain that experience was the only navigation required, and that the water was the water, and a man who knew it well enough had known everything about it worth knowing. Warren Pell had died in 2014, in his bed, ashore, of a cardiac event that had nothing to do with the sea. But I thought about what he had said, sitting on the sole in the dark, and I thought that I perhaps not asked him the question I should have asked, which was, what do you mean? Not like other water, and what do you do when it shows you what it means? I thought about this with a thoroughness that surprised me. I also thought, in the involuntary sideways way of a mind doing its coping work, about whether the anchor was holding correctly, whether I should let out another 30 feet of chain given that I did not know this anchorage as well as I knew others, whether the wind that had followed us from the channel was going to clock around overnight and put me on a lee shore. These were real concerns. They were also the mind's version of the wool blanket on the berth, something warm and familiar to press against, while the larger cold did its work just outside it. I checked the anchor alarm on the chart plotter. It was set. It was active. The position had not changed. I went back to the berth. I did not expect to sleep, and I did sleep. Eventually, the sleep of genuine exhaustion, dreamless and heavy. The boat moving on its anchor in the fog thick and dark. When I woke before first light, the smell was gone. The bulkhead was the temperature a bulkhead should be, but on the cabin sole, directly below the cold spot on the forward bulkhead, there was a wet handprint facing up, the fingers pointing toward the bow. The bilge was dry. The hatches were sealed. The boat had not shipped water in the night. The handprint was there regardless, dark against the pale sole, fully formed, the size of a large man's hand, the water it was made of already beginning at its edges to do what water did on a dry surface, in the particular deliberate way of something that had recently arrived from a very cold and very deep place. I stood over it in the gray pre-dawn light, and I did not touch it, and I did not photograph it, and I did not write it in the log, because there are things that a careful man encounters that he understands, with a clarity that bypasses all his carefully constructed professional frameworks, are not for the log, are not, in fact, for any of the ordinary instruments of record, but are instead for the part of him that exists below all of that, the part that the sea had apparently decided, for reasons of its own, to address directly. The handprint dried before full light arrived. I watched it go, not with the fixed performative attention of someone waiting for a thing to confirm itself, but with the peripheral awareness of a man going about the necessary business of an early morning aboard, the stove lit for coffee, the boots laced properly this time, the anchor alarm checked, and the scope assessed through the forward hatch in the gray pre-dawn, all the small ordered tasks that a working boat required regardless of what had occurred in the night. I was aware of the handprint in the way you were aware of something that existed at the edge of your attention, and that your attention kept returning to without being directed there. By the time the coffee was made, the print was gone. The sole was dry and uniform and entirely itself, and if I had not stood over it in the gray light an hour earlier with my own hands at my sides and my breathing very deliberate, I would have had nothing to show for the night beyond a log entry that documented a chart hand, plotter fault, and an anomalous radar return and a wind inconsistency, all explicable, individually, as the ordinary minor malfunctions and atmospheric curiosities of working in complex tidal water in September fog. I drank the coffee standing at the nav station. The fog was still down. The radar showed the anchorage correctly, the island's shore at the right bearing and distance, the bite's geometry matching the chart. Nothing anomalous in the surrounding water. I ran a full instrument check, methodically the way I ran one after any unusual night, moving through each system in the sequence I had established years ago, not because I expected to find a fault, but because the check itself was a form of reestablishment, a way of putting the instruments back at the center of the working relationship between a man and his boat and the water he moved through. Everything was nominal. I pulled the anchor at 7:20 and motored out of the bite into the fog, running south again on the course I'd been running the night before, the charred plotter showing the track I had broken off when I anchored, and the continuation of it to Anacortes in green line ahead. The channel I moved through in the first hour of the morning was different from the channel I had been in when I anchored, not by instrument, which showed me in the same water, the depth and the current and the radar geometry all consistent with the chart, but by some quality I could not measure, a quality of the water itself, the way it moved under the hull, the way the fog sat on it. It felt shallower than the chart suggested, not in the depth sounder's reading, but in the texture of the current, the way shallow water ran differently than deep water in a way the body learned before the instruments confirmed it. I reduced speed again. At 9:15 the fog began to thin, not lift, not the dramatic clearing of a weather change, but the gradual thinning that happened when the temperature differential that produced coastal fog began to equalize, the gray becoming translucent in patches, islands of visibility opening and closing in the murk with the randomness of something that operated by its own schedule and did not consult the observer's preferences. In one of those openings, off the starboard bow at perhaps a quarter mile, I saw the structure clearly for the first time. It was a building. There was no longer any ambiguity about that, no fog softening that might have permitted a different interpretation. It was a building, or had been, a two-story structure of dark timber, the kind of construction that had been common in the San Juans in the early part of the previous century, the bones of it still standing with the specific stubborn uprightness of old-growth Douglas fir that resisted decay long after everything around it had surrendered. The roof was largely gone, the upper story open to the sky on the eastern side, but the walls were present, and two windows, unglazed but intact in their framing, and a door opening on the ground level that faced the water with the orientation of a building designed to receive things from the sea. It sat on a shelf of rock that was visible at this tide level, a dark and irregular platform perhaps 20 feet above the waterline, connected to nothing. No dock, no mooring, no path visible up the island's slope behind it. The island itself was not on the chart. I checked 3 times. the chart plotter, the paper chart, the radar geometry relative to the surrounding islands whose positions I knew with confidence. The water I was in was charted water, accurately charted water, and the island that the building sat on was not present in any version of the chart I was consulting. The radar showed it. The building was visible through the clearing fog in the morning light. The island was not on the chart. I held my course, and I looked at the building as the Marin moved past its beam, and I noted the following things with the disciplined attention of a man who had decided that if he was going to be shown something he did not understand, he was going to observe it as accurately as he was capable of observing anything. The timber was dark with weathering, and with what I took to be the particular gray-black patina of wood that had been in salt air for a very long time, decades at minimum, possibly longer. The door opening was clear, no door hanging in the frame, and the interior beyond it was dark in the way that the interior of a building was dark when light entered it only through specific openings at specific angles, not the undifferentiated dark of a sealed space, but the organized dark of a space that had been built to manage light deliberately. In the doorway something moved, not dramatically, not with the sudden quality that would have been a shock response, a jolt of alarm, a thing designed to be seen. It moved the way a person moved when they were standing in a doorway and shifted their weight from one foot to the other, a slight lateral movement, a change in the quality of the dark in the opening that was consistent with the presence of a body that had adjusted its position. I looked at it for the 4 seconds that the clearing in the fog permitted. Then the fog closed again, and the island and the building and the doorway were gone. I sat down in the wheelhouse chair. The diesel ran. The chart plotter tracked. The depth sounder read correctly for the channel. I thought about Warren Pell and the Friday Harbor Diner, and what he had not told me, and what I should have asked. And I thought that the time for that conversation had passed by 9 years, and that the only conversation available to me now was with someone who knew this water and was still alive and could be found before I made the mistake of arriving in Anacortes and tying up and going ashore and attempting to file what I had seen in the category of a difficult passage and a tired mind. I knew with the specific, unambiguous certainty of a man who had spent 16 years learning to trust the instruments when the instruments agreed, that what I had seen was not the product of a tired mind. The building was real, the island was real, the figure in the doorway was real, and the handprint on the cabin sole had been made by something that had been on the outside of the hull in 32 feet of water, in fog so thick the bow disappeared at 50 feet. And had wanted me to know it was there, and had made that known in the clearest and most deliberate way available to it. I picked up the VHF and put it down again. What I needed was not the Coast Guard. What I needed was someone who knew the history of this passage in the way that Ruth knew the history of her stretch of Maine coast. From the inside, from the long accumulated knowledge of a person who had lived beside it long enough to understand what it did and what it meant and what the correct response to it was. I knew one person who might qualify. Her name was Delia Marsh, and she was 71 years old, and she had lived on Orcas Island since birth, and had worked the waters of the San Juan archipelago in one capacity or another for 50 of those years. And I had met her 6 years ago during a salvage job on the western side of the island, and had stayed in occasional contact since. The contact of two people who shared a professional respect for the same water and found, in conversation about it, a quality of mutual recognition that was not common and therefore worth maintaining. She lived in East Sound, which was behind me now, north of my current position. I came about. The decision was made before I had consciously assembled the reasoning for it, which was how the right decisions sometimes arrived on the water, not as conclusions reached through deliberate process, but as directions the body had already taken while the mind was still preparing his argument. I brought the Marne around to a northwesterly heading and advanced the throttle to 1600 revolutions and ran back up the channel I had just come down, the fog thinning further now in the strengthening morning light. the islands beginning to show their real shapes above the last of the gray. I did not look to starboard as I passed the position where the unchartable island had been. I looked at the chart tall plotter, which showed open water there, correctly and without apology, and I noted that the radar showed nothing at that position either, which meant the island was either no longer present or was present in a way that radar could not reach, and I filed that in a place where I had been filing the things I could not yet explain, and I kept my speed and my heading. The passage back to East Sound took an hour and 40 minutes. Deela answered on a third knock, in a canvas work jacket she wore in every season, and with the expression of a person who had answered doors at unexpected hours often enough that the unexpectedness had stopped registering. She looked at me for a moment, and then looked past me at the Marin and the small dock below her property, and then back at me, and something in her expression shifted in the way that expression shifted when a person recognized not just a face but the condition behind it. She said, "You went through the passage." It was not a question. She said it in the tone of a person confirming a diagnosis from the presentation of symptoms. Someone who had seen the symptoms before and knew exactly what they indicated. And the confidence of it, the specific, unhesitating, completely matter-of-fact confidence of it, hit me in a way that I had not been hit since the knock on the hull the night before. A kind of physical impact that had nothing to do with force and everything to do with recognition. I said I did not know there was a passage. She opened the door wider. She said nobody does until they go through it. She stepped back from the door, and I followed her inside, into the warmth of a house that smelled of wood smoke and coffee, and the particular compound of a waterfront life lived in one place for a very long time. And she went to the kitchen and I sat at the table, and the full weight of the night came down on me in the way that things waited to come down, until you were somewhere warm enough to bear them. And I put my hands flat on the table and I breathed, and I waited for whatever she was going to tell me. Through the kitchen window, Delia's dock and the Marin and the water behind her were all visible in the morning light, and the fog was nearly gone now, and the channel showed its ordinary autumn face, clean and cold and completely legible, as though it had not spent the previous 12 hours being something else entirely, as though it were entirely innocent of everything it had shown me. And perhaps, I thought, watching it through the glass, it was. Delia made coffee without asking, and set it on the table between us and sat down in the chair across from mine with the unhurried composure of a person who had been waiting for this specific conversation for some time and had therefore already done the work of deciding how to have it. She was a compact, deliberate woman, with hands that showed 50 years of working water, the specific thickening of the knuckle joints, the particular weathering of skin that had been cold and wet, and then dry and then cold again more times than any cosmetic consideration could have addressed. Her hair was white and pulled back with the practical efficiency of someone who had stopped negotiating with it decades ago. She looked at me the way people looked at you when they were deciding not how much to tell you, but in what order, which was a different problem and a more careful one. She asked me where exactly I had anchored. I told her the bite, the position, the depth. She nodded. She wrapped both hands around her mug. She said that anchorage was called Kellerman's Bight in the older charts that predated the surveys of the 1940s, which had standardized the naming conventions across the archipelago and had also, in the process, removed a number of features from the official record that the survey teams had been unable to reconcile with their methodology. She said this last part with the dry precision of someone who had spent years being precise about a subject that did not reward imprecision, and the word methodology landed with a weight that suggested she had opinions about what the survey teams had been unable to reconcile and why. I asked about the island. She was quiet for a moment. She said the island had several names in the older records, none of them consistent, because the people who had given it names had not stayed long enough or returned frequently enough to standardize their usage. The The Lummi and Samish peoples who had worked these waters for centuries had a name for the passage it occupied that translated most accurately. She had been told by a Lummi elder she had known in the 1990s as the water that opens when it chooses, which was understood not as a supernatural description but as a practical navigational observation, the way all the oldest navigation in the archipelago had been practical and observational before it became anything else. She said, the island appeared in fog under specific tidal and atmospheric conditions that had never been successfully reduced to a predictable formula. Because the conditions were not solely meteorological, they involved something else that she would come to, but she wanted me to understand the practical history first, because the practical history was what made the rest of it credible. And she had found over the years that people needed the credibility established before they could receive the rest of it without their rational minds doing the work of rejection that rational minds did when they were frightened. I told her I was not frightened. She looked at me with the gray-green eyes of a woman who had been told this before. She said, "You are frightened, and you are managing it with the same professional competence you use to manage everything on the water, and that competence is real and it is serving you, and I am not criticizing it, and it will not be sufficient for what I am going to tell you. So I would like you to set it partially aside for the next 20 minutes, not permanently, just while we talk, the way you set down a tool you are not currently using." I looked at my hands on the table. I set the competence partially aside. She said, "The passage opened for specific boats and specific men, not randomly." She was emphatic about this, with the emphasis of someone correcting a misapprehension they had encountered repeatedly. Not randomly and not dangerously, though it felt dangerous and looked dangerous and produced in the people who went through it a response that was in every physiological respect identical to danger. The passage opened for boats that were carrying something unresolved, and for men aboard those boats who were the location of that unresolved thing. And it opened because the water in this archipelago had a function that the oldest navigation in the region had understood, and that the survey methodology of the 1940s had been structurally unable to accommodate. She paused and drank her coffee. She said the function was return. The water returned things. Not lost boats, not drowned men, not the physical objects of loss. It returned the quality of the unresolved thing, the emotional residue, the specific weight of something that had been carried too long without completion. It returned this in the form of contact, which was what the knock on the hull had been, and what the handprint had been, and what the figure in the doorway of the old building had been. Not manifestations of supernatural intent, contacts. The water making itself known to the person carrying the unresolved thing, establishing that it was aware of what was being carried, that it had been holding something in relation to that carried weight, and that the time for the exchange had arrived. She said the word exchange carefully, and with the particular precision of a person using a technical term rather than a metaphorical one. I asked her what the exchange involved. She looked at me steadily. She said that depended entirely on what was unresolved, and what the person carrying it was capable of receiving. She had known 3 other people in her 50 years on this water who had gone through the passage. She had known one before it happened, which had given her no ability to prevent it or prepare the person for it, only to be available afterward. She had known 2 after, as she was knowing me now. Each exchange had been different in its specifics and identical in its structure, which was this: the passage opened, the contact was made, and then the person carrying the unresolved thing was required to come to a reckoning with it, not in the abstract, but in the specific and located way of a thing named and placed and released in the presence of the water that had done the opening. She said required, with the same technical precision as exchange. I sat with that word for a moment. I asked her about the building on the island. She said the building had been a cannery operation in the early 1900s, built by a family called Harwick who had worked the salmon runs in the upper passages for 2 decades before a fire in 1923 had destroyed the processing equipment and most of the Structure. The Harrick family had abandoned the site after the fire. The building's remains had been present on the island for over a century, in the condition I had described, unchanged by the weathering that should have taken them down generations ago, because the island existed in a state that ordinary weathering did not fully apply to. I asked if she had seen it herself. She said she had seen it once from a distance, in the fog, 30 years ago, when she had been closer to the passage than she had understood at the time, and the conditions had been almost sufficient. She had not gone through. She had altered course before the passage fully opened. Out of an instinct she had spent 30 years deciding was either wisdom or cowardice, depending on her mood when she considered it. She said this without apology and without false modesty, and the tone of someone who had made peace with a decision that had not entirely made peace with itself. I asked about the figure in the doorway. Her hands around the mug went still. She said, "Who did you lose?" The question arrived without preamble and without softening, the way a precise person asks the question at the center of a thing when all the perimeter questions had been answered, and it hit me in the same physical way that her first statement had hit me. The same impact without force, the same quality of recognition landing in the body before the mind had completed its assessment of what was happening. My brother's name was Carl. He had been 38 years old. He had worked commercial fishing out of Bellingham for 11 years. The same years I had been working delivery and salvage on the same water, and we had overlapped in the passages dozens of times, had occasionally tied up at the same dock and eaten bad diner food and talked about the water the way two people talked about something they both loved without having discussed that they loved it, taking the love as given and talking instead about the specifics of it. The tides and the weather and the boats and the particular characters of the different channels. He had gone overboard in the upper passages in October of 2019 in a squall that had come up faster than the forecast suggested, which was a thing the San Juan weather did with a frequency that everyone who worked there knew and accounted for, and that accounted for nothing when it happened to someone you loved. The boat had been recovered. Carl had not. I had not said his name out loud in the continuous and complete sentence since the memorial service, which had been held in Bellingham in November of 2019 in a function room at a waterfront restaurant. He would have found too formal, and which I had gotten through with the specific managed competence that I was apparently still getting through things with 4 years later. I said his name now. I said, "Carl." Delia nodded. She said he was in the doorway. She said it simply and with complete seriousness, with the same matter-of-fact delivery she had brought to everything else she had told me. No theatrical softening, no careful hedge, just the statement, as the statement offered to me to do with what I was capable of doing with it. I looked at my coffee. The mug was the thick ceramic of a kitchen that had been equipping itself practically for decades. White with a small chip on the rim that had been there long enough the edge was smooth. I thought, with the involuntary sideways pull of a mind reaching for something manageable, about whether the Marin's anchor alarm was still active, whether I had set it before coming ashore, whether the morning wind was sufficient to cause any swing on the dock lines I had rigged. I had set it. The dock lines were adequate. The morning wind was 4 knots from the northwest and the Marin was not going anywhere. I brought my attention back to the table. I asked Delia, what did he want? She looked at me with the patience of a person who had known the answer to this before I asked it and had been waiting for me to be ready to hear it. She said the passage did not open because Carl wanted something. The passage opened because I was carrying something unresolved that the water had been holding in relation to. Something I had been carrying for 4 years in the managed, competent, professionally functional way that I carried everything. And the water had run out of patience with the management and had decided the time for the exchange had come. She said, the question is not what Carl wanted. The question is what you have been unable to do since October of 2019, and what it would take to do it, and whether you are willing to go back into the passage and do it there, in the water that opened for you, in the presence of whatever it is the water has been holding. The kitchen was warm. The wood stove in the corner was doing its slow, thorough work. Outside the window, the Marin sat at Delia's dock in the morning light, patient and correctly itself, and the water behind her was the water it had always been, and somewhere in the passages to the south, in the tidal complexity and the remaining threads of the morning fog, an island that was not on any chart held the bones of a building that had been standing for 100 years, and a doorway in which my brother had been present in whatever form the water had available. For him, I put both hands flat on the table. I said, "I have not been back on the water at night since he died." The words came out with the specific weight of something that had been carried in a sealed compartment for 4 years, and had just been opened in the presence of someone who had the capacity to receive the full weight of it without flinching, which was, I understood, sitting at Delia's kitchen table in the October morning, the rarest thing the world offered, and the thing I had been without since Carl went into the water and did not come back. Delia did not say she was sorry. She did not arrange her face into the geography of condolence. She said, "I know. You have been delivering boats in daylight and anchoring before dark for 4 years, and everyone who knows you on this water has noticed and said nothing, because people on this water understood that a man had reasons, and that the reasons were his." She said that the passage opened at night. It will open again at night. That is the condition, and it is not negotiable, because the water sets the conditions and we work within them, or we do not work at all. She refilled both mugs and set the coffee pot back on the stove and sat down again, and outside the window the channel moved with its cold and patient and entirely purposeful intention, and I sat in the warmth of her kitchen, and I understood. With the clarity of a thing finally named in the right place by the right person, what the last 4 years had cost me and what the night ahead was going to require. The fog was fully gone by 10 in the morning, burned off by the autumn sun that had no warmth in it, but had light, hard and clear and sufficient, the same light that showed the channel for what it was in ordinary conditions, and that would not, when the dark came back around, be there to show anything at all. And that was precisely the point. I spent the day on the Marin, not preparing exactly. The boat was already prepared, had been prepared when I left Bellingham 2 days ago with the careful attention I brought to every departure. The systems checked and the fuel full and the equipment stowed and inventoried. There was nothing the Marin needed that she did not have. What I was doing on the boat through the hours between mid-morning and the early dark was something closer to what Delia had described as setting down a tool you were not currently using. I was setting down the professional version of myself, the 16-year accumulation of managed competence and instrumental precision, not permanently, not with any intention of abandoning it, but with the deliberate recognition that what the night required was something that existed underneath all of that, something the managed competence had been, for 4 years, very effectively covering. I sat in the wheelhouse for a long time with the engine off and the instruments dark. The channel outside Delia's dock was busy in the way of an autumn Saturday in the San Juans, kayakers in the near water. A sailing vessel making its way south under power in the flat conditions, a whale watch boat coming back from the western side of the island, with its passengers visible on the upper deck in their orange life jackets. Small bright shapes against the gray of the water, ordinary, completely and entirely ordinary. The San Juan Islands doing what they did on a clear autumn day when the fog had lifted and the light was good, and the world was legible and available to everyone moving through it. Carl had loved this water on days like this. That was the thought I had been managing for 4 years. In the specific way you managed a thought that was simultaneously true and unbearable, by keeping it peripheral, by letting it exist at the edge of attention but never at the center, by building the working day around it as a structure was built around a load-bearing element you could not remove, and had therefore learned to root everything else around. He had loved the San Juan water on clear days, and in the fog and in the building weather of an October squall, had loved it with the uncomplicated, non-literary, entirely practical love of a man who had chosen to spend his working life in a specific place because the place suited something in him that nowhere else had suited, and that love had been so evident in everything he did on the water that the people who had worked alongside him had spoken of it at the memorial service without embarrassment. The way people spoke of a quality so genuine it did not require protection. I had sat in the front row at the memorial service, and I had heard all of it, and I had not cried. I had not cried at the memorial service, or in the weeks after it, or in the months after it, or in the 4 years since. And this was not stoicism, and not the absence of grief, and not any kind of strength. And I had known this, and had known it more clearly with each year that passed, and it continued, regardless, to manage the unspent grief with the same competence I managed everything. Because the managed version of grief was navigable, and the unmanaged version was the thing I had been treating, without exactly naming it, as the open water at night, a condition to root around, a place to not go, a darkness I had decided without deciding it was not safe to enter. Delia came down to the dock at 3 in the afternoon with a container of fish stew and 2 rolls and a paper bag, and set them on the dock beside the Marin without coming aboard, which I understood as the right instinct. That what I was doing in the boat through these hours needed the boat's specific privacy, the privacy of a space that was entirely mine, and that the waters surrounded on all sides, and that was therefore already in some sense inside the territory of what the night was going to require. I ate the stew at the chart table. It was very good, dense and aromatic. The fish fresh and the broth carrying the depth of something that had been made with attention and time. The kind of food that was an argument for staying alive, made in the language of nourishment rather than words. I ate all of it, and I sat with the empty container, and I thought about Carl eating at his galley table on his boat, which was a thing he had done thousands of times on this water, and I let the thought be at the center of my attention for the first time in 4 years, instead of at the edge of it. And what I found there was not the unbearable thing I had been treating it as, but something different, something that was both less survivable and more survivable simultaneously. The way the actual thing was always both less and more than the managed version of the actual thing. The actual thing was this. I had been supposed to be on his boat that night. We had planned it for 2 weeks. A night run up through the upper passages to check a set of crab pots he had placed near the Canadian border. An overnight trip. The kind of thing we had done a dozen times before. The kind of thing that required nothing more than 2 men who knew the water and a boat that was maintained and a forecast that was workable. I had canceled the day before. A delivery job had come in. A last-minute request from a client I did not want to lose. And I had called Carl and told him I had to take the work, and he had said of course no difficulty. He would do the run himself. He had done it solo before, and the forecast was adequate and the crab pots were not going to wait. He had died on a run that I had canceled from. I had been carrying this for 4 years in a sealed compartment that the managed competence had built around it, with the efficiency of a man who knew how to construct things that held, and the compartment had held, and the cost of its holding was this: no night water, no open grief, no saying his name in a full sentence, and the slow accumulation of a weight that the water had apparently decided I had been carrying long enough. I wrote in the log. Not an entry. The log was for the navigation record, and what I wrote was not navigational in any category the maritime regulations had defined. I wrote his name, Carl Calloway, and the date of his death, and then I wrote the thing I had not been able to write or say or think at the center of my attention for 4 years, which was, I should have been there, and I was not there, and I have not known, in the 4 years since, what to do with the fact of being the one who was not there. I wrote it in the log because the log was where I put the true record of what happened on the water, and this was the true record, and it belonged there alongside the chart plotter fault and the radar return and the handprint on the sole. Then I closed the log and I went up to the wheelhouse and I watched the light go off the channel in the way it went in October, early and completely. the blue of the sky deepening toward dark before 5 o'clock, the islands becoming silhouettes, the channel water going from blue to gray to a deep pewter that was the last color of the day before the day gave up entirely and let the dark have what it wanted. By 5:30 it was fully dark. I started the engine at 6. Delia was on her porch when I cast off, and she raised one hand. Not a wave exactly, not the social gesture of farewell, but something more deliberate, an acknowledgement and a permission simultaneously. The gesture of someone who understood what was being undertaken and had decided it was right and was saying so with the only instrument available to her at that distance in the dark, idled out of the small dock and into the channel. The darkness on the water was different from the darkness ashore. Ashore, darkness was mitigated by streetlights, by windows, by the ambient luminosity of inhabited places. On the water in the San Juans on a clear October night with no moon yet, and the stars just beginning, the darkness was complete in the way of something that had not been interrupted for a very long time, and had no particular interest in being interrupted now. The running lights of the Marin made their small colored assertions against it, red to port, green to starboard, white at the stern, and the darkness received them without conceding anything. I ran south, on the Charstow, Plotter's track. The same track I had run 2 nights ago, at the same reduced speed, with the radar sweeping and the depth sounder reading and the VHF on 16, all the instruments doing their faithful and precise work, the boat and its systems functioning with the complete reliable competence that 11 years of careful maintenance produced. The fog arrived at 7:40, exactly as it had arrived 2 nights before. I did not reduce speed. I maintained the heading and the revolutions, and I let the fog come, and it came the way it had come before. Laterally, a closing of the horizon, a thickening of the air, the running lights beginning to reflect back from the gray, and I stood at the wheelhouse and I breathed it in, and I did not reach for the throttle. At 8:12, the chart plotter went blue. I looked at it for a moment, and then I looked away from it, out through the wheelhouse windows at the fog and the dark water ahead, and I advanced the throttle 200 revolutions instead of reducing it, because the passage opened at night, and the passage was open, and a man who had spent 4 years routing around the dark did not reduce his speed when the dark finally showed him the door. The Marin moved into whatever the passage was. The channel changed beneath the hull in the way I had felt it change before. The current shifting, the water taking on the texture of something running deeper and faster than the chart described, the fog thickening to the luminous quality I had seen before, the sourceless diffuse light that came from the water surface and made the fog visible as a substance rather than as an absence. And then, ahead and to starboard, the island appeared, not gradually, not through a clearing in the fog. It appeared with the completeness of something that had simply decided to be present. The dark mass of it above the water, the timber building on its shelf of rock, the 2 windows in their intact frames, and the door opening that faced the water with the orientation of a building designed to receive whatever the sea sent toward it. I brought the Marne around to a heading that pointed the bow directly at the island, and I reduced to idle. I let the current carry the boat toward the shelf of rock at the pace the current set, which was slow and deliberate and entirely sufficient. And I stood at the wheelhouse door, and I looked at the doorway of the building in the luminous fog, and I breathed, and I did not manage anything. He was there, not clearly, not with the detail that daylight and proximity would have required, and not in any form that I could have described in the log with the flat, precise language of a navigational record. He was there the way he had been there the first night, a presence in the doorway, a quality of the dark in that opening that was different from the surrounding dark in the specific way that a person was different from the space they occupied, the density of them, the fact of them. I said his name. I said Carl. The fog held the word the way fog held sound, close and padded, and with a quality of intimacy that open air did not produce. And I stood in it, and I let what had been in the sealed compartment for 4 years come out of it fully and completely and without management. let it be what it was, which was grief without competence, love without the container that managed love built around it to make it survivable. The full unrooted weight of being the one who had not been there on the night when being there would have mattered. I said, I should have been there. I said, I am sorry I was not there. I said, I have been on this water every working day for 4 years, and I have not been on it at night. Because being on it at night was being in the place where you died. And I did not know how to be in that place, and I am here now, and I am in it now. And I am telling you that I am sorry, and that I loved you, and that the water you loved is still here, and it has been taking care of you in whatever way water takes care of the things it holds. And I am grateful to it for that. And I am grateful to you for the 38 years you were on this earth, and for the 11 years we worked this water alongside each other. And I am setting this down now, here, in this water, because this is where it belongs, and because you would have told me. If you could have told me anything in the 4 years since October of 2019, to stop routing around the dark and go back out on the water at night like a man who trusted what he knew. The fog was very still. The Marin drifted on the current, slow and patient, the bow holding its orientation toward the island without the engine's help. In the doorway, the quality of the dark changed. Not dramatically, and not with the suddenness of an event. It changed the way the quality of light changed when the source of it shifted. Gradually, completely, the presence in the doorway becoming the absence of it, not disappearing, not withdrawing, but simply completing, the way a thing completed when it had done what it came to do and the doing was finished. And what remained was the fact of the completion, which was different from the thing itself, but was real and was permanent, and was, in the end, what you were left with and what you carried forward. I stood in the wheelhouse door for a long time after. The fog sat on the water with its patient and sourceless luminosity, and the island was still present, and the building was still on its shelf of rock, with its windows intact and its century-old timber, standing with the specific stubbornness of old-growth wood that had decided it was not done yet, and the doorway was empty in the way that a room was empty after someone had just left it, carrying the recent fact of their presence in the air, and the temperature and the specific quality of the silence left behind. Then the island was gone, not into fog. It simply ceased to be present the way it had simply become present, completely and without transition. The channel ahead of the Marin showing the clear dark water of an October night, and the stars now visible above the last of the fog in the patches where the fog had thinned, and the chart plotter screen showing the channel as the channel, correctly and without apology, as it had always been, as it would continue to be, patient and precise and entirely sufficient for the navigation of ordinary passages by ordinary men in properly maintained boats. I sat down in the wheelhouse chair. The diesel idled. The water moved along the hull. I put my hands on my knees, and I breathed, and I let the dark be the dark and the water be the water. And I sat in the open passage on a clear October night, with the stars coming out above me, and channel ahead showing the way to Anacortes in the Charda, Plotter's faithful green line, and I was on the water at night, and I was all right, and the water knew it, and that was enough. I advanced the throttle to 2,000 revolutions, and I ran south toward Anacortes in the dark. The passage took 2 hours. I made it in the dark with the instruments and the stars and the specific accumulated knowledge of 16 years on this water, running at full passage speed, the Marin performing with the complete and reliable competence of a well-maintained boat on familiar water in good conditions, which was exactly what she was and exactly what the conditions were. I tied up at the Anacortes Marina at 10:47 and shut down the engine and sat in the silence that followed and listened to the marina, the creak of lines, the lap of water against hulls, the distant sound of a car on the waterfront road, and I felt, in the specific quiet of that ordinary marina on an ordinary October night, the quality of a thing that had been resolved, not erased, not healed in the sense of made, as though it had not happened, but resolved in the older sense of the word, the sense that meant, brought to its proper conclusion, given the ending that the substance of it required. I opened the log. I wrote the arrival time and the conditions and the fuel state and the engine hours, the flat, precise language of the navigational record. And then at the bottom of the entry I wrote one more line that was not navigational, and that I did not try to make navigational, that I wrote in the same plain language I had been writing in all my working life, because plain language was the language I trusted, and the language the log deserved. I wrote passage complete. I closed the log, and I sat in the dark wheelhouse with the marina lights coming in through the glass, and the water moving quietly under the hull. And I thought about calling Delia. I would call her in the morning. She would know, the way she had known everything else about this, that the passage had completed itself. But she would want to hear it said in words by a person who had come back through it, because that was what you did with the people who had helped you find the door. You came back, and you told them you had gone through it. I thought about Carl on his boat on this water on a clear day. I let the thought be at the center of my attention, without routing around it. And what was there was grief and was love, and was the permanent fact of a person who had existed fully and was gone in the way. Real things were gone. And underneath all of that, quieter than all of that, the thing the water had given back. Not Carl, not the form of him, but the quality of him. The specific concentrated truth of a man who had loved this water without reservation and had worked it without apology, returned to me in the only form the sea had available, which was enough, which had always been enough, which I understood now had been enough from the beginning, waiting only for me to come out on the water at night and receive it. The marina was quiet. The San Juan water moved in the dark beyond the breakwater, doing what it had always done, patient and cold and entirely itself, keeping nothing it did not intend to return, holding nothing longer than the holding served. I wound my watch. It was not a ritual, and not a symbol, and not a gesture toward anything beyond itself. I wound my watch because it was the end of the day, and winding it was what I did at the end of the day. Had done it for years, would do it for years more. The small physical habit of a man who kept his instruments in order, and trusted them, and went where they pointed, and came back from where they led him. The watch ticked in the quiet wheelhouse. Outside, the water held the night, and the night held the stars, and somewhere in the passages to the north, the San Juan fog was doing what it did when no one was in it, gathering, thinning, moving across water that had its own purposes and its own arithmetic, returning what it took in the forms it had available, patient, as everything that had been doing its work long before any particular man arrived to navigate it, and would go on doing its work long after every particular man had gone. I did not go back. I did not need to go back. The passage had opened once, for the reason it opened, and it had closed, and the channel between Bellingham and Anacortes was the channel it had always been, familiar and navigable and mine, and I would run it again in daylight and in darkness and in fog, and in the clear hard light of a Pacific Northwest winter, and the water would be the water, and I would be on it, and that was the full and sufficient shape of what remained.